Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey! Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply. Patronizing. I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, mostly cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. As always, it is August 16th, 2025, and it's Saturday. Some people call it Catterday. It's Gatterday. Saturday, folks. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful time. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasan Hasanabi Piker between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. August has been address the liberal Zionist allegations, JK, hoping you're having a wonderful. Yeah, I will, of course. I'm getting canceled. We're gonna do that. We're gonna get into that in a second. But yeah. Personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast last night. What did I do? Absolutely nothing. Long day watching two old men give each other side sucks up and down, and then you know, it was a real orgy, basically. It was a real orgy yesterday. Donald Trump versus Vladimir Putin. Hot, sweaty. We saw the action in real time. It was wild. It was a wild thing to watch unfold. Please don't take the cancellation seriously. It's just bad empanada and 2 mLs. No, I know. I'm not taking it seriously. What? That's the joke. The joke is that it's not real. Reminder, you have kids watching apparently. Okay, that's true. Hold on. I know that it's not real. I'm gonna address it in a second. Hold on a moment. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, what was I gonna do here? Oh yeah, I gotta fucking move this thing. I still haven't removed this goddamn panel. Let me do that real quick. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. Think Hamza Chimaev wins tonight? Inshallah. Okay, so. What was I saying? What was I doing? Oh yeah, personal news-wise, end of the broadcast, didn't really do much. Played a bunch of Expedition 33. Played a bunch of Expedition 33. Watched some Fire Force. Went to sleep. Woke up. Saw some fucking nasty shit all up and down Reddit. Saw that I was getting canceled simultaneously by Bad Empanada. And as not being sufficiently pro-Palestine, which is true. That's right. It's my announcement. I'm pro-Israel. I'm Israel Chai. You know, that's right. I can't wait for my major media career. None of it is relevant. We'll talk about some of it as a joke. It doesn't really matter. But that's it. I worked out this morning. I deadlifted. I feel pretty good. And I'm gonna try to do a fun day as well. I'm gonna try to do somewhat of a fun day. Squirrel has been trying to cancel leftists for a while. Fed behavior? No. They're very passionate about this issue. They've yelled at me in the past. Again, like I said, we can have healthy and reasonable disagreements with one another. I will still. It's not a cancellation. You deadass platform is genocide denier. That's a bad faith misinterpretation of song. Come on now. The irony, of course, is that if you were to listen to the interview, these are some of the things that I addressed. This is some of the things that he also said. He says it's a genocide, so you know. But I do believe that a lot of people are going to come back in here today and just like make a mountain out of a molehill, which is fine. If you guys wanna be on this wavelength, that's all right. I'm gonna keep it pushing. I'm gonna keep talking about things that I think are relevant and important. But that's it. Yeah, because he's covering his ass after 2 years of genocide support. I told you what my policy is. You say it's a genocide. You want to fucking stop weapons transfers to Israel. And you are an advisor in the foreign policy blob, keep pushing. As long as you don't try to limit others who are more radical than you, try to stop others and try to actively deplatform others. If you are unconditionally and uncompromisingly on board, then it is what it is. Good. Only time will tell if these people are being cynical or being bad. But it's not like we agreed. There was, you know, there was a back and forth there that I think a lot of people fail to consider. Also, the conversation was supposed to be about Ukraine and Russia, which, you know, obviously I can't stop talking about Israel, which is why it is what it is. The people have spoken, mother should listen to our voices. I mean, you're talking to people in the Democratic Party structure, like zero shock. They've had horrific takes up until this point, so you very clearly pushed them on things and didn't tone down your language at all. I know. But I think a lot of people, the issue is, a lot of people think that a person who is like a foreign policy guy is a conversation that you have with a person who's like a foreign policy guy who you have disagreements with, that you let your disagreements be known, is going to lead to like a bloodbath. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm talking to fucking someone who is an ultra-Zionist or someone who is like refusing to say it's a genocide. Like, you know what my red lines are. You know, someone who is a significant hurdle, like someone who says like, oh, you can't speak about this, you can't speak about that. Someone who places the feelings of Jewish people cynically in front of like an actual genocide. And the irony, of course, as always, is that it's the same principle behind the Nelk boys. Like, I had a conversation with them in the immediate aftermath where I directly told them, like, what you guys did was like interviewing Adolf Hitler, and there were a lot of journalists that were tried at the Nuremberg trials in the aftermath of the Holocaust for their participation in it. And yet that in and of itself did not come across as like being sufficiently antagonistic to a lot of people, because some of you guys, I think, are more invested. Some of you guys are more invested in the bloodbath of it all, and not necessarily the information you can derive out of that. I told you what the reason was. I also didn't know a lot of the stuff that Matt Duss had said, to be fair. And I wish I had known, so I could just like push back on some of this stuff, right? But having said that, I think there is a difference with the way that I have adversarial interviews with like someone like Matt Duss versus someone like what's her face? Elise Stefanik, right? Crystal Ball's Stefanik interview is fantastic. Everybody loves that. Just apologize, man. I will never apologize for that. And the fact that you are demanding an apology for this is the most idiotic thing I've ever fucking heard in my entire life. Who the fuck are you? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Who the fuck do you think you are? What do you mean? Like, this is what I'm talking about. The sense of entitlement that a lot of people have in this situation is so fucking insane. It's gonna be a rough stream, I know. You're seeing a long bubbling issue with this chat, and that is being detached from reality and human interaction and pouncing on everyone who says something that makes them 1% less comfortable. In any case, like I said, I don't know much about Matt Duss beyond the interview and his commentary yesterday. He seems like a fine dude. What's going on? It's because of a bunch of the stuff that he has said in the past that even I think are total fucking early genocide apologia. And I wish I knew more about that, because what he's saying right now is like what he's saying right now is that it's a genocide. You got to stop, weapons transfers. And part of the reason why I wanted to address some of that was because, like, I wanted to hear what he would say in defense of, like, offensive weapons versus defensive weapons. And I made these exact points about, like, how you wouldn't give Nazi Germany anti-aircraft weapons, right? Like, those are the kinds of conversations that I think are important to have. Having said that, people are once again making an insane mountain out of a molehill. And not only that, but also they're making an insane mountain out of a molehill. Yeah, he conceded on that front. That's the other thing. Like, there was a bunch of stuff that he actually, like, there was a bunch of things that he conceded on in that situation. And I think overall, as I've said before, one of the things that I find important to address is having disagreements with people, even to the right of myself, that would still be in the center-left sphere. He also appeared on Amy Goodman and Sam Cedar. I know, but it's really interesting because obviously their audiences are not going to fucking yell at them and be like, you're platforming an ultra-Zionist or whatever, you're a Zionist. And that's the difference there, is because I am more accessible than those people. And also because, like, I think I am more radical than Sam Cedar, and also Amy Goodman even as well. People say apologize for platforming is wild. Yeah, I know. The people who need to hear this aren't even here yet. Chatters will bring it up over and over again, and you'll lose your temper and yell at them, and that will turn into a cancellation of its own. I know. This is usually how it works. I guess the only thing I will say is eyes on the prize. Keep it pushing. Eyes on the prize. You know, you must have a singular focus in this moment. If you hate me for it, if you think I'm a Zionist, you know, fine. I've been having to deal with the inverse of that my entire life. It's a new meta. Now instead of being called a terrorist, now I'm being called a Zionist, which is, ironically enough, in my opinion, worse than being called a Hamas supporter. Being called an Israel supporter is worse than being called a Hamas supporter, except, of course, in the eyes of the broader American public, one is the established norm in American politics. The other is, of course, anyone that recognizes the humanity of brown people, which automatically means you should be shot and killed and possibly sent to jail. So in this community, and in, like, I think in the minds of honest people, in the minds of people who recognize the reality that is unfolded here, which is unfortunately still a very, very, very small percentage of the population. Of course, I will continue pushing to try to make that percentage of the population size larger. But, you know, the stuff that goes back and forth in inter-leftist circles are not things that the average American is thinking about. And my job is to try to make the average American more primed and more open-minded to the things that we talk about here. And I think I do a fairly good job at it, so I'm going to continue doing that. It's not the first time people have yelled at me over stuff like this, but that's it. Having watched the chat during the conversation, I will say this chat has become more invested in feeling morally superior as being left as opposed to listening to what the guests have to say. Every time Matt said something or worded something this chat didn't understand, 100% people were quick to dispose of the charitability to yell to guests was a waste of time. I think chat needs to be taught or yelled at that jumping on throats of guests does nothing productive. I agree. But yeah. Can you explain what you were hoping to get out of the conversation if you think it was productive? Well, what I was... the initial reason as to why I had Matt Duss on was to talk about Ukraine and Russia, because that was, you know, that's the big thing that's happening. This was the day before the Vladimir Putin summit. You were putting on such a spin to make everyone who's criticizing... What? You and ContraPoint should collab. You were putting such a spin on this to make everyone who's criticizing you look irrational. Does it make you feel irrational when you hear my perspective on this and that upsets you, so you have to say something that's irrational? Yeah. I think demanding an apology for having a dude on who said liberal Zionist shit for far too long, for the record, only to turn around and talk about how Israel is committing a genocide, and also as a foreign policy advisor is like demanding the halting of weapons transfers in the grand scheme of things, in an overwhelming sea of course, interviews that I conduct from far more radical positions, is utterly ridiculous. The notion that I am similar in any way, shape, or form to a content creator who was silent for 22 months only to come out with a liberal Zionist position at the end of that 22 months, when half of the people who are now yelling at me learned about fucking Israel-Palestine for the first time ever post-October 7 from me, only to become, I guess, in their own estimations, more radical than me, and now have these kinds of opinions. Also insane. In any case, I don't know, like, it's not a bit insulting, honestly, chatters. Yeah, it's just like people act like I'm fucking... Yeah. If you are... Bad Empanada's farming this shit, I know. And it's fine. I think ultimately Bad Empanada is a force for good, and he will get he will get some drama out of this. He'll farm it. It'll annoy me for like the week, which is ironic because like I'll be talking about some shit that's going on, right? Something that's like going on that's like immediate, something that we must talk about with respect to like you know, the plight of Palestinians or whatever, and chatters will be coming in to be like, you're a Zionist because my favorite content creator Bad Empanada said you're a Zionist, you platform Matt Duss, and I'll be like, look at this screen right now, like look at, do you feel like this is a more important conversation that we should be having as this one that we have every single day? And they'll still keep... Has he told you he's farming, or are you hoping? No, I don't talk to Bad Empanada directly. I assume he is. And then people will say you're admittedly not a good interviewer, you let him get away with too much, and then like it'll just be like a aesthetic conversation. The fall off is legendary, not even 20K. I know. It's over. My career, I think, is over. I'm being canceled, like I said. It's done. You are too charitable with your haters, I swear. It's because I have been a leftist for many, many years publicly. And in that time frame, I saw a community that I developed grow into the size that it did. And therefore, I am forever grateful for what I've been able to accomplish in that time frame. And that I know this position that I'm in is far better than my starting point. That's number one. Number two, I'm charitable to every single person, including my fucking haters, always, because I believe that I can change their perspective. Number three, especially if someone is on the same wavelength in general, especially if someone is on the same wavelength, someone like Bad Empanada, who I am in agreement with in terms of anti-Zionism, but we have maybe different methods. I don't really give a shit if he farms me too much. It's just a nuisance. It's annoying because like people, because of our collaborations and whatnot, and because of our ideological similarities, there's going to be a lot of people that watch both of us that will come in here and be fucking annoying. But ultimately, it doesn't matter because those guys are still going out and fucking protesting. You know what I mean? And as long as they're doing that, I'm happy with it. As long as there's not like an active demand to deplatform someone like myself, and then it's fine. But I didn't put on a platform you too. Sure. Anyway. Also, last but not least, as someone who is a socialist in the United States of America, as someone who is a leftist in the United States of America, as someone who is a progressive in the United States of America, I eat it from every angle. I have for the past 6, 7, 8 years at this point. This is the only experience that I know. There has never been a moment in my political commentary career, where I have had broad support from every aspect, from every ideological group in this country. That's never happened. My position and your position is not popular. A lot of people might agree with our worldview, empathy first politics, but they don't have the tools to recognize that they agree with our empathy first politics. On an issue by issue basis, people might say, yeah, why don't we have fucking free healthcare? Oh yeah, I don't want my tax dollars to go into unlimited slaughter in the global south. Or they won't say that, but they'll say like, I don't want my tax dollars to go killing like people overseas. I want them to, you know, pave the roads and whatnot, right? But they don't understand that like the entire compilation, like the totality of those ideals actually point in the direction of socialism. Okay? Most people don't recognize that. My job is to try to get them to understand it. And of course, because this is a position that is not something that people know, you know, this is not something that people understand. Socialism, the word is like spooky, scary, right? Either they don't know anything about it, or everything that they've learned about it is just like false and incredibly uncharitable. It makes it all the less likely and far more difficult to get this message to a broad audience. As I've said time and time again, being a leftist is a really annoying prospect. You're gonna get yelled at by the far right. They're gonna hate you. You're anti-fascist. They're fascist. They're gonna despise you. They're fucking racist. You don't want that. They're gonna hate you. They're gonna dox you. They're gonna swat you. They're gonna try to kill you. Okay? They're gonna try to smear you. They're gonna try to cancel you. Liberals will also hate you because your positions make them look fraudulent. Okay? Your worldview will make them look utterly fraudulent in the eyes of a much larger audience. That's the reason why you have the Bernie Sanders effect. Democratic politicians despise him. Why do they despise him? Same with Zoran. Well, because they show the rest of the country that there is an alternative vision that you could be on board with. And that makes liberals really mad. That makes liberals really mad because then all of a sudden they look bad. All of a sudden people go and say, why don't you do this shit? Why don't you do the same thing that these guys are doing? Right? And then last but not least, every other person on the left fucking hates you as well. And that's because you might have a minor ideological difference or a different way of achieving ultimately the same goals. So you eat it from all ends. That is just how it's been. And the reality of the matter is, we don't do this because we want to be liked, okay? Especially in my position, being liked is important only as it spreads the message across to an audience that will be charitable rather than uncharitable. This is precisely the reason why the past 6 years of endless smear campaigns of, you know, shit getting clipped out of context and then all of the drama surrounding it has played a formative role in making a lot of people who would otherwise agree with my worldview be disagreeable because they don't approach anything that I'm saying in a charitable manner. That's why they never talk about the message. That's why they never talk about the policies. They just talk about the messenger and how hypocritical the messenger is. Then they'll use the internal disagreements, the healthy disagreements that leftists have with one another as a way to say, see, his own audience fucking hates him. This is part of the reason why Jordan Peterson famously said that thing to Ethan Klein. It's not an easy position, but once again, it's not an easy position to be a leftist, but once again, you don't do it because you're gonna get love from all of these different groups that you advocate for. You do it because it's right, okay? That's it. That's it. That's why, in spite of the millions and millions and millions of different instances over the course of the past 6 years, or over the course of the past 12 years, okay? In spite of the reality that I have been yelled at from members of my own community who are like-minded individuals who think I'm not doing the right thing as far as like making this a safe enough space for everybody, or liberals who say I fucked up the bag for them and I was antagonistic to their favorite politician and that's the reason why they lost, or the right-wingers who want to kill me. I've continued. My positions on the things that I've advocated for have not changed at all. There have been a million people that have come before this very moment that have said, Hasan is secretly a right-winger. One day you'll see. Many of those people have become right-wingers, ironically enough. You know, the Jimmy Dore contingency of people who were like, oh, dude, you are just a Democrat Party dick rider. Me, on the other hand, I hate the Democrats adequately and sufficiently. And then what happened? They now all vote for Republicans and defend the Republican Party. Okay? So, once again, not my first rodeo. It's all good. By the way, that wasn't even a diss on Bad Empanada either, for the record. I'm not comparing him to like someone who is ideologically rudderless or a grifter. I'm not saying that at all. I think he's honest. I think he's a little insane. But I think when he has a disagreement with someone, you know, that's an honest disagreement. But if there's one policy, well, if there's two policies that I abide by, it's one is don't fucking punch left, especially when people are on board with the same causes you are, and this even includes Bad Empanada as well. Okay. No matter what he says. He says I'm a Zionist, and everyone in my audience is a Zionist. Okay, fine. Sure. Who cares? That's number one. Number two. What? In WoW, there are passive factions with every members of every race, and those factions only attack you when you attack them. It's kind of like what I think the left is. Yeah. What the fuck was the other thing I was going to say? Jesus Christ. Number two. Number one, don't fucking left bash. Don't left punch. The left as a collective has no fucking meaningful power in the Western world. And ultimately, even if someone is like far more radical than myself, you won't catch me fucking shitting on them. I don't even talk about ACP that much. You know what I mean? And those guys fucking hate me. And I don't even talk about them. And there's plenty of disagreements there as well. They're like MAGA communists or whatever. But even then, I'm like, you know, who knows? Whatever. Number two, always maintain charitability and understand that people are at the mercy of social conditioning in general. I myself certainly am and certainly was, and so have many of you in this community, and that is precisely the reason why you have to always be charitable. That's it. Okay? That's it. And also, last but not least, message appropriately to whichever. Message appropriately. Is that because you never shit on Bad Empanada like he shit on you? What is he achieving doing that anyways? Same if you did the same to him, it's unproductive. What Bad Empanada achieves when he shits on me is, let's be real, getting some of the people in this community to most likely go over there and watch his video, give him some fucking ad revenue. That's like a decent way to do it. So I think that's part of it for sure. A little bit of it, maybe a little bit. And, you know, it is what it is. So many morons eat this fucking shit up. Can't stand what these types of creators turn their communities into. Is DG of a different flavor? You cannot convince me otherwise. Yeah, I mean, I know. Is he not trying to change your mind? Trying to change my mind into doing what? When Bad Empanada and I had that conversation on Noah's stream, if you realize, like, a big chunk of this back and forth actually derived from Bad Empanada not understanding what my positions were, and also just straightforwardly calling me a Jewish exceptionalist and blah, 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 all this other stuff. He'd done this before. He has done this many times over. This is not his first rodeo. And yet some of you dumb fucks do actually eat that bait every single time and then come in here and annoy the fuck out of me when I'm trying to do whatever I'm trying to do. Okay? So is he a left-wing grifter? No, I think Bad Empanada is earnest. I think he just, you know, flies off the handle a little bit, which is understandable. This is not a normal issue. You know? This is not a normal issue. That's it. This is a genocide. So of course people are going to get mad. Bro, the shit about Matas has nothing to do with Bad Empanada though. Yes, I think there are people in my community who are also frustrated that I'm not being as like contentious as someone like Matt does. Part of that is because I didn't know what he had said in the past as far as like what his defenses were. I just kind of knew him as like a guy who post October 7 was definitely on the liberal Zionist track, even though he had been an advocate for cutting weapons transfers to Israel alongside Bernie Sanders. He was Bernie Sanders' foreign policy advisor, former foreign policy advisor. And if I had known about some of the things he had said, I think I would have been more contentious overall, especially when prodding how he went through his journey, because I think there's like a sense of embarrassment, especially at this stage, from people who do foreign policy stuff, for not being on board early on, and not recognizing it early on. And he tried to communicate that to me by way of Biden. Which I, of course, vehemently disagreed with and told him was utterly ridiculous. And I did not, I didn't let him, quote unquote, get away with saying whatever he wanted to. There was a lot of pushback. Part of the reason why was, of course, because you mentioned this before. I just can't understand why you're so ready to go on Tucker Carlson's podcast. There's absolutely nothing you can gain from that. He's the most experienced media demon to ever live. He's the modern Joseph Goebbels. What's the point on going on that podcast? Tucker Carlson's podcast? Massive platform. But he is not. I think you guys fail to understand. If I were to go on like Joe Rogan Experience, I wouldn't be platforming Joe Rogan. It'd be the other way around. The same with Tucker Carlson as well. It's not even a real thing that's happening. It's a hypothetical anyway. Saturday fun day. Okay. Trump, I didn't even blast off yet. TRUMPxPUTIN summit was a success, ... for Putin. You went on Piers before, he's a scumbag, but we're not mad about that. Yeah. And I said a lot of messed up things 2 years ago, but I think it should be clear that his opinion is chasing some, doesn't seem like a bad guy. Maybe he should apologize for some of that stuff, but it's not his view anymore. Yeah. I've also made it clear that if someone is saying it's a genocide, someone is talking about how we got to stop, we got to stop weapons, we got to stop aid to Israel, all this shit, okay? And more importantly, last but not least, are also not standing in opposition to others who have even more radical positions than they do, then that's fine. You know what I mean? We need people like that too. It's just it's always supposed to be a broad coalition. You're not going to have every single person come to the table with the same worldview that you have developed over the course of the past 22 months. Let's be real, there are plenty of fucking people that are in here right now that didn't have any of these opinions 22 months ago. Okay? Because, once again, from the outside world's framework, from the outside world, I think that a lot of people see what we do here and they see the way people react to certain things, and they see themselves in the person that's getting yelled at. And I think if our goal is to be as open-minded and as like broad and create a movement that is as large as possible, which is a necessity for any sort of change, then we have to be a little bit more careful, I think, of the way that we look. 100%. I feel like the chat needs to be like, this doesn't mean that like someone can just overnight be like, I'm a good person now, and then everyone should just like eat that shit up. That's not what I'm saying either. I think, you should remember what people's positions were in the moments when it was necessary for them to also push. Anyway, I think it's ultimately not a massively consequential nor relevant conversation that took place between me and Matt Dust, and I think people are going a little crazy over it. That's it. Trump-Putin summit was a success for Putin. Loomer gets U.S. to deny Palestinians medical care in the U.S. Updates from and more. I think you're a bit hypocritical. I like you a lot, but you'll constantly say I'm not a journalist, but constantly try to be one. And when people criticize you for doing poor journalism, you use the fact that you say you're not a journalist as a crutch. I think you just already admitted that you recognize that I'm not a journalist, and that at no point have I actually said I was a journalist. You think I'm trying to be a journalist when I have conversations with people, when I never am trying to be a journalist. You literally just got mad because of perceived hypocrisy that that comes along with something that I never said I was, that you think I'm actually trying to do. That's the issue. You've said you do journalism. Yes. The times where I do quote unquote things of journalistic value in spite of not being a journalist is talking to someone who is like in Gaza, for example. Okay? Talking to someone or going out to a protest and filming the protest from the perspective of the protesters. Or, you know, things that happen to me that have broader consequences for society, or a conversation with like Mahmoud Khalil, or going out and interviewing the firefighters, the California prisoner firefighters that are combating wildfires. Like, those are things that have journalistic value. That's not all I do. That's not most of what I do. That's just me, that's just what I do, having the function of journalism, okay? But I don't say I'm a journalist. I say I'm a political commentator. You know, I play basketball. I'm not a basketball player. Anyway, Trump, Putin, someone was a success for Putin. Loomer gets to deny Palestinians medical care in the U.S. Updates from Gaza and more. Later, Saturday, fun day. Get in now. You're obviously an engineer. Yeah, that part is true. I am an engineer. Yeah, I'm a political engineer. I've been doing political engineering for years. Look, there's going to be a million different opinions and a million different voices. Many of them are going to be contentious. I talk about politics. Politics is always going to be a contentious subject. A lot of people either A, treat it like it's fucking drama and love the back and forth that takes place in that regard, or B, understandably play it close to their chest. And so when they hear something that they might have misunderstood or didn't fully comprehend or completely disagree with, outright disagree with, all of a sudden this is like a world-shaking event, a world-breaking event for themselves. Like, oh, this content creator who this guy who I thought, you know, had my best interest in mind, I disagree with him on this one thing. Whether it's because I might have misunderstood it or because I just have a vehement disagreement on this issue, this is really fucked up. Anyway. Someone on Twitter said it was like platforming Nick Fuentes. Yes, that's just baby leftist rage, okay? Don't worry about it. It is what it is. Again, look. I'll give you an example. If you're a trans person, for example, I'm sure there's been heated moments here where you feel like I wasn't entirely in line with something that you believe, or I maybe said something that you considered to be transphobic and you got mad, but you're still in here because ultimately you got over it because you recognize that I'm not an enemy to who you are as a person, and I am an advocate for your well-being. Right? That's just one example. And especially as it pertains to this issue. For you've never said anything transphobic to me. No, but some people think it, and it is what it is, you know. In any case, as far as like platform Fuentes goes, I don't think a lot of people understand how fucking popular that piece of shit is on TikTok. I've said this over and over again. Part of that is because leftists eat it from every fucking angle. So even if they were right all along, they already are so fucking stamped out from public discourse that someone on the right that is more elevated, more platformed by other vestiges of the right can then carve themselves out a new platform. Nick Fuentes has been deplatformed a million times over, you know, because back in the day they used to do that to Nazis. Okay? That's what they used to do. That was what it was. Obviously things have changed. The other part of the problem is that I think Americans and Westerners broadly are way more susceptible to the anti-Semitic framework, the anti-Semitic anti-Israel position that like Jews are doing hypnosis to Americans and shit like that, than they are to listening to a materialist analysis and this complex relationship that has created so much harm and destabilization. That shit is boring. It's lame. It's academic. It's much easier to be like, Jews are doing this and they're dominating your lives. Jews did woke culture. Jews did this. Jews did that. Americans are far more susceptible to conspiratorial thinking, partially because materialist analysis is the exact antidote to conspiratorial thinking. And yet materialist analysis has been shut out in this country. No one ever fucking thinks in this kind of way. And as a matter of fact, when you start thinking in this kind of way, or you start doing advocacy and you say, hey, this is my worldview, a lot of people turn around and say, you're a fucking demon, you're a socialist, fuck you, you're a rich socialist, actually. You're a poor socialist, you're actually jealous of the wealthy. You're a rich socialist, you're actually hypocritical. That's really dangerous. And that's what it is. When you shut off materialist analysis and dialectical materialism, historical materialism, as a alternative form of analyzing why certain kinds of events have unfolded and why certain things happen, when you shut that off and you say that's actually scary talk, that's socialism talk, that's a real threat, then the other side that still is capable of existing within the confines of liberalism, which is, you know, fascist thought, gets to thrive when there is a big divergence between what the population is seeing and what the population is saying and what they're demanding versus what the politicians are doing. Israel's a perfect example of this. This is something that I've warned about over and over and over again. And yet, nobody listens to my fucking warnings ever. So, it is what it is. Even in this country, a country that fought Nazis in World War II, okay, especially after the Cold War, it is easier to convince someone of Nazi sentiment as long as you are not outed as a Nazi, and even that is changing seemingly in this day and age, okay? As long as you are not outed as a Nazi, it is easier to convince someone of Nazi beliefs than it is to convince them of socialist beliefs. This is true. One example I will use that is kind of a sad state of affairs that kind of plays a role in this is, look no further than Destiny, Sex Pestiny, who has spent every waking moment in the last like 7 years at this point actively coming after marginal left figures, people like myself, with endless sequences of harassment, ridiculous smear campaigns, all this stuff. And it hasn't really been successful for his own career necessarily, but it has been successful in, I think, undermining the broader reception of the left by a larger audience that already wasn't going to be super charitable to the left anyway. And in that process, I think, instead of converting a lot of these like right-wingers and Nazis into liberals who vote for the Democratic Party, I think he ends up pushing them to the maximalist position of anti-communism and anti-socialism, which is always going to be Nazism and fascism. And the greatest example of this is, of course, his son. Streamer Destiny's son, Nathan Bonnell, tweets, "Hitler is a hero," while praising Nazi Germany. The Nazis were protecting the West by invading Poland. The Reich was a blockade against the USSR and the rest of Europe. They took up all responsibilities of the failing Polish government, and they stated this explicitly multiple times. Hitler is a hero, he said. This kid is like 14, I think. I don't know how old he is. Okay, this is Destiny's son. He's been on the internet since he was a baby. And worse, he's been on Destiny's Discord since he was a baby, okay? And of course, when you pair that up with just being a shitty deadbeat father who is way more invested in creating a cyber stalking sex cult, who routinely will align with neo-Nazis, tries to fuck prominent white nationalists and white supremacists like Lauren Southern, and you create a community of people who are from all of those different ideological backgrounds, and then you put your 7-year-old, 8-year-old son into that community. This is going to be the outcome. This is the outcome of someone who is extremely online. It's an incredibly sad state of affairs. That's it. It's probably a cry for help. It's probably a way to try and get attention from his father. It's really sad. He said it's because you and his dad kicked him out of your Discord. He's obviously isolated and it's kind of sad. He was in my Discord? Why the fuck was he in my Discord? Yeah, we don't let anybody under the age of 18 in the fucking Discord. What is it? What kind of stupid shit is this? Yeah. What the fuck? He mentioned me? He knows who I am? That is crazy. I guess his dad is psychotically obsessed with everything that I do, so. But yeah, my point is, this is another prominent example. This is another primary example of like when you actively design your worldview, as many people have, around attacking the left, attacking socialism, attacking communism, you end up pushing people who are in the periphery to seek out answers, and conspiratorial thinking works within the confines of liberalism so perfectly. And there's the grand conspiracy almost always, the grandest of all conspiracies almost always, is Jews. Jews are the ones who are responsible for everything that's going on in society. That's why Nazi sentiment is so successful. Liberalism plays a formative role in Nazism continuing to grow as a movement. It is not an accident that after World War II and I guess the historic battle between communism, the historic battle between communism and capitalism, socialism and capitalism, led to the destruction of socialist movements of the Western world and the end of the USSR, and inevitably created an environment post 80s, 90s, where left unchecked, capitalism created or accelerated the contradictions that is now collapsing the system that we have designed. And fascism is thriving once again. And that's where we're at. It'll take some time, I think, for people to recognize that the solution to growing fascist movements is not liberalism, but instead anti-fascism. So, Gorbachev and Pizza Hut, yeah, I mean, he fucking, a lot of the USSR leadership got one-shotted from the bounties of unlimited commodities that they saw, where they were like, this is the greatest. I love treats, which is why I've been an advocate for treat economy, and have long stated that I have no issue with luxury commodities or treats necessarily. I think it's an important tool to keep people satisfied. Anyway, I was raised alt-right and conservative. You've been a big part of my education and transformation to the correct side of history. I know it's discouraging, but keep going. You're making a difference. Yeah. Where was I? We're going to talk about the Trump summit, the suckmit, and what the goals were, what the intentions were, and who actually won and who lost big in the process, and what this says about where we're at. Yeah. So, the loudest and most powerful voices in this community are not in Twitch chat. They're outside of protests at the DSA convention, advocating for PSL, working for Zoran and other campaigns. Yeah, exactly. They're labor organizers. They're people that work in the movement. They're not people chirping on Twitter. I think people chirping on Twitter, people chirping in the Discord. Let's be real. If you're doing that, then you're not busying yourself enough with real work. That's it. But it also doesn't matter. Again, because this kind of back and forth will always happen. There will always be people that yell. There will always be people that get mad. It is what it is. But like I said, I think because the left is utterly powerless in this country, I see no reason to endlessly go back and forth on the minutia. You know? Just continue to be charitable, I guess. Oh, speaking of which, here's Gal Gadot claims Snow White flopped because the pressure on celebrities to bring up things against Israel rather than her terrible acting. This is discussing film saying this. That's crazy. Rather than her terrible acting. That's wild. Discussing film usually takes like a more neutral tone, but it's funny that like this is the one instance where it's like, nah, it's fuck Israel o'clock, and also Gal Gadot is a terrible actress. You can always try to explain with enough wine to fill the Nile. Khalil, no. You can try to give people in the world a context about what's happening in Israel and what the reality is here, but in the end, people decide for themselves. Khalil, no. Israel, no. Yeah, between the ADL adding America first to their list of anti-Semitic terms, and those pro-Israel advocacy groups are doing everything to prop up anti-Semitic conspiracies. Yeah. In case you missed it, U.S. court ruling formally conflates a political symbol of a state of Israel with the Jewish identity, a conflation that is textbook anti-Semitism, which literally is textbook anti-Semitism within the International Holocaust Remembrance Guidelines that even the dude who came up with the guidelines says should never be used to legislate, even though everyone uses it to legislate, regardless of his consistent advocacy against this sort of thing. But of course, when it's in the service of protecting Israel from criticism, this conflation is celebrated. Legal group hails breakthrough as U.S. judge equates Israeli flag with Jewish identity. In the United States of America, it is a First Amendment protected act to burn the American flag. Wait, what the hell? Did I lose my internet? What's happening? It is a First Amendment protected act to burn the American flag, but the Israeli flag now is considered racial discrimination and not political protest, setting legal standard for future cases involving anti-Zionist targeting of Jews. You can't burn the Saudi flag. It represents Islam. Or even one step further, you can't burn the ISIS flag. It represents Islam type beat. Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah. Thank God we're protecting the real flag in the United States of America. So that's one aspect of this. The other aspect of this that I was going to talk about with respect to like anti-Semitic conspiracies intensifying, outside of just like how susceptible Americans are to this kind of thing, due to an endless sequence of Red Scare propaganda, is shit like this. The executive director of Israel's National Cyber Directorate was arrested this week in Las Vegas in a child predator ring sting. This guy works directly under Netanyahu, so of course he was allowed to go back to Israel. This post of the video are from his LinkedIn. Yeah, Tom Alexandrovich was the executive director at Israel National Cyber Directorate. The Nevada Internet Crimes Against Children joint operation included detectives and agents from the ICAC Task Force and the FBI's Child Exploitation Task Force, which includes the Metropolitan Police Department, Federal Bureau of Investigation, North Las Vegas, and Henderson Police Departments. Homeland Security investigations in the Nevada Attorney General's office, according to Metro News release. For the record, this is what I was talking about when I said, like, a lot of these departments are still tasked with, like, combating child predation, for example. Okay? This is them doing the thing that they're supposed to do. This is, like, the one function of the police that is a good thing, objectively, that I think no person other than straightforward lunatics would disagree with, right? Those arrested were David Wanacott Yankee, 40, Tom Artyom Alexandrovich, 38, Jose Alberto Perez Torres, 35, Aniket Brajesh Kumar Sadani, 23, James Ramon, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. They all faced felony charges of luring a child with a computer for a sex act and were booked into the Henderson Detention Center, with the exception of Duncan, who was booked into the Clark County Detention Center. U.S. detains worker from Israel's top cyber defense agency for questioning. Prime Minister's office says incident resolved quickly, ending with brief questioning of National Cyber Directorate staffer before his release and return to Israel. That's right. Tom Alexandrovich, who is the executive director at Israel's National Cyber Directorate, was subsequently detained and swiftly released after being detained and investigated for trying to lure a child. I mean, what do you say? What do you say about this? What can you say about this? I mean, this is just like, what can you fucking say? Yeah, Felix says the same thing. He says, what can you even say at this point? Here's the full Ynet article. It says he was in Vegas and may have been arrested for his conduct. State and local authorities say these men were caught as a part of a sting and had attempted to lure what they thought were children online. That he was allowed to leave the country is utterly scandalous. Okay? An employee under the Israel National Cyber Directorate operating under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office was briefly detained for questioning during a professional conference in the United States where he was representing the state, Ynet learned on Wednesday. After his questioning, he returned to his hotel and flew back to Israel 2 days later. Israeli officials downplayed the incident, saying it carried no political implications and was resolved quickly. The reasons for the questioning remain unclear, but may relate to the employee's conduct. They're going to hold a press conference where the cops apologize for arresting him. They're going to give him the Congressional Medal of Honor and also give him several SSDs filled with stuff the FBI confiscated from non-Israeli pedophiles during the ceremony. You say one bad apple doesn't rot the basket, deflect. To be fair, hear me out. To be fair to Israel, okay? Jeffrey Epstein, not only dead, but also a lot of attention on him, okay? Someone's got to do it. What are they supposed to do? They've fallen on hard times, okay? Yeah, they're trying to put the team back together for one last job. To be fair to Israel is something I never thought I would hear Hasan say. Yeah, because I'm a Zionist, get with the program. Now, when you see stuff like this, and this association with Israel, okay, you understand exactly what's going on. You're like, America literally will treat Israel better than it treats its own citizens, blah, 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 right? The average person doesn't look at this and go, oh, it's because America plays a profoundly important role, or Israel plays a profoundly important role in like American foreign policy, and that's the reason why they've been able to, for the past 80 years, successfully implement a influence peddling operation and also lobbying efforts to implement implement in the minds of many Americans in positions of power, many Americans in general, that like Israel is so important, both from a theological justification for the Christian evangelical Zionists, which is a very important voting bloc in this country, unfortunately, and also anyone else that goes into like institutes of higher learning and learns that like Israel actually is good, because if you ever talk bad about Israel, that means you're anti-Semitic and you're shut off from the conversation in its entirety. Like, they're not going to think about all that. They're just going to go, Jews are doing this. Okay, that's it. So when America behaves in this way, the American government behaves in this way, they literally are fucking doing, okay, this is Jewish conspiracies, I guess. Like, that's what most people fucking see. That's what most people see when they see this. This is what I'm talking about. When you got the government, when you got the Department of Homeland Security black bagging a green card holder and going Shalom Mahmoud for the crime of reflecting the opinion of the broad majority of Americans that like Israel is doing fucked up things. Most Americans, even racist ones, even Islamophobic ones, are going to look at that and go, what the fuck is happening, bro? It's crazy. It's like the David Duke shit of like ZOG, Zionist Occupied Government, which is like an alt-right terminology, right? This is like neo-Nazi shit, okay? Not like neo-Nazi shit, this is directly neo-Nazi shit. it's the government basically saying, no, 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 you don't understand. We are that. Like, we're doing that. We're doing that. We love that shit. Okay. So of course people look to the likes of fucking Nick Fuentes in this process and go, well, that guy was right, I guess. Of course. Meanwhile, all of the fucking dumbass, quote unquote, liberal Zionist institutions are too busy. Israel advocacy organizations are too busy fucking yelling at people like myself, who have actively combated anti-Semitism their entire career and continue to do so to this day. And forms of bigotry across the board. All forms of bigotry, no matter what. That's it. Liberals are more invested in attacking people like myself, people on the left, than they are in combating the fucking fascist movement that is growing. They inevitably end up capitulating that fascist movement that is growing instead of counter-messaging against it. Okay? And then especially when like right-wing attitude and right-wing sentiment is so normalized, yeah, the people that come across as more earnest in that messaging structure are going to end up getting pulled to the fucking top. Okay, but go ahead. If you're a Jewish advocacy organization that is masquerading, or if you're an Israel advocacy organization that's masquerading as a Jewish advocacy organization, or a fucking civil rights movement or something, or a civil rights organization, and you're too predisposed with like yelling at Miss Rachel for saying you shouldn't kill Palestinian children, then you are also actively pushing American society in this direction. Good luck. Have fun with that. And I don't know if it's like deliberate, or I don't know if it's like deeply irresponsible. I don't know if people just don't understand that this is what a lot of these groups are participating in, and a lot of these groups are just basically like moving in that direction. I don't know. I've thought about that a lot, and I think they genuinely wish and prefer anti-Semitic pushback towards Israel as it justifies their worldview. Yes, exactly. They hate people like you the most because you pull their movement down in a way that makes sense. I know. If you're otherwise progressive, if you're progressive except for Palestine, you hear someone like myself, you're going to get a little one-shotted, okay? You're going to be like, wait a minute, I trust this guy on everything else. Let me hear him out here. Okay? As I've jokingly said over and over again, even though it's not really a joke, I'm the one who makes Jonathan Greenblatt's nieces and nephews say fuck Israel. Nick Fuentes is never going to get Jonathan Greenblatt's nieces and nephews to say fuck Israel, because Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite. So he sees that, and that fucking terrifies him. It's the same principle behind Bill A. Packman, Bill Smokes Crackman, whose daughter went to fucking Harvard and became like an anti-Zionist socialist, you know? And that cracked his brain. Yeah, Bill Smokes Crackman. That's it. It's good we're having constructive debates on the U.S.-Israeli relationship, because I too have grown disillusioned with the ability of the aircraft carrier theory to explain everything as succinctly as I may have believed it in the past. What I have come to believe is that the ideological motivations among certain elected U.S. officials play a larger role in driving support for Israel than purely strategic and geopolitical considerations, to the point where ideological commitment often trumps material benefit. It's not the Cold War anymore. Many Gulf monarchies have entirely lost their will to pose an obstacle to Israel or U.S. power projection. The U.S. now has a plethora of compliant client states to choose from beyond Israel, clients that they benefit greatly from in many different ways. I'd be interested to hear other perspectives and thoughts. That's why I say it's a chicken or the egg situation. Okay, that's why I say it's a chicken or the egg situation, where it's like, yes, it is the actual the starting point for this alliance is settler colonialism. That's it, right? It's a carryover from British settler colonial occupation to an exchange into American hands post World War II, Cold War, important ally in that regard, especially when pan-Arabic nationalism is heating up. So, but in that process, Israel's been able to do a lot of both espionage and also a lot of influence peddling in the United States of America, and become seemingly irreplaceable, even though they are very replaceable. But good luck explaining that to anyone over the age of fucking 50. They don't understand it. As a consequence of both the lobby and also all of these other institutions. It is an incredibly, immensely sophisticated propaganda operation. And it's been profoundly successful pre-democratization of the media with social media. That's it. That's why you literally brick people's brains when they see the fucking violence that Israel is engaging in, or and the arrogance from Israeli envoys in mainstream outlets where that doesn't match up with the reality that you're seeing on social media. That's it. There's some truth to this. There's still a lot of material considerations, but support for Israel is so deeply ingrained in U.S. institutions, basically a part of the civic religion. Just like you have to support the concept of equality or social security, you have to support Israel. The anti-Israel stuff genuinely makes no sense to them. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's not even a question. Talk to anybody. That's why, you know, going back to the conversation I had with Matt Does, like, a person like that is seen as a fucking outside radical in these circles, okay? Like, even a person who has played a role initially in, like, advocating on that the Hamas is responsible for barbarism and violence, and it's a right-wing nationalist project, and it's really fucked up. It's like they're the real Nazis, whatever. All the shit that he said early on, and he's Baptist, by the way, I think, right? I think he said it. I mean, Matt Does is a Christian. Where did he get this indoctrination? I mean, he briefly alluded to his own personal indoctrination into Christian Zionism in that conversation that we had, right? But these guys they look at this as like an unconditional force, an unconditional loyalty. Many Americans do. And it has nothing to do with fucking Jews or Judaism either. Like, yes, this doesn't mean that, like, Zionism has not basically turned into a national religion for a lot of Jews, and that is by design. That has been a deliberate mechanism for a lot of secular Jews who don't really care about, like, the religious stuff, but get a sense of community, and it's a formative part of their development. Many of you are in here. You know this. You've reflected on this. You've talked about this actively, right? But, like, Jews ultimately are a tiny fraction of the American population. And before people say, oh, well, they are overrepresented in media or in positions of power, it doesn't matter. You know who else is fucking hyper-represented in those positions? WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, evangelical Protestant Zionists, okay? And guess what? They are literally not only all over the fucking they have a claw grip on the levers of power, but also are deeply invested in the continuation of this allegiance with Israel. That's why I always fucking say that it doesn't matter. Even if every Jew in America turned around and was like, fucking, Israel sucks, we don't want anything to do with this, we're washing our hands of this, okay? American foreign policy would not change on the matter. Do you see what I mean? That's it. I went to a Baptist church in high school. They were definitely brainwashing us into Zionism. It was insane. Yeah. Yeah. What would lawmakers say to all of them then, out of curiosity? I mean, look no further than what's going on in fucking New York. What do you mean? New York is a great example of this. New York Jews voted for Zoran. Majority of New York Jews voted for Zoran, okay, in the primary. Look at the media reporting on this issue. You would think Zoran ran on a campaign of exiling every Jew from New York, and that New York Jews were talking about fucking escaping New York or some shit. They voted for him. They fucking voted for him. How do you not understand? What is actually going on, and the way the media reports on certain things to craft a specific narrative as a fucking mechanism of attack is entirely different. And no, I don't think a Palestinian Christian figure can actually play a role here against WASP and evangelicals. No, look at the way the Christian, I think it was like the Orthodox Christian Palestinian person like living in Palestine and the Tucker Carlson interview. They're like making fun of her for having like a mustache or something, like having facial hair. They're fucking insane, dude. People are insane. Also, look at the Pope. The Pope is pro-Palestine. Nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, that's George Stephanopoulos' actual sister, too, yeah. It's a very uniquely American thing. Growing up Catholic in the DR, I don't remember hearing about Israel in any capacity to the point that I was under the impression they were like a Bible thing until I learned about the Holocaust in the States. Yeah, because the DR has no use for Israel. That's the reason. America does. Did you guys know that Justin Amash is literally Christian Palestinian? Did you know that? Rashida Tlaib is not the only Palestinian congressperson. Justin Amash is a Christian Palestinian congressperson, or was a Christian Palestinian congressperson. He's a Republican, a libertarian. Did you know that? Has that made a difference? No. It don't matter. Yeah, the DR is not on the Security Council. Exactly. Yeah, Justin Amash's family was murdered by Israel when they struck a church that they were sheltering, like near a church they were sheltering at. So, as is the case, I've said to you before, my analysis on the situation is it's both. If you have on the one side the Noam Chomsky analysis, which is like the unsinkable aircraft carrier analysis to show Israel's importance, and then on the other side you have the fucking on the other side you have the Mersheimer perspective, which is the lobby and its pervasive influence on American politics. I say it's both. I say both play a formative role, but one could not exist without the other.
Questions on the words that one uses are at the heart of what I hear many people asking about this war, including Jews, which is, how can they support Zionism if this is the current manifestation of Zionism?
Well, look, it's like, how can you support Islam if Ayatollah Khomeini is the progenitor of it? How can you support Christianity if the Crusades happened? How can you support America?
Yeah, the difference is, okay, people don't do that. No one is associating Saudi Arabia with the entirety of Islam. No one is associating Iran with the entirety of Islam. What the fuck do you mean? Your job is literally, by definition, associating Israel with the entirety of Judaism. So either you're making an argument that, like, they get to do stuff, so why can't we? Or I don't know what the argument would be, actually. That's just the only conclusion here is that you, as a person who does associate Israel with Judaism, because your entire job is to defend Israel by claiming that any critic of Israel is actually doing this because of anti-Semitic, deep anti-Semitic opinions, you're literally... you're just saying, like, they get to do it, why can't we? Christians did chattel slavery, why can't the Jews have a little bit of a genocide? Come on now. That's deeply anti-Semitic. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater argument if your position is literally to tie Israel to Judaism, which is your position. So which one is it? Okay, this is a failure of whataboutism because you're the one who's tying Israel to Judaism. So either you just said your entire fucking position is fraudulent, And you have been an anti-Semitic person this entire time by making this false conflation between Judaism and Zionism, by making this false conflation between Israel and all Jews. Or you're just saying, why can't Jews have a little bit of genocide? Come on now. Like, let me have a little bit of that. Let me get a little piece of the action here.
America, if you disagree with President Trump's policies, or even in the face of larger scale disasters like slavery. Like, so again, Zionism is the right of a people to self-determination. You can be upset with the policies of a government. But again, if you didn't say in the wake of enslavement of Africans, America should be destroyed, if you didn't say in the wake of the Crusades, Christianity has no legitimacy.
Dog, the funny thing is, conservatives, and by the way, this is right-wing reactionary propaganda, for the record. I see this as no different than like a fucking neo-Nazi being like, why are you attacking white people? Why do you hate Christianity? What he's literally fucking arguing here is exactly the same shit. No, that's what people always say. People that want to bring back chattel slavery or reinstate the racial hierarchies and continue the racial domination of black people, people who are white supremacists do say that. And you are a supremacist of a different variety. You are an ethno-religious supremacist. You advocate for Jewish supremacy. You advocate for Jewish domination over the Palestinians. So you turn around and do the exact same argument. White supremacists say the exact same shit that Jonathan Greenblatt is saying. They just say it for Christian nationalism, white people broadly, white men. They have a different seasoning associated with it. And most people don't understand because like Jews in the Western world have historically been a marginalized population with pogroms and also the Holocaust, that a lot of Americans who want to be progressive cannot comprehend that like in Israel over there, Jews are the dominant in-group. They are the white people of Israel, the quote-unquote white people of Israel. They don't have to look white. I just mean white as a socio-political construct of who has the power, who is the in-group. You say Jews control the media in America, you're anti-Semitic. You say Jews control the media in Israel, you're just reflecting on the reality. Okay, do you understand? I mean, this is a humorous way to describe it, but that's the major difference. You put a fucking Star of David on the side of a fucking apartment complex to mark that a Jewish person is living there in the Western world. That might mean you're about to do a hate crime, an anti-Semitic hate crime. But in Israel, settlers mark Palestinian houses with the Star of David, and that is an indication of a hate crime of a different sort that is about to take place. They are going to light that house up. They are going to push those Palestinians out of that home. They are going to engage in a pogrom. That's the difference between the power dynamic. And of course, I would take it one step further and even say that in the Western world, the only reason why this is the one specific group that has some kind of like real systemic power in quote unquote canceling people and deplatforming people is because of its ties to American foreign policy. Because anti-Semitism is used successfully, or at least was used successfully, as a mechanism of deflection and a shield for Israel. That is the only reason. That is the only reason, because Americans don't give a fuck about any of this shit. They don't. They broadly do not care. So if you're always wondering, like, why is it that this is the one marginalized group in the United States of America that people seemingly do care about, okay, or that institutions do actually move in the direction of, and will go through a tedious list of dog whistles to figure out whether or not someone is being anti-Semitic, and then like end up deplatforming them or whatever. At least they did. Okay, that is the reason, because it is used as a primary vehicle to defend Israel. It's a primary vehicle to stop conversations from taking place about Israel in the United States of America. Okay? That's it. That's it. And of course, part of the process is that, and this is something that I also talk about quite frequently, but like, there is no comparison between the systematic discrimination that still exists against Muslims in this country, that still exists against black people in this country, that still exists broadly against brown people in this country, versus systemic discrimination against Jews in this country. Jews can still very much be victim to anti-Semitic hate crimes. But as far as like some sort of systemic disenfranchisement, it does not happen. That it used to, but in contemporary American society, that does not happen. Okay? This doesn't mean that anti-Semitism is not a hateful bigotry. It is. But disenfranchisement of Jews broadly by the systems is like disenfranchisement of Slavs broadly by the systems. It happened in the past. It doesn't happen any longer. Of course, the systematic disenfranchisement of Jews was far more consequential given that the Holocaust happened. But once again, remember, it's just, it's not the same as different forms of bigotry, and the defense mechanism that exists only exists because it is used as a weapon to defend Israel in American discourse. American citizens are getting rounded up based on color of their skin and what language they're talking as we speak for deportation. Exactly.
If you don't say in the wake of the oppression of women for centuries, Islam has no right, then why would you feel differently about this? Again,
I'm only trying to carry. I'm trying to.
Yeah, why do you care so much about the Jewish state? Why do you care so much about the Jewish state? It's a terrible argument. Anyone looking for purely materialist and realpolitik reasoning to explain the U.S.-Israel relationship will come away frustrated. Number one, this is David Grossman. I think the best place to start understanding that relationship is through looking at the first Western imperial power to control Palestine, England. A Christmas gift for the British people says so much. 100 years before President Donald Trump recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital, British Prime Minister David Lloyd George proclaimed that the city would be a Christmas gift for the British people. Using Jerusalem as a means to impress the public, the Prime Minister insisted that a symbolic victory in Palestine would bolster morale as they fought battles on the Western Front. And in June 1917, with his sights set on defeating the Ottoman Empire, Lord George appointed General Edmund Allenby as the High Commissioner of Egypt and gave him one of the most consequential orders in modern Middle East history, to capture Jerusalem by Christmas. Christmas gift, of course, implies the religious appeal of control, but also that Palestine is a reward, likely for the high cost of World War I. Capturing Jerusalem by Christmas vaguely points towards Crusaders, the idea of a reachable and controllable past in a real physical place. Looking at the American relationship, you find something similar, placing onto Israel qualities that feel generically American: courage, tenacity, being the underdog. The quote from Nixon in 1974 is the first American president to visit. Upon his arrival in Israel, Nixon said in a 15-minute ceremony at Ben Gurion Airport, "I can only say that the friendship that we have for this nation, the respect, the admiration we have for the people of this nation, their courage, their tenacity, their firmness in the face of very great odds, is one that makes us proud to stand with Israel, as we have in the past in times of trouble." Israel has been able to successfully market itself as like an American commodity, an American partner, or rather an extension of America to American society broadly. Israel has also, as Theodore Herzl, the founding father of Zionism, chose to try and market Israel as a settler colonial project to different subsects of Jews that were ideologically and theologically against the creation of the Israeli nation state for Jews. He went to different groups and advocated differently, okay? He marketed it. Israel does the same still to this day. You go to evangelical Christian circles, and you got guys like Gilad Erdan, former UN envoy, former UN ambassador to Israel, visiting Pastor John Hagee's church only a couple months after October 7, 2023, to talk to them about how you're on the side of the good here. You're actually going to basically bring back the rapture. You think anyone in Israel fucking legitimately believes that? Maybe some of the fucking Messianic Jews, but like, they don't. That's not, Gilad Erdan doesn't believe that the fucking rapture is going to happen. Okay? Theodore Herzl, founding father of Zionism, was secular. Why did he want Israel to be implemented in the biblical Israel, the biblical land for the Jews? Because he thought he could bring a lot of religious Jews on board doing that. The initial attempts were either to build it in Uganda. Some people even floated the idea of Argentina as well. Why did they build it? Where they built it? Marketing. As noted perfectly in High Noon, Jews in the Cinematic Wild West, How the West Was Made. In 1958, Manischewitz Company released a 6-minute pass-over record created by Harold Stern. A real honest-to-goodness Jewish cowboy from Central Texas, anticipating giggles and incredulity from his urban Jewish listeners, Stern remarks, frankly, there's nothing so unusual about being a Jewish cowboy. It was a history lesson pressed onto a novelty record, alternating between Stern's folksy monologue and musical interludes by Israeli singer/accordionist Avram Grobert. The mashup was hardly accidental. Israeli mythmakers and filmmakers recognized American Westerns as a useful symbol for their own Zionist project, reimagining the cowboy as a chalutz, pioneer, or sabra, native-born. The Western town is an agricultural community, moshav, or kibbutz. Rifles as machine guns, denim jeans as khaki pants, Stetsons as temple hats, boots as sandals, and Native Americans as Arabs. The album Jacket bio touts Stern's combination of the physical skills and mental aptitude, an image in line with Israel's new Jew. Israel as a new frontier in line with the American conquest of native peoples was quickly understood by those wanting to make the new country appeal to America. As Ilan Pappé notes, in The Idea of Israel, early Israeli cinema often looked directly to the Western. And remember, Jabotinsky and Herzl at different times has openly revealed that Israel was a colonial project. The early Zionist movement did not actually mince words on the colonial aspect of this. Okay? You have to remember, the idea that the progressive forces defend Israel is a relatively new phenomena in the grand scheme of things. Okay, it's a relatively new phenomena. People were just like, yeah, no, this is a colonialism. This is a settler colonial operation. Okay, Zionism is a settler colonial operation. We know it. We don't mince our words. We just say it as it is. Okay. Yeah, just as Manifest Destiny, just as Lebensraum, Greater Israel as a project is colonial in its ambitions. You're saying that an imperialist ethno-supremacist Nazi state got inspired by the U.S.? Yeah, not the first one. Yeah, I'm saying that, and I'm also saying not the first one. The OG, the one that we all know is bad, the German version of this, also was inspired by the United States of America, as you guys know, if you are students of history. You know? Not the first one at all. Let's be fair, though. Hitler thought the American one-drop rule was too severe to apply in Germany for Jews. That's true. It's also much more difficult to apply the one-drop rule in that situation because, like, you know, Ashkenazi Jews are white. I think that's more of a, it's just like difficult to implement. For those of you who don't know, one-drop rule is at the heart of white supremacy. The notion that even if you have a single drop of the blood of a black person, you are still black. Cinema added its own dimension to the myth of annihilation and associated the Nazi ideology of human extermination with Arab intentions in 1948, as we can see in films such as Hill 24, They Were 10, and of course Exodus. An especially blunt version is to be found in the feature film Amud Chaesh, Pillar of Fire, in 1959, not to be confused with the television series discussed later on with a similar name. It is the story of a small southern kibbutz locked in a desperate fight against Egyptian tanks. The American Jewish director Larry Frisch staged the film as a classical western where the cowboys have to fight the savage Indians, who do not appear in the film but are implicitly presented as targets whenever the brave Zionist soldiers shoot someone in the dark. In one scene, there are obscure images in the distance that seem to be dangerous Arabs. Zionism, as an expansion of the colonial imagination, was of course first noted by Jabotinsky in The Iron Wall, who I was talking about, the other founding father, I guess, aside from Theodore Herzl, which lavishes praise on the Pilgrim Fathers. The native populations, civilized or uncivilized, have always stubbornly resisted the colonialists, irrespective of whether they were civilized or savage. And it made no difference whether the colonists behaved decently or not. The companions of Cortez and Pizarro, or, as some people will remind us, our own ancestors under Joshua ben Nun, behaved like brigands. But the Pilgrim Fathers, the real first pioneers of North America, were people of the highest morality who did not want to do harm to anyone, least of all to the Red Indians. And they honestly believed that there was room enough in the prairies for both the paleface and the redskin. Yet the native population fought with the same ferocity against the good colonists as against the bad. Every native population, civilized or not, regards this land as its national home, of which it is the sole master. And it wants to retain that mastery always. It will refuse to admit not only new masters, but even new partners or collaborators. Imperialist powers saw within Palestine and Zionism a reflection of their own national mythos. They were right in a lot of ways, especially considering the tendency for these myths to cover up genocide. That's it. Overzealous released a new video about what you're talking about. How to destroy every Zionist talking point from Overzealous 2 hours ago. What a fucking fantastic video to start with. Respond to Squirrel. What makes you think I don't fucking talk to Squirrel already, or have talked to Squirrel already? Remember what I said earlier when I will be covering something that's going on that pertains to Israel-Palestine, and people will come in and like try to fucking farm drama? Like, I'll give you a great example of one of the things that Scroll was like posting, where it's like, why won't Hasan have, you know, Aaron Mate on? Why won't Hasan have Ali Abu, I don't want to say his last name wrong, Electronic Intifada's own Ali Abu Nime on? Not knowing that I talked to both Aaron Monte and also Ali as well, and was planning on linking up with him in Chicago. We just didn't have enough time. Ali Abu Nima. Okay. And I'm going to still have him on the broadcast, hopefully, when I go to the Palestine People's Conference at the end of this month in Michigan. So a lot of people just like get mad about certain things because they just don't know the entire, they don't know what's going on behind the scenes, for example. One of the funniest things that people fucking criticize me over is whenever people say, Hasan, why don't you have any Palestinians on? It's like, bro, I've had more fucking Palestinians from Gaza who are directly still in Gaza. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? People will be like, oh, Hasan only has liberal Zionists on. Excuse me. How do you deal with people that just lack object permanence when it comes to just, I don't know, any number of different things that are happening in the world? You can't. So stop fucking focusing on the noise. And if you see someone saying shit like that that's just like patently incorrect, you can correct them. That's it. All right. I love you, but you're complaining too much about people complaining about you. See, this is the other side of the fucking equation. I think that's a fair assessment. I'm still gonna fucking give you an hour off because you're not seeing the amount of people that we're fucking banning already in the chat, and amount of people that have come in to be fucking nuisances, even though I have already described, I've already told you what my position is.
Disclaimer. This video deals with sensitive and contentious topics, one of which is race. Scientific consensus affirms that race is a social construct with no real biological basis. The usage of the term race throughout this video has nothing to do with biology or science in any meaningful sense. Race is a human invention, created to impose arbitrary hierarchical distinctions between people. Distinctions with very real consequences. And as this video progresses, we will see how many different supremacist ideologies, from Zionism to Nazism, flirt with such a construction to serve their specific goals. Plenty of nationalist projects rely on grand nation-building narratives and myths, and when it comes to the state of Israel...
Shouts out the overzealots for this video, debunking every Zionist talking point, destroying every Zionist talking point. We're going to go through. This is a long video, but I think it's a very good one. I'm going to go pee real quick.
Those narratives are abundant. Israel derives much of its sense of legitimacy from ahistorical fables, some informed by religious texts, others crafted as post hoc justifications for the fascistic aspirations of the Zionist project. Ultimately, these nation-building narratives serve to oppress and subjugate the Palestinian people while offering a veneer of legitimacy to the settler colonial state of Israel. This video is meant to be a kind of guide for dealing with Israeli propaganda. I'll go over every major Zionist talking point and offer a rebuttal. I recommend watching it all the way through the first time and then using the timestamps in the description if you ever want to revisit specific sections. This will be part 1 of a 2-part series. In this episode, I'll be tackling the historical narrative surrounding the state of Israel, its formation, the biblical and ancient myths it leans on, and more. The next episode will focus on more contemporary Zionist propaganda. It's important when dealing with this topic, or any topic for that matter, we not only take into account the mainstream narrative that's constantly shoved in our faces, but we do the proper research and try to understand the entire picture. Challenging our blind spots is how we arrive at a genuine understanding, and the sponsor of today's video can help with that. I use Ground News to get a feel for how a story is being covered across the political spectrum, which outlets are in the forefront and which ones choose to engage in omission. For example, if we take a look at this article titled, "Amnesty International says Israel and aid system use starvation to commit Gaza genocide," the majority of the coverage is by left-leaning media outlets, with only a few right-wing outlets picking up the story. Ground News's bias comparison tool is another feature I find helpful. With just a click of a button, we can get an overview and learn that left-leaning outlets frame Israel's actions as a deliberate genocidal campaign, while right-leaning outlets emphasize Israel's rebuttals and undermine claims of Israeli intent. This can be further illustrated by comparing the way the headlines are written in the leftmost outlets with the way they're written in the center or the rightmost outlets. The Intercept, the furthest left outlet to present this story, used more accusatory and charged language than its center or right-wing counterpart. Ground News also makes it easy to see who owns and funds the publications in question, as well as their factuality. So subscribe to get 40% off the Unlimited Vantage plan by using my link, groundnews.com/over, or by clicking the link below. Now let's get back to the video. Land for a people without land. This talking point is fairly straightforward. The idea is that Jews had nowhere to go, and the land of Palestine was nothing more than a barren desert waiting for their arrival.
When many Jewish people return...
It's funny because, like, I feel like he's just condensing 10 myths into a 1 hour and 31-minute video and expanding on it as well. This is why it's like a fairly solid starting point. 10 myths by Elon Pape is a really good starting point to this conversation for a lot of people.
To the promised land in the 1800s, the land was dry and barren. But just like the Bible says, Israelis have found unique ways to make the desert bloom and prosper.
In actuality, Palestine had a thriving society well before the arrival of Zionist settlers. A notable region was that of Jabal Nablus during the 18th and 19th century Ottoman rule. Nablus, the legendary city within the region of Jabal Nablus, was more than just some important interior city, but it was the heart for regional trade and local manufacturing. It was the most important of the interior cities in terms of continuous settlement, density of population, economic activity, leadership role, and degree of autonomy within Ottoman rule, wrote Palestinian-American academic Bishara Doumani. He goes on to point out how features usually associated with so-called modernization, such as commercial agriculture, a money economy in the rural...
The Boers say this about the Cape too? Yes, and white supremacists still say this about Zimbabwe. they say, oh, Rhodesia had technological proficiency, but then when it fell to the hands of dangerous Africans, which is, you know, the indigenous population, of course, you know, they claim that the real problem was not the real problem was not necessarily the fucking. This is what I mean. Look. Yeah, they still say that about South Africa. They say it about India too. But the real problem is, of course, not like crippling sanctions or a revenge campaign, pretty much. But instead is actually simply because black people are inferior. Like, it's a relitigation of white supremacist propaganda.
Areas, differentiation within the peasantry, commoditization of land, and ties to the world market were present in Jabal Nablus before they were supposedly introduced by the Egyptian occupation, the Ottoman Tanzimat, or Jewish colonization. Palestine even had its own legendary rulers like Zahir al-Umar, as well as its own unique political complexities and strategic alliances. By the 19th century, Palestine was even starting to develop its own nationalism and secularization movements, in which people from all backgrounds could unite in their shared territory, language, and history. But this cultural momentum was unfortunately halted and uprooted by the Zionist movement. Palestinians also had their own unique cultural understanding of and relationship with the land, and notably, the city of Jerusalem. It was more than just a holy site for them, but an administrative center, an education hub, home to important newspapers, clubs, and more. And Jerusalem was far from the sole city of importance in Palestine. Historian Rashid Khalidi points out how the cities of Jaffa and Haifa were beginning to grow rapidly prior to the First World War. Increased trade with Europe, the building of new railways for which these ports were terminals, and the consequent stimulation of economic activity in their immediate hinterland all contributed to their growth and made them commercial centers of the country. So the idea that Palestine was some barren desert devoid of culture or identity until the Zionists arrived and made it bloom is patently false. There was an entire way of life there, from a distinctive Palestinian dialect to customs to rituals and more. As American biblical scholar Miller Burrows wrote in his book, Palestine is Our Business, quite untrue is the statement that the majority of Muslims were Bedouins. Actually, most of the Palestinian Arabs, both Muslim and Christian, were farmers living in permanent villages. The rest were craftsmen, shopkeepers, and professional men living in the principal cities. Even in Turkish times, the density of the Arab population in Palestine, aside from the southern desert, was about that of the state of Michigan. Yeah. By 1947, it had almost doubled, reaching a figure of nearly 1.3 million.
Pretty sparsely populated, actually, because there wasn't a lot there.
As for the claim that Jews were a landless people who had no choice but to return to...
That's, again, is racist, ahistorical garbage. It is a way to try and justify the initial ethnic cleansing with manifest destiny terminology, which ironically enough is still cruel, but it actually at least like corresponds to American attitudes. But even then it's also wrong, okay? Like even if Palestinians, the indigenous population there, were like Bedouins, okay, living in tents or whatever, you don't get to fucking kill them. What are we talking about? You don't get to ethnically displace them. Do you see what I mean? That's still completely unacceptable, but it's also completely untrue. So even in the way that they have tried to propagandize this position of ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement, like it's not only ahistorical, but even the ahistorical attitude is still morally completely unconscionable.
Their conveniently empty and totally uninhabited homeland. This is just the other half of the lie. As Israeli historian Ilan Pappé wrote, Palestine was a land without people goes hand in hand with the Jews were a people without land. Two sides of the same manufactured slogan. A slogan that served more as a marketing tool for Zionism than any kind of historical truth. Pappé even questions whether the early Zionist settlers can be understood as a people at all. He highlights how the very idea of turning Jews into a nation was more so pushed by Christian Zionists. These were Christians, often deeply anti-Semitic, who wanted Jews to quote-unquote return to Palestine in order to fulfill their apocalyptic fantasies about the second coming of the Messiah. But it wasn't just...
Yeah, the greatest trick the greatest trick here is not like what white supremacists always say is like Jewish trickery. The greatest trick here is to directly lay the blame of Israel in the hands of Jews in general, okay? And this is, of course, in especially contemporary American history, unfortunately not helped by many Zionist Jews who play a formative role in spearheading this effort, for sure. But it's literally a formative part of Christian evangelical Zionism. This is why I always say is like people, so many white nationalists, Christian nationalists, unironically refuse to recognize the incredibly important role Christian Zionism plays in the formation of the Israeli state and the continuation of support for the Israeli state, no matter how violent that project got. It's crazy. A much larger force in the population.
Theology. Some also believed that supporting Jewish colonization in Palestine would produce reliable geopolitical allies in the region. For them, it was a win-win. They got to offload Jewish communities from their own countries and gain influence in the Middle East. Zionism, as we can see, was therefore a Christian project of colonization before it became a Jewish one, Pape writes. Whether they came from the US, Britain, or Germany, these Christian supporters of Zionism pushed the return of the Jews long before modern political Zionism even emerged under Theodor Herzl in the late 1800s. So you might be wondering, what does all of this have to do with refuting the idea that Jews were a people without land? The point is this slogan was never a genuine description of reality.
Also, yeah, it's unironically exactly what the Nazis said. Jews are rootless cosmopolitans. They're always outsiders in every community that they're a part of. It is literally adopting the anti-Semitic framing of Jews in general, okay? And maybe in like, in ancient times, okay, maybe in like the medieval era, or maybe all the way up until like pre-World War II, this kind of like ethnic tension or this kind of tribalistic sentiment was somewhat more normal, I guess, even if its impact was unimaginably violent, with exceptions in that time frame, with like the Ottoman Empire being one of those exceptions, right? The irony in modern day, and also like in the growing fascist movements at the time, is that in an effort to implement the Zionist project, this anti-Semitic framework was formative in getting Jews to believe that they were rootless cosmopolitans themselves. This is why I get mad about the Jewish diaspora argument. Okay, this is why it's like a frustrating thing to hear all the time, where it's like, oh, you know, the Jewish diaspora Jews believe in this, diaspora Jews believe in that. It's like, brother, the fuck do you mean? Jews who have had longer roots in New York City than the inception of the nation state of Israel are not fucking diaspora Jews that are just away from the homeland of Israel. The homeland of Israel is a much newer project. This doesn't mean that there aren't plenty of American Jews who also go along with this, because again, social conditioning is just stupid.
It was a coordinated narrative crafted by both Christian and later Jewish Zionists to justify a settler colonial project. It created a neat, moral-sounding myth to hide a violent reality. In truth, Zionism was a fringe idea among Jews at the time. In making the argument that the Jews were a nation belonging to Palestine and therefore should be helped to return to it, Pape writes, they had to rely on British officials and later military power. Jews and the world at large did not seem to be convinced that the Jews were a people without land. As Professor Yuri Ram puts it in his essay on Zionist historiography, where he demonstrates how nation-building myths and grand narratives helped shape the Zionist project and remain deeply embedded in the lore of the Israeli state to this day, he writes, "The national features imputed to Jewishness by Zionism were not initially taken for granted or widely accepted by Jews in general, and therefore their later almost universal acceptance should be considered as an outcome of invention and persuasion and eventually Nazi persecution, rather than as a natural and inevitable evolution of Jewishness as such. In fact, at the beginning of the 19th century, the secular Jewish cultural elite explicitly rejected the attribution of national significance to their cultural affiliation and considered the nations among whom they lived as their brethren, in the states where they lived as their homelands. Some even suggested that all mention of the return to Zion be removed from the prayer book, and some actually performed this. At the other end of the spectrum, Orthodox Jews also rejected emphatically the attribution of modern national features to Jewish identity, and some later became extreme anti-Zionists. See, the truth is, Jews themselves didn't originally buy into the whole land without a people for a people without a land slogan. Palestine wasn't empty, and Jews had homelands. They lived all over the world, often in relative peace and harmony with their neighbors, notably in the Middle East before the rise of Zionism and colonialism, which sparked nationalist reactions from others in the region. Jews were often even seen as respected pillars in their communities, which we will get deeper into in a later segment. It's also true that Jews have been undeniably wrongfully persecuted and mistreated throughout time, primarily in Europe. But that doesn't give the Zionist movement the right to weaponize and inflict that trauma onto an unrelated group of people, the Palestinians, and subject them to occupation and genocide. Congolese people, Kurdish people, many groups of people have been wrongfully subjected to subjugation and oppression throughout history. The Romani people have been wrongfully persecuted in very similar ways to European Jewry and have sustained massive losses during the Holocaust. I doubt any of us would argue that they too should get a hyper-nationalistic, neo-fascist, ethnocratic state built at the expense of some unrelated group. Zionism is just the belief that Jews should have a place to go. This myth comes in many forms, but the gist is always the same, that Zionism is a harmless movement. You'll hear it framed in different ways, from Zionism just allows for Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, to it gives Jews a place to go.
I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
This narrative can be really tricky to push back on, mostly because a lot of people don't actually have a clear understanding of what Zionism is, and this talking point aims to convince you that it's nothing malevolent. Fundamentally, Zionism is a supremacist, settler-colonial, ethno-nationalist, and genocidal ideology in all of its forms. It advocates for a Jewish state, along with a legal and military apparatus designed to maintain a Jewish demographic majority in the land of Palestine. By its very nature,
for the Nazis, it was the folk, right? The Übermensch, the Aryan nation, comprised of whatever the identity was at the time, like the in-group was at the time. And for Zionism, it's Jews. That's it. And the more we allow this dangerous fascist ideology to manifest without actively going against it, okay, the more we allow this ideology to exist in different forms, and of course there's always going to be marketing, okay, there's always going to be marketing to try and market this kind of sentiment to different subsects of American society from all different backgrounds, like in the same way that if you want to sell the occupation of Afghanistan, the liberals, you say, well, the Taliban is like anti-women, right? The Taliban is against women. The Taliban is homophobic. If you want to sell it to the Republicans, you say they're primitive and violent, and they want to kill us. They hate us because they ain't us. And every different group has a different thing that they're interested in, but ultimately the goal is still the same. Zionism works in the same exact way, because just like the occupation of Afghanistan, it has like an imperialist root. This is precisely the reason why, for evangelical Christians in the South, Zionism is a theological project that needs to happen so that the rapture can happen. But if you want to talk to a squishy liberal in the in New York, for example, you sell it as like, well, the Arabs are scary, right? Like, think about how scary the Arabs are. Think about how gay Israel is. Israel is so gay. Isn't that awesome? The ultimate goal is still the same. It's a continuation of the exterminationist project. The Jewish supremacist exterminationist project, the expulsion or death and destruction of all non-Jews in the area for the greater Israeli project to exist. That's it. Yeah, I saw the ICJ judge from Uganda or whatever said, not sure exact details, sorry. Yes, she is a evangelical Christian and a fucking absolute sociopath, an absolute freak. She is an evangelical Zionist. She said, I've been placed on this earth by God to defend Israel. That's what she said. And this is not a disqualifying thing, okay? She says she's on a mission from God to defend Israel. One of the judges on the International Court of Justice.
Zionism requires the removal and replacement of the indigenous Palestinian population. This was clearly understood by the early Zionists.
Yeah, she's on a mission from God to bring about the apocalypse. That's a real ass fucking judge, bro.
Settlers. So the idea that it was just a benign movement for Jews who wished to live peacefully alongside Palestinians is false. From the start, Zionists, left and right wing, knew their project would mean displacing the native population, and they did everything they could to achieve that reality. And don't worry, every claim that I'm making right now will be backed up with receipts in the next segment when we talk about the colonial nature of Zionism. Zionists today often claim that they were returning to a rightful homeland, but this too is a myth crafted to justify settler colonial aims. The original Zionists didn't even see Palestine as their only option. It was more or less chosen as a marketing tool. The father of modern political Zionism and Israeli national hero Theodor Herzl, who, by the way, was a secular Jew, as were most of the leading figures of his movement, can be seen in his pamphlet, A Jewish State, weighing the pros and cons of a Jewish homeland in either Palestine or Argentina, saying he'd take either one. Shall we choose Palestine or Argentina? Argentina is one of the most fertile countries in the world, extends over a vast area, and has a sparse population and a mild climate. The reason he landed on Palestine was mostly branding and the marketability of the religious connotations Palestine invokes. A
major hurdle for the Zionist project early on was the religious Jews that were like, what the fuck are you saying? Without the Messiah coming back, Jews should not have a land to themselves. Like, there is no national project. It goes against the text. It goes against the rabbinical text. There is no theological justification for building a Jewish nation state. And therefore, in order to get some of the religious Jews, specifically Orthodox Jews, on board, and also get tremendous support from evangelical Christian Zionists, Herzl was like, oh yeah, we'll go to the biblical land of Israel. That's why it's so like Bible focused. Have you guys never thought it was weird? Like, has that never struck you as odd how much of a biblical focus Israel has as a nation state? Like, it's important. Jerusalem is, of course, a profoundly important place for all three of the Abrahamic religions, okay? But why is this so fucking hammed up? Muslims believe in the text of the Bible more than the Jews do. If we're going to talk just about religion, Islam came after Christianity and therefore abides by the scripture as well, with some exceptions that, like, Jesus Christ was a prophet, but was not literally the direct son of God. Okay? I mean, this isn't even like, why would anybody fucking care about what the Bible says? That's not even what I'm saying. Which is obviously a perfectly reasonable, argument as well in this process. and it's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
Every name of Palestine would attract our people with a force of marvelous potency, he wrote. Herzl's deliberation between the two radically different countries seriously undermines the narrative that Zionism was always a movement to return Jews to their ancestral homeland in Palestine. Another pernicious aspect...
How do you counter that argument? The Bible? You can't point to a fucking... You can't point to religious text to be like, this is why we have to literally... ethnically cleanse everyone that lives here. What do you mean? It's the Bible. First of all, there's not a single fucking Christian that actually abides by everything in the Bible. Okay? We're not stoning motherfuckers to death for you know, mixing fabrics. We're not killing people for eating shellfish. Okay? What do you mean? So why is it that we're picking and choosing and then we're deciding that like the Bible is actually a historically accurate text that must be followed? At no point in the Bible does it say like Israel has to be given back to the Jews anyway. That's like an evangelical interpretation that came after. You know, it's the fucking Bible. It's fiction. What do you mean? Okay, I wrote a book. I wrote a book and I hallucinated something in the book. You have to believe it now. I know some people that justifies Israel's existence based on those texts, like the conversation reaches a dead end. Yeah, but those people also believe in a whole lot of nonsensical bullshit.
Of Zionism is that it transforms members of the Jewish identity into a nation, even a kind of race of people. Jews worldwide, no matter where they're born, are instantly considered part of the nation of Israel and are immediately eligible for Israeli citizenship under the 1950 Law of Return.
Could you say about the Quran? Yeah. What do you think? I do say the same thing. Religious texts are great if you are personally abiding by it and it gives you comfort, gives you a sense of direction. That's fine. I don't care. Great. But if you use religious scripture, religious texts to justify doing harm to others, then, you know, at that point, it's completely irrelevant. Okay? You can't do that. You can't legislate by way of religion, which is technically against Islam as well, even though throughout the Ottoman Empire, for example, there were plenty of instances where, like, there was not a perfect continuation of Sharia, this is law, right? Religious, you know, Islamic law, because the Quran is the last version of the Abrahamic religions. It's the most updated version, and therefore it has the most amount of practices in it. It has like, it even has like laws in it. Sharia, that's what it is, right? But no one has, just like Christians don't follow all of the scriptures, no historic or contemporary Muslim state has ever abided by the full every single standard of Sharia, because religion at the end of the day is always left up to interpretation. That is not true. Here we go. Taskid Noah.
Meanwhile, Palestinians born in Palestine are excluded and their UN-affirmed right of return is denied. See, when the Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from their lands in 1948, the UNGA issued Resolution 194 stating that they, as well as their descendants, ought to be able to...
What is this? Muhammad? What is this? Hasanabi doesn't criticize Islam when it's literally anti-liberalism. Hasanabi is a cop-out. He won't criticize Sharia law when it's anti-liberalism. Did you not hear the words that just came out of my mouth? That no historic Muslim nation, whether the caliphate under the control of the Ottoman Empire or even contemporary Muslim countries, has actually abided by Sharia or any sort of like religious law in its entirety, that would be ridiculous. The difference here is that I even compared it to how Christians do not fucking abide by Christian scripture as a mechanism to legislate. But of course, when it's Muslims, you have a different attitude about it. This distinction is Islamophobia. You are the one who is being inconsistent, and because you have no argument here, you just go, come on, bro. That's it. I agree with you, brother. No, you don't. You just said I cop out and I don't criticize Islam.
To return to the homes and land they lost, or, if they choose, be compensated. The Zionists have ignored this. As the Israeli High Court affirmed in the 70s, there is no Israeli nation separate from the Jewish people. Zionism essentially gives Jewishness a nationalist dimension and uses the Jewish identity and the historical discrimination tied to it to shield its ethno-supremacist and eliminationist aspirations. Funnily enough, the myths Zionism leans on often mirror the same ideas pushed by anti-Semites. See, the Jewish identity is widely understood as ethno-religious, with massive distinctions between different subgroups like European Ashkenazi Jews, Yemenite Jews, Middle Eastern Mizrahim more broadly, Ethiopian Jews, and so forth. But ultimately, these groups feel connected by their common faith, some practices, and historical narrative, even though, culturally, and for a long time prior to the revival of Israeli Hebrew, linguistically, they are very different. And as
yes, Hebrew was a liturgical language and was not commonly utilized by Jews all around the world, with the exception of rabbinical texts. It was the post-Israeli nation-state project's goal to make Hebrew the national language or the international language of all Jews in general. And as a matter of fact, a big part of this also was the death of Yiddish. That's why when you see like in the United States of America, when you see like places that are places that you know, like Yiddish language school or things of that nature, a lot of times the people that are trying to keep Yiddish alive are met with resistance from those who promote Israel, those who are pro-Israel, like Jews who are pro-Israel.
Historian Shlomo Sand argues, by transforming Jews into a nation or a race, the Zionist project heavily echoes anti-Semitic tropes. If there was no common cultural denominator among the communities of the Jewish religion, how could they be connected and set apart by ties of blood? Are the Jews an alien nation race, as the anti-Semites have imagined and sought to persuade us since the 19th century? What are the prospects of defeating this doctrine, which assumes and proclaims that Jews have distinctive biological features? In the past, it was Jewish blood. Today, it's a Jewish gene. When so many Israeli citizens are fully persuaded of their racial homogeneity. Another historical irony, there were times in Europe when anyone who argued that all Jews belonged to a nation of alien origin would have been classified at once as an anti-Semite. Nowadays, anyone who dares to suggest that the people known in the world as Jews, as distinct from today's Jewish Israelis, have never been and are still not a people or a nation is immediately denounced as a Jew hater. Sand illustrates perfectly in that passage how Zionism not only harms Palestinians, who are very clearly its primary victims, but also Jews by weaponizing and bastardizing their identity and ultimately feeding into anti-Semitic tropes. Another example of how Zionism flirts with the same ideological space as Nazism comes from one of the movement's key figures, Ze'ev Jabotinsky, who openly expressed belief in unchangeable racial traits among Jews.
Yeah, for the record, from Jabotinsky onward, the tradition of prominent Jewish thinkers who were Zionists and their similarities to literally at the time existing Nazis and now existing neo-Nazis has never really gone away. So if you think that like that one guy in the Israeli Knesset that has his own Wikipedia section dedicated to his Hitler quotes, his praise of Adolf Hitler is unique, He's not. Okay? He's not.
Who brought up among Germans may assume German custom, German words. He may be wholly imbued with that German fluid, but the nucleus of his spiritual structure will always remain Jewish, because his blood, his body, his physical racial type.
Moshe Feiglin, yes, is who I'm talking about, who has his own, who has an entire segment of his Wikipedia page dedicated to his praise for Adolf Hitler. He is a former minister of the Knesset in Israel. He still praises Hitler to this day. I say former, he's no longer a minister of the Knesset, but he still praises Hitler to this day. He has said over and over again, just like the Nazis, like we have to ethnically cleanse Gaza, for example, as recently as like a couple months ago. Yeah. Feiglin considers himself to be a libertarian.
Jewish. It is impossible for a man to become assimilated with people whose blood is different from his own. And then he goes on a weird diatribe about how mixed marriages ruin racial purity. This is...
Which, again, I'm going to repeat this one more time. Interfaith marriages is seen with disdain by many Zionists, including the Apartheid Defense League's very own progressive, quote-unquote, civil rights advocacy organization leader, Jonathan Greenblatt. You hear a white guy say that, you're like, that's crazy. That's crazy talk. What do you mean? You want to ban miscegenation? You want to ban race mixing? You want to keep your race and your ethno-religion pure? That seems weird. Interesting.
Nazi shit, nearly word for word. But again, Zionism is, at its core, a similarly ethno-supremacist ideology. There is no form of it that is benign or harmless. If Zionism were simply the idea that Jews should be able to live in Palestine, cool, I'd agree. Jews already lived in Palestine well before the European Zionist settlers showed up. That's not what Zionism is. By design, a quote-unquote Jewish state requires withholding equal rights from the non-Jewish people living there and legally enshrines ethno-supremacy. The non-Jewish elements ultimately serve as a contradiction to the project of Zionism and therefore must be done away with or subjugated. Funnily enough, the early Zionist settlers once viewed Holocaust survivors as contradictory to the project of Zionism because they reminded them of the diaspora Jew who they perceived as weak and antithetical to the new, heroic Jew they were trying to build in Israel. More on that in a later segment. Zionism's own founders and pioneers made it clear. Their goal was to build a nation state that serves Jewish interests exclusively.
Look. Look at that.
A lot of October 8th Jews.
Is it your sense that Jewish people are getting complacent, that they're not engaging to the degrees and levels we should be?
I have met a lot of October 8th Jews for whom the massacre on October 7th was a wake-up call. I've met a lot of people who feel much more galvanized, much more organized. But that will only be sustained if we offer them, ways to participate in a real and robust way in Jewish life.
Mm-hmm. And whose responsibility is that?
All of ours. Yeah. But this is why we need a revolution in our community on so many levels. So look, the reality is that intermarriage rates continue to go up. Assimilation continues apace. And look, I fight anti-Semitism. That is my job. Right. But I worry a great deal about broader questions of Jewish identity, as I think we talked about over lunch.
In your sense?
Really fucked up, man. Too many shiksas. That's right. That's it. Too many shiksas coming in and sweeping up young Jewish men. And we got to put an end to it. It's awesome. Sounding like my grandpa now. Did he just say interfaith marriage is poisoning the blood of our nation? Pretty much. Yeah, he said the 14 words but Jewish and he can still masquerade as a civil rights organization leader. So what he's talking about with October 8th Jews is like either anti-Zionist or liberal Zionist Jews that became incredibly hardened in their position after October 7 and became like super pro-Israel, which he of course sees as a good thing.
Exclusively at the expense of the indigenous Palestinian population, who they often described as backward or barbaric. They openly admitted that Zionism was a colonial project, which leads me to the next segment. Zionism is not colonialism. This is an incredibly easy one to refute, as I've already mentioned. The founders, pioneers, and important figures of Zionism openly referred to their aspirations as colonial. They even shamelessly used the word. Theodore Herzl, remember him from earlier, penned a letter to infamous colonizer Cecil Rhodes in 1902 where he asked for Cecil's help and openly referred to Zionism as something colonial. In the letter, Herzl can be seen asking Rhodes to put his stamp of authority on the Zionist plan. Keep in mind, Cecil Rhodes is like the LeBron James of doing colonization. But this wasn't the only time Herzl made clear his colonialist ambitions. In his famous pamphlet, The Jewish State, he wrote, "We should there, in Palestine, form a portion of a rampart of Europe against Asia, an outpost of civilization as opposed to barbarism. We should, as a neutral state, remain..."
Damn, bro. This seems crazy. What? Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way. What? Yeah, what the hell, LeBron James is right. What the heliante? What?
In contact with all of Europe, which would have to guarantee our existence. Aside from Herzl, important Zionist figures like Ze'ev Jabotinsky, the founder of the revisionist Zionist movement, referred to Zionism as colonial an ungodly amount of times. Here's an excerpt from his essay, The Iron Wall, where he says, "We cannot offer any compensation for Palestine. Therefore, a voluntary agreement is unthinkable. Our colonization must either stop or continue against the will of the native population." As Rashid Khalidi put it, the social and economic institutions founded by the early Zionists, which were central to the success of the Zionist project, were also unquestioningly understood by all and described as colonial. The most important of these institutions was the Jewish Colonization Association. So the claim that Zionism is not colonialism is such pure cope, given the fact that the pioneers of the movement, as well as many of its prominent figures, openly admitted that it was. Here's another example. David Ben-Gurion, the leader of the Yeshuv, the Zionist Settler Society in Palestine.
It's funny because I brought, for people who were criticizing my Matt Duss conversation, like I brought all of this up to him when he tried to say that Zionism was not exterminationist in principle, and that the early Zionists who considered themselves to be Zionists, who wanted like a place for Jews to exist comfortably and peacefully, including Albert Einstein, would be now reflected on as anti-Zionists for the sentiments that they expressed before the inception of the nation state of Israel, like Albert fucking Einstein. Also, this is why I said the president of Moravia looked exactly like David Ben-Gurion, because he does. Look at this. In Superman, the president of Moravia was obviously like a holdover for Benjamin Netanyahu. That's fair. That's a fair assessment. Except he looked exactly like David Ben-Gurion.
Prior to Israel's founding, and later the country's first prime minister, viewed indigenous Palestinians and Arabs more broadly as inherently inferior. He made it clear that the Zionist movement was a European colonial project primarily concerned with the well-being of European Ashkenazi Jews. As historian Avi Shlaim noted, Ben-Gurion declared that the Jews in Muslim countries had lived in a society that was backward, corrupt, uneducated, and lacking in independence and self-respect. He argued that only the younger ones could be saved, claiming the older generation was too far gone and risked turning Israel into a Levantine state. It's also worth mentioning the form of colonialism that Zionism is. Not all types of colonial...
Isn't that dude, it's literally like, it's the same shit of like Americans, you know, naming their fucking missile systems Tomahawk. You know what I mean? First they fucking say these are barbaric savages, then they ethnically cleanse the indigenous population, claim that they're barbaric savages. Then they turn around and they go, oh, Apache helicopters, Tomahawk missiles. It's the same shit. David Ben-Gurion, in the process of ethnic cleansing, says we must not become a Levantine culture. Once the ethnic cleansing campaign is unfolded, or at least the Israeli nation state is incepted, 75 years, 80 years later, what do Israelis say? Oh, what do you mean? We are a part of the Middle East. We are Levantine. Why? Why you hate Israel? Israel, very important part of Levantine culture. Meanwhile, in the initiation, and still to this day, a big part of the ethnic cleansing operations was the cultural erasure of Palestinians, the cultural erasure of any sort of like Levantine, any sort of Middle Eastern, any sort of Arab culture, forcibly. A part of the insidious nature of eco-fascism that Israel implements is literally the pay $1 to fucking plant a tree in Israel project they have, right? The fucking trees that they have planted, they've planted on top of the olive trees that they've burned down. Olive trees that take hundreds of years to fucking develop, okay? They burn it down and they bring in invasive species because they want to make Israel at the time look more European.
Zionism take the same shape, and some are arguably even more insidious. Zionism is settler colonial, which differs from classical colonialism. In classical colonialism, the goal is to control and exploit without replacing the local population. In settler colonialism, the goal is to replace the native population. Settlers come to stay and build a new society. They're often unwanted at home, and they're used by empires to expand influence by creating loyal outposts abroad. So as horrific as all other forms of colonialism are, settler colonialism is uniquely genocidal, as it is predicated on what historian Patrick Wolfe deems the logic of elimination. Jews have an ancient, exclusive claim to the land of Palestine because they were kicked out of it 2,000 years ago. This talking point goes hand in hand with the previous one, as some use it to argue that Zionism is actually a decolonial movement, reclaiming Palestine as the exclusive ancestral land.
So good. Such a stupid fucking argument. Oh, such a stupid argument, dude. Oh, it's actually a decolonial movement. Israel was there 3,000 years ago. Okay, now you're fucking killing the people that remained. You know what I mean? Great. Fantastic argument. Utterly delusional, okay? Woke fascism.
The Jewish people, which they claim was somehow colonized by Palestinians, but this is less rooted in historicity and more of a propaganda talking point. The idea of an unbroken, direct lineage between modern Jews and the ancient Israelites who were supposedly exiled from the Promised Land thousands of years ago, only to later return and negate the exile, is a common narrative among Zionists. It rests on the heavily debated presupposition that there is a direct, genetic, and exclusive connection between contemporary Jewish communities and the people of ancient...
Like, it doesn't even matter, because there is no... This claim is utterly ridiculous, okay? You can't just be like, this is mine because it was mine 3,000 fucking years ago, okay? It's so ridiculous because it's like, it's mine because it was mine 3,000 years ago. It's not yours, even though it was yours fucking 75 years ago. What? The fuck do you mean? What are you talking about? That's not how anything works. Okay? That's insane. Okay, I'm Ottoman. It's mine. It's mine pre-World War I. Sorry. We're like, who gets to determine how far back we rolled that clock, you know? And it's so fucking stupid because normies will actually say this without realizing how idiotic it sounds. Okay? My uncle works for Nintendo Tactic. Yeah. Greece wants Constantinople back? Yeah, exactly. Never gonna happen. It's called Istanbul, little bro. Yeah, Bill Maher said it, and then he pointed to the Bible as the justification, which is awesome. Mr. Anti-religion, edgy atheist. Every r/atheist after 9/11 became even more of a rabid Islamophobe, and that became their hyper focus. Some of them have actually converted back to Christianity, ironically enough, or have said idiotic things such as, well, I'm culturally Christian and I believe in like Christian superiority. But most of that just revolves around their fucking genuine hatred for all things Islam, for the Islamic world in general, for the Muslim world in general, and also have, you know, they've, in that, because of that prevailing principle, they are very pro-Israel, surprisingly, even though Israel bills itself as a religious ethno-state. Weirdly enough, Israel, the religious ethno-state for Jews, okay, is actually very good in the eyes of so many of these fucking atheists. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because they just hate Islam, and if you use that as a justification to be like, no, I'm Islamophobic. What do you mean? I'm not afraid of the religion. I'm just a normal guy who hates barbaric, backwards Muslims who are dominated by religious dictate. That's the reason why I hate Islam, because they're all barbaric. Of course, the Jewish state has a right to exist. What are you, fucking anti-Semitic? Like, come on.
In Israel, this is often accompanied by the claim that ancient Israel was once home to a powerful, united monarchy under Kings David and Solomon, and that modern Jews are its descendants. I guess some Zionists believe that descent from this united Israelite kingdom somehow strengthens their claim to the land of Palestine. But modern archaeology inconveniences this narrative. First, we'll challenge the idea that a power...
Archaeology plays a formative role in, like, also developing the national project of Israel. Ironically enough, developing the myth around Israel. You know who also loved archaeology? The fucking Nazis. You know who also had a busted, brain-broken fucking national mythos that actually picked apart or engaged in the picking and choosing of, like, different kinds of cultures? The Nazis. Hasan is only partially right about this. Explain what you mean about this. By the way, my overall point is this doesn't matter, okay? This is not an argument. It's a fucking ridiculous argument to make. And the reason why I don't entertain it further is because, like, okay, what are you gonna do? Do DNA tests to fucking go and trace your lineage back to, like, ancient Canaanites or whatever the fuck? And it's like, Israel doesn't want to do that for obvious reasons. But even then, like, does it, you know, does it justify if it was the case, if the Israelis could trace their lineage, like the Israeli Jews or Jews all around the world could, painting the broad brush about atheists. Okay, shut up. I don't care about that. Yeah, no, the r/atheists deserve it. All of the biggest fucking r/atheists became rabid Islamophobes. Give me a goddamn break. But in any case, as I was saying, even if you were to trace people's lineage back, and all Jews all around the world were actually direct descendants of, like, ancient Canaanites or people that lived in the land known as the Kingdom of Israel, right? Like, in the land known as Israel. Historically, biblical Israel, okay? Does that justify ethnic slaughter of the indigenous population that lives there? Fuck no, of course not. That's ridiculous, okay? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Powerful united monarchy of Israel ever even existed, then move on to the supposed unbroken genetic link between contemporary and ancient Jewish people. Israel Finkelstein, a prominent archaeologist at Tel Aviv University, argues in his book, The Bible Unearthed, that many monumental structures and cities traditionally dated to Solomon's era were misdated and should instead be attributed to the time of the Omride dynasty. This suggests that the so-called united monarchy of Israel was more of a literary creation than a historical reality. The Bible Unearthed argues that this reading effectively negates the idea of a powerful and unified Israel.
It would matter to hardcore right-wing evangelicals? No, they're fucking insane, dude. What are you, crazy? They're hallucinating. They think that if all Jews are sent to Israel and that the greater Israeli project is implemented, Jesus Christ is going to come back to earth and the rapture is going to happen and Jesus is going to fight the fucking devil's forces in Megiddo. You can't convince some of those people with logic. They didn't arrive at that conclusion through logic. They arrived at that conclusion through huffing fucking fumes, brother. They think an anime is taking place in the real world. Okay?
Israelite monarchy, because if the primary archaeological evidence is redated to a later period, then the basis for such a kingdom is removed, leading to reverberating implications. Finkelstein and his co-author Neil Asher Silberman go as far as to suggest that Kings David and Solomon, often imagined as the great monarchs of this ancient United Kingdom, were likely, in political terms, little more than hill country chieftains whose administrative reach remained on a fairly local level. As for the claim of an unbroken link between the supposedly exiled ancient Israelites and contemporary Jewish folk, that too is heavily debated and not so black and white. See, this particular form of nation building and narrativizing, the idea of coming from an ancient, respectable...
Hasan, you could argue that about all people of faith? I could. It's a matter of what that kind of quote-unquote faith gives you bandwidth to do, what kind of violence you get to do. As a matter of fact, I have consistently done this, like with the Christian justifications for the maintenance of chattel slavery, for example, right? While also simultaneously showing that there's an alternative vision there as well, liberation theology. Christianity was on both sides of the slavery debate, both in the continuation of it and also in the extermination and the abolition of it. That's it. Religion is just a weapon to wield to galvanize the public.
Lineage is not unique to Israel. As historian Shlomo Sand puts it, just as the inhabitants of modern Greece saw themselves as the biological descendants of Socrates and Alexander the Great, and as influential textbooks have transformed the ancient Romans into typical Italians, the state of Israel equally engages with narratives to justify its existence and build up nationalist fervor about it. For Israelis, specifically those of Jewish origin, such mythologies, like those of the aforementioned Greeks and Italians, are far-fetched, whereas their own history rests on firm and precise truths. In Israel, these burdens of memory did not appear...
The Bible. That's why Israel doesn't exist, because the Bible, you got owned.
...spontaneously, but rather were piled layer upon layer by gifted reconstructors of the past. When occasional findings threatened the picture of an unbroken linear Jewish history, they were rarely cited. When they did surface, they were quickly forgotten, buried in oblivion. National exigencies created an iron-jawed vice that prevented any deviation from the dominant narratives. Many historians and scholars, including Shlomo Sand, go as far as to challenge the historicity of the supposed Roman exile of Jews in 70 CE and argue that it didn't happen. It was a myth. Sand is very firm in the belief that Romans did not deport entire peoples.
I think if you spam this video one more time, it'll work. Okay? If you spam it one more time, I think you're on the verge of me clicking it. Okay? It's like that pickaxe meme. You know, just one more hit with the pickaxe and you're gonna reach the diamonds. One more time, dude. One more fucking spam, dude. And we'll get there.
Especially in the Near East, and points out how that claim originally came from one historian whose knack for exaggeration has been noted by modern scholars. In actuality, the Jews emigrated from the land known today as Israel slowly and gradually over time. Not due to some mass expulsion policy at the hands of the Romans never had a mass expulsion policy. In fact, the dispersal of Jews...
Also, at that point, where would they be expelled to? More Rome? Like, the other areas that they were expelled to was also just more Rome.
Jews predated the destruction of the Second Temple by the Romans. By 70 CE, Jews had already been living elsewhere. Sand and co. argue that this myth was more so used to help transform adherents of the Jewish faith into a nation of people so as to serve nationalistic purposes. A close examination of the historical event that apparently engendered the second exile in the year 70 CE, and an analysis of the Hebrew term gola, exile, and its connotation in late Hebrew, indicate that the national historical consciousness was a patchwork of disparate events and traditional elements. Only in this way could it function as an effective myth that provided modern Jews with a pathway to ethnic identity. The ultra paradigm of deportation was essential for the construction of a long-term memory wherein an imaginary, exiled people race could be described as the direct descendants of the former people of the Bible. The myth of uprooting and exile was fostered by the Christian tradition, from which it flowed into Jewish tradition and grew to be the truth engraved in history.
It's a lot of post hoc mythological justifications that you create, some of which is real. Okay, tribalism is real, enmity and anti-Semitism is real, but like the development of this sort of thing is a relatively new phenomena. This is retconning of historic events that unfolded to tie it back to more modern versions, like even nation states. A lot of people, because our lifespans are so short, a lot of people living today in this day and age don't realize that up until a couple fucking generations ago, the notion of a nation state was non-existent. Like, that's not a real thing. That's a new thing in the grand scheme of human history. Okay, we didn't have that. When people talk about like national projects and things of that nature, it's like, dude, you are literally talking about a blip. Okay, you're talking about a fucking blip. Yeah, Italian wasn't really a concept until like 1848, and even then, those motherfuckers were warring amongst one another because they had city battles. And they still hold on to some of these fucking gripes. Hasan is an anarchist now? No, I'm not an anarchist. I'm just explaining to you the concept of the modern nation state. It is a relatively new phenomena. It doesn't mean I'm a fucking anarchist, okay? It's just an accurate, it's an accurate retelling of history.
From which it flowed into Jewish tradition and grew to be the truth engraved in. Instead of a mass exile of Jews by the Romans, they actually stayed in the region and eventually...
Yeah, that's the other point. Yeah, that's not a real thing. Some people left, some people remained. Some of the people remained and carried on the Jewish faith. A lot of the people first converted to Christianity and then to Islam. This is the other side of the story, which is like when Ashkenazi Jews or like European Jews that came to, or Levantine Jews that came from like MENA, the other parts of the MENA region, to Israel, that are like fucking engaging in the wholesale ethnic slaughter of Palestinians that they call Arabs. They don't see the fucking inherent irony that they are literally killing their own fucking unbroken ancestors. But because the ideology has to revolve around something, and that in-group is Judaism, if you're non-Jew, then it's over. It doesn't matter if you can trace your ethnic lineage all the way back to the Canaanites. That's why it's also an idiotic fucking argument.
Converted to Islam, which opens up the door to the fact that Palestinians in Israel today...
So what if nation states are modern is where we're at? Wait, what? Do you think that I am like... Like, I understand that it is where we're at. I'm just simply explaining historic text with today's understandings and why that's actually dumb to do when reflecting on events that unfolded throughout history with like a modern lens. If you operate with the understanding of like nation states being a concept that existed throughout history, throughout time, then you're gonna be wrong. Your understanding and your analysis of historical events that unfolded is going to be incorrect.
they can make a much stronger argument for their descendancy and ancient link to the land, especially in comparison to figures like Ben-Gurion and Golda Meir, whose ancestry for generations comes from Eastern Europe. However, as Sand responsibly reminds us, any population that has existed in a region for thousands of years has mingled with its neighbors, its captives, or its conquerors.
You know about Israelis, same as 2-year-old on whiskey? What does that even mean? Are you saying that my understanding of Israel and Israelis is the same as a 2-year-old who's drunk off whiskey? Is that what you're trying to say? No politic here. Do not talk about this.
So making these grand historical arguments of unbroken genetic links and soul descent as a way to argue for an exclusive claim to a land is not something serious historians should be entertaining. Sand goes on to show how, by referring to the work of scholar Chaim Milikowski dealing with contemporary rabbinical sources, the term exile in the 2nd and 3rd century CE originally referred to political subjugation, not deportation. He then builds off the works of historian and professor at Hebrew University Israel Yuval and explains how the renewed Jewish myth about the exile in fact arose fairly late and was due mainly to the rise of Christian mythology about the Jews being exiled in punishment for their rejection and crucifixion of Jesus. Sand goes on to write, "The myth of exile began to be slowly appropriated and integrated into Jewish tradition, with the triumph of Christianity in the early 4th century CE when it became the religion of the empire. Jewish believers in other parts of the world also began to adopt the notion of exile as divine punishment. The concept of exile took an outright metaphysical connotation within Jewish traditions, going far beyond simply being away from one's homeland. Exile, in fact, was anywhere, even in the Holy Land." This clearly illustrates how exile was originally less a material descriptor in Jewish tradition, but more so a metaphorical one that later became crucial in selling the Zionist project by transforming it into a story of physical displacement and the need to return to Zion. Sand's argument is not that Jewish people didn't suffer or weren't historically mistreated. It's that the idea of a mass, uniform expulsion is less rooted in accurate history and more so a post hoc construction to help create the idea of a single, unified people race that is now weaponized by the Zionist project. He then goes on to argue that the migration and incredible growth of the worldwide Jewish population over centuries is better explained by conversion to Judaism rather than by direct descent from the ancient Israelites. He reminds us that Judaism did, at one point, actively engage in proselytizing. Nur Mashalha corroborates this claim in his 2018 book, Palestine, A 4,000-Year History. But to wrap this section up, even if everything Sand, Finkelstein, and all the other historians put forth is proven to be incorrect in the face of some new hypothetical evidence, that wouldn't change the fact that the ancient Israel argument is a bad argument. Even if there really was a united Israelite monarchy and today's Jewish people were the sole direct descendants of an ancient exiled group, that still wouldn't justify an exclusive claim to the land. No one would accept that argument in any other context. Do I, as an Italian with a grandparent from Rome, have a historical claim to London because it was once part of the Roman Empire? I'd hope you'd say no. If some guy showed up to your house and claimed that his ancestors lived there 2,000 years ago, we would all agree that he's got no case. But the thing that Zionists rely on to make their exclusive claim to the land is not so much logical or historical, but biblical. God gave the land of Palestine to the Jewish people exclusively. For this segment, I set my sights on the Hebrew Bible so we can get right to the source of God's word. A fundamental principle articulated in the Torah is that the land ultimately belongs to God, not any single people in perpetuity. Leviticus 25:23 represents God's wishes and states clearly, "The land shall not be sold in perpetuity, for the land is mine. You are strangers and sojourners with me." This verse reframes the connection of the Israelites to the land as one of stewardship rather than outright ownership. The Israelites' relationship to the land is portrayed as conditional in the Bible, based on covenantal obedience, not absolute ownership. And given that the Israelis today break almost all of God's rules, from killing to theft to occupation, I'd say they aren't being all too obedient at the moment. There is no divine, unconditional right to the land given by God in the Bible. Deuteronomy 28 lists blessings for obedience and curses for disobedience, stating that those who disobey God's covenant are to be exiled from the land. As Leviticus 18:28 reaffirms, the Israelites are to be vomited out if they break the covenant or defile the land. I would say that constantly bombing the daylights out of your holy land probably counts as defiling it, and doing a genocide most likely is not in compliance with the covenant.
Yeah, I don't even entertain the theological arguments anyway. I think it's fucking nonsensical. But, you know, there is definitely also a theological counter argument to everything that Israel is doing, because everything that Israel is doing is bad. And religion is supposed to be a social text, like a rule book of, you know, what best practices to follow, and therefore it's gonna say things like don't murder people, don't steal from people. You know, that's kind of the whole game, right? Therefore, you're automatically disqualifying if you are engaging in some kind of nation-state project that requires the extermination of people that were living there before you implemented this settler colonial operation.
Given that bloodshed and murder are constantly portrayed as defiling or polluting the land, as is shown in Numbers 35, 33 through 34. Clearly, the land is depicted as morally reactive and willing to expel the unjust. Aside from all this, the biblical text also contains provisions for the inclusion of non-Israelites. In Ezekiel 47, 22 through 23, God's vision of a restored Israel commands that the land be divided as an inheritance for both the Israelites and the strangers who sojourn among you, and that these strangers shall be to you as native born among the children of Israel. They shall have an inheritance with you among the tribes of Israel. This passage directly contradicts the idea of an ethnically exclusive right to the land. Another point worth mentioning here is that Zionists rely heavily on this biblical superstitious talking point, but ignore the fact that many of the pioneers of political Zionism were secular or atheists. David Ben-Gurion, the leader of the pre-state settler society in Palestine and later the first...
A national socialist, if you will. That's what he was. And much like historic national socialists, he focused primarily on the nationalism aspect and not so much on the socialism aspect. Does that remind you of a guy? Certainly reminds me of a guy, you know.
Prime Minister of Israel openly referred to himself as an atheist, which reminds me of this pertinent quote from Ilan Pappé. The secular Jews who founded the Zionist movement wanted paradoxically both to secularize Jewish life and to use the Bible as a justification for colonizing Palestine. In other words, they did not believe in God, but he, nonetheless, promised them Palestine. Israel was formed due to the Holocaust. This is a common talking point, but it's inaccurate. The Zionist movement that colonized Palestine started way before the Holocaust. In the late 1800s, the first Zionist settlers arrived in Palestine in 1882 in a wave of immigration called the First Aliyah. The next wave of immigration, the Second Aliyah, took place after, and the settlers...
So the first Aliyah, I assume he's gonna talk about like how they bought like land and stuff, which you know what, I'll just let him do it as a matter of fact, because that's true, they did. There were, you know, purchase land agreements. This is not wrong, okay? It just, again, doesn't justify the ethnic expulsion of the people that live there. So that is also an idiotic argument, an idiotic line of argumentation.
Consisted mostly of...
And that land in and of itself was a tiny fraction of the land that Israel now occupies.
Frustrated communists and socialists who now saw Zionism not only as a solution for the Jewish problem, but also as spearheading communism and socialism through collective settlement in Palestine. As Pape put it, many of these Jewish settlers were victims of anti-Semitism in Europe. But as we've already established, Zionism was not a popular solution to the problem of anti-Semitism among Jewish people at the time. Many believed that communism would better alleviate their issues by remedying class disparities and eventually solving anti-Semitism in Europe. The Bundists, a Jewish socialist group from the late 1800s, rightfully understood from the jump that Zionism would, in the long run, actually harm
my fucking goats, okay? The Bundists, the Bolsheviks, the real goats.
The Jewish plight more than anything, and they were right. Zionism is a failed project. A Jew in Israel is certainly less safe than they would be almost anywhere else in the world. Miller Burrows wrote, "Until fairly recently, Reformed Judaism was on the whole anti-Zionist. The colonization of Palestine and the subjugation of the locals was in effect long before the rise of the Nazi regime in Europe. In fact, in post-war Israel, Holocaust..."
Like, one of the craziest aspects of this is like, look, I'm no Philo-Semite by any means, okay? Having said that, like, Jews, due to their collective history of oppression, wholesale slaughter, pogroms, the Holocaust, have always found themselves on at the tip of the spear in revolutionary politics, okay? Maybe because they were pushed into that position, most likely because they were pushed into that position, let's be real, because it's always like the same tribalist forces that have required Jews to be the ancient enemy, right? So if you literally look at Jewish history pre-Israel versus Jewish history post-Israel, and the way that the Zionist project has basically glanced over the much longer Jewish history, it makes no fucking sense. It's just like a full tilt. It's a complete adoption of every single type of politics that Jews have historically fought against. It's so goddamn annoying. And it's crazy because, like, the real anti-Semitism that Nazis and neo-Nazis have to this day is because they hate that fucking revolutionary politics that Jews have played a formative role in. It's so fucked up. An honest assessment of Jewish history would require talking about the thousands of years of revolutionary politics as opposed to the last fucking 80 years of fascism. That's what's so insane and so frustrating about it. That's what you should be learning in, like, Jewish camp and Jewish school, not all of the myth making and the national religion of Judaism that it's become, or the way that they teach it is like Zionism as the national religion for many secular Jews, many Reformed Jews now. Because a state, especially one that can be presented as quote unquote progressive, is much easier to create a sense of identity and a sense of community around than abiding by old traditions and, like, consistent rules that you have to follow.
Survivors were often shamed for not resisting more forcefully, as Zionists saw them as symbols of weakness. Historian Tom Segev relays this phenomenon in his work The Seventh Million, where he writes, "The Zionist dream conceived of a new man in a new society who would come to the land of Israel in search of personal and national salvation. Those who came only because they had no other choice, however, did not fit this image and often found themselves objects of condescension and contempt. This paradox was built into Zionist ideology and colored the mentality of the Yishuv. Though most of the immigrants from Germany and their children after them stayed in Israel, most did indeed come against their will as refugees. They were not Zionists. As a result, they found themselves from the start in conflict with the fundamental values of the Yishuv. They were called Hitler Zionists." So not only was Israel not founded on the heels of the Holocaust, but early Zionist settlers openly thought of Holocaust survivors as a contradiction to the project of Zionism. According to Segev, only later, when Israel needed to start to prove its right to exist, did the Zionist narrative shift to embracing the Holocaust. As I've mentioned many times, the creation and maintenance of Israel relies on nation-building narratives. one of which casts the new Israeli Jew as strong and heroic.
I think the irony of this process, by the way, is that I think partially because of the importance of the Holocaust in like justifying the existence of the contemporary Israeli state, there's been a lot of efforts by Zionists to make sure that you talk about the Holocaust, that you learn about the lessons of the Holocaust. And the primary lesson of the Holocaust is never again. Except for some, that means never again for Jews and Jews only, right? But for everybody else, for the most part, the lesson is never again across the board. And therefore, now that Israel is doing it again, okay, the again part of never again, many people who learn that lesson, who learn that social conditioning, look at what Israel is doing in horror. That's it. Because I do believe that the Holocaust would be treated as like the Armenian genocide if there wasn't an association with the development of a settler colonial state that plays a formative role in Western imperialism in the region. This isn't to like undermine the atrocity in and of itself, make no mistake, right? But just like I said, a lot of like the impact of Jewish advocacy organizations, the combating of anti-Semitism, the real reason why this group has had any sort of motion in being able to target and actively push back against marginalization in modern history is because of its utilization as a shield, as a weapon to wield against critics of the settler colonial apparatus. Never again is a messed up double meaning to the muscular understanding of Jews. It means we must do all, including the worst crimes, to ensure that nothing befalls the Jewish people ever again. To everyone else, it means that humanity should never stoop to such lows as the Holocaust again. Yeah, exactly. But what you're saying here, this interpretation, I think, is like, again, was a specific interpretation. It was like a Kahanist interpretation almost. Whereas now I think it's become more commonplace, especially post October 7. Like I see liberal Zionists also say never again means just the Jews. Like that we can never allow this to happen to Jews again, which is why we have to do everything in our power to be as muscular and as militant. You know?
As opposed to the so-called weak Jew of the past who found himself resigned to the ghetto. The apathy toward Holocaust survivors in Israel is represented by the devastating fact that 1 in 3 survivors live in poverty to this day. You would think that a state that was supposedly formed in response to one of the most horrific tragedies of all time would uphold Holocaust survivors as the heroes that they are.
In 1948, Ben-Gurion, who mockingly called Jewish Holocaust survivors Sabanim soaps, desperately sent an army contingent consisting of Holocaust survivors that attacked the heavily fortified Jordanian position in Latrun as a military diversion so that his Haganah elite forces would reach West Jerusalem. He knew that the contingent of Holocaust survivors would be slaughtered, but he let it happen. Avi Shleim has a chapter on it. I think a lot of the muscular Judaism comes from Jabotinsky's writings and influence. I mean, yeah, but that's also... like its modern interpretation is also elevated to contemporary discourse by Meir Kahan. A direct through line from Jabotinsky to Kahan to the Ben-Gvirs of the world now.
and not make fun of them or allow them to live in destitution. The truth is, the Zionist project looked down on the Jews who lived outside the newly formed state of Israel, including Holocaust survivors, and instead idealized the new Israeli Jew, which they referred to as the Sabra.
Yes, Soaps is, of course, an incredibly anti-Semitic Holocaust reference, for the record, for those who didn't understand that point.
Sabra was crafted as the antithesis of what was considered the diaspora Jew. The Sabra was meant to be strong, heroic, and above all, a product of the state of Israel. The Zionists resented Holocaust survivors for the mere fact that they threatened the image of the Sabra. The Sabra represented a national ideal, and the Holocaust survivor its reverse.
Yeah. This is another, like, completely fucking insane aspect of the muscular militant Jew national mythos surrounding the Israeli nation state, which mistreats Holocaust survivors because there is this, once again, ahistorical approach, this entirely ahistorical approach, the idea that, like, Jews were weak, the Jews that were slaughtered in the Holocaust were weak, and they just, like, didn't want to fight back, not recognizing that, like, many of them, there's a reason why they brought their fucking clothes with them, thinking that this was going to be not a death camp, but instead like a concentration camp that would inevitably relocate them there, that they were not sent to these places without while with the full understanding that they're going to be killed and wholesale slaughtered, or that Jews did not play a formative role in the resistance movement against Nazis, whether it be the partisans or numerous other revolutionary organizations, Jews in other countries like the Jews in the USSR. So that also is fucking ahistorical, and it's bullshit. And that's part of the reason why it's just like they pick and choose what aspects of the Holocaust they want to highlight. And even in that process, they also bastardize the accurate reflection of events in an effort that justifies the existence of the Israeli nation state.
Some Zionist figures at the time actually considered the persecution and extermination of European Jews to be punishment for their trying to assimilate into European society. Some even referred to them as mice in flight. Not exactly the most respectful attitude toward the victims of anti-Semitism. Now, even if it were true that Israel was formed solely in response to the Holocaust, which it wasn't, would that somehow justify the displacement, genocide, and apartheid inflicted on Palestinians? Of course not. Why should a completely unrelated group of people who had nothing to do with the Holocaust pay for it with their land, homes, and lives? Muslims have always been irredeemably anti-Semitic, so they can't coexist with Jews.
These are situations that involve, a group of people, Muslims and Jews, that have effectively been at each other's throats.
Whoa, dude. That's the engineer, big dog. Overzealots. I'll have you know you're going after a fellow Canadian who is, as a matter of fact, an engineer. Put some respect on his commentary here, okay? He's a Middle East engineer, dude.
For not just decades, but hundreds of years. You were talking about hundreds of years of, just institutional dislike between each other.
This is nothing more than a historical inaccuracy that is weaponized today to justify apartheid and occupation, as though they are merely the outcomes of ancient, immutable hatreds, and not...
Here, by the way, this is from the Jerusalem Post. Building a state in the shadow of the Holocaust. On reaching Israel, Kleiger indeed found a gulf in understanding between native Israelis and Holocaust survivors. They didn't know how to handle us. They called us soaps, he says with a wry laugh, because they heard that Germans made soap with the fat of our victims, which is not true, by the way. Not the first time an Israeli leader has entertained Nazi Holocaust revisionism, or even, believed the Nazis, I guess. The influx of Holocaust survivors was a collision of two worlds. They were a different people. They were a people born free, he says. For years, we were not free at all, but they were always free. This person is also a Zionist, mind you. Like, make no mistake. I mean, this is the Jerusalem Post. One of the most maddeningly stupid American ideas is that the Israeli-Palestine conflict is about an immutable, centuries-long hatred between Muslims and Jews, and man, they just fight all the time. It's Orientalist in nature, and I find it really funny because it also Orientalizes Judaism, which is the idea that, like, these non-Christians, they've been warring for a real long time. It is what it is. Have you ever used an argument against someone you disagree with, or you just called them Nazis and pedos? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do all the time, and I've done it 100 times since the beginning of this video. And the only time I call someone a Nazi or a pedophile is usually when they are a Nazi or a pedophile, sometimes both. It's not my fault that many of the naysayers, given my anti-Nazi, anti-pedophilia position, happen to be Nazi pedophiles, you know? Do you think that it's an entire stream of me going, this person is a Nazi, this person is a pedophile, or do you think that there's some convincing arguments that I'm making in the process? Also, the irony here is I'm literally talking about historic Nazism when we're talking about, like, you know, Nazi Germany and the Holocaust. What language am I supposed to use when talking about the Holocaust that the Nazis did? Am I supposed to use a different term? Like, come on, man. Why are you calling Adolf Hitler a Nazi? Did he call himself a Nazi?
Deliberate policy decisions. The truth is that the Middle East, prior to the rise of European colonialism and later Zionism in the late 19th and early 20th century, saw coexistence between Jews, Christians, and Muslims that shouldn't be swept under the rug. If we take a look at the Ottoman Empire, which at its height ruled over 250 million people across three
glorious
continents, it was known for its pragmatic approach to dealing with the minorities living within it. Instead of forcing one legal or cultural...
At least when is a swagged out white boy from Canada engaging in an accurate reflection of history as it pertains to Ottoman Empire, they won't say he's like a neo-Ottoman supremacist or whatever the fuck.
System on everyone, the empire let its non-Muslim subjects govern themselves through communities called millets. These were based on religion, not race or ethnicity.
Millet, by the way, means literally nation state or a people.
Now, this was far from a liberal or tolerant system. However, for its time, it was relatively progressive. The millet system was born out of pragmatism first and foremost. The Ottoman leadership believed that by outsourcing the governance of its minorities to those communities themselves, they could focus on things like security, tax collection, and so forth. Under the millet system, Jewish communities had a high level of autonomy, handling things like marriage, divorce, and inheritance in their own religious...
So like autonomous zones? No, not exactly. Because it spanned across so many different cultures and so many different ethnicities, so many different religions, due to, as Overzealous correctly identified, the pragmatism of being able to control such a wide swath of land, the Ottomans decided, unlike a lot of Christian empires, that the best possible way was not through forcible conversion, but instead to just like allow people to govern themselves, and then and in the process just like let localities engage in... No, it's not even a self-segregation thing. No, not at all. It's just like if you have your own local form of governance. As long as you pay jizya, as long as you pay a tax to the empire, nobody gives a shit. Didn't the Persian Empire do this? Yes. Empires that have succeeded for very long periods of time have done a version of this, whether it be the Roman Empire or whether it be the Persian one as well. I would say that this is ones that haven't done this are newer. Yeah. there's two different mechanisms here. Either you like forcibly convert people, right? Every single person in that land, and you like try to engage in cultural erasure and destroy their identity, or you have a more somewhat tolerant approach to the process as opposed to the forcible conversion and allow people to believe whatever the fuck they want to believe, as long as they are like under the imperial banner. I was gonna say under the banner of the nation state, which didn't exist at the time. So like obviously it's like you're part of the Ottoman Empire, you do whatever the fuck you want to do. This is part of the reason why at the time in the Christian Western societies, while Jews were constantly getting singled out and getting destroyed in pogroms, the Ottoman Empire, whether it be the Spanish Inquisition and onward, the Ottoman Empire was seen as a safe haven for Jews. And many Jews actually went into this region directly as a consequence of that.
Courts led by their own rabbis. The Ottoman state not only allowed this, but often stepped in to protect it, helping preserve Jewish cultural and religious life. Within the legal framework of the Ottoman Empire, non-Muslims were considered dhimmi, meaning protected people. Although Jews and other minorities were treated better under Ottoman rule as opposed to the way Jews were treated in Europe, the dhimmi system was still ultimately a system predicated on subordination. But again, for its time, it was relatively progressive. Dhimmi status—
Oh no, for sure, it was fucking woke, as opposed to the way other. I mean, yeah, you got Inquisition on the one side, and you got the Ottoman Empire on the other side. Yeah, of course, it's gonna fucking look like a safe haven, because it was. So they did not discriminate, but they call them protected people. Like, Muslims have to serve in the military, and non-Muslims specifically have a different role to play in the military through the Devshirme program, and not just the military, but like to the highest positions in Ottoman society. Like, some of the best Ottoman historical figures are literally non-Muslims that came from the Devshirme program. Some of the greatest pieces of architecture that was designed were designed by people from the Devshirme program, and which is, again, by today's understanding, a horrifying practice. You're literally taking kids at an early age and putting them in a farm program. Basically, you're like scouting non-Muslim children to yeah, Mimar Sinan is the example I was thinking of, like the Janissaries as well. Rather Turkish than papist is a Dutch Christian reformist saying in the 1500s. Yeah, the first historic black pilot in the world is Ahmet Ali Çelik'ten, and I only found out about it later, but he flew in 1914 in World War I.
This was basically a deal. Non-Muslims could live, worship, and keep their property in peace as long as they stayed loyal to the state and paid a special tax called the jizya, which also got them out of military service. Another point that is imperative to understand is that Jews were not subordinated on the basis of their Jewish identity. They were subordinated for not being Muslim. Christians were too. Jews and Christians were also allowed to convert to Islam under Ottoman rule and rid themselves of dhimmi status, an offer not available to Jews living in, say, Germany, whose Jewishness was perceived to be in their blood and immutable. Funnily enough, that sort of transformation from religious group to quasi-racial group is also parroted by the Zionists. Remember that Jabotinsky quote from earlier? The one about Jewishness being in the blood and intrinsic? Anyway, back to the Ottoman Empire. By the 19th century, the Ottomans entered a period of reform called the Tanzimat, from 1839 to 18...
This is where homosexuality was decriminalized. It was never criminalized prior, but it was decriminalized in the books.
1876. Aimed at modernizing the state. It focused on centralizing power, updating the military, and shifting from a religiously divided system to a more secular idea of equal Ottoman citizenship. The Tanzimat era kicked off with bold reforms and decrees that redefined how the Ottoman state related to its people. The first major step was the 1839 Noble...
His grandson is a Hasanabi head? Wait, what? Do you know that? No shot. No fucking way. Is that for real? Does he still live in Turkey? I don't know if you're making that up. That'd be dope.
Edict of the Rose Chamber. This imperial decree was a turning point in Ottoman history. It guaranteed all subjects the security of their life, honor, and property. It also called for fair taxation, a more just system of conscription, and most importantly, declared Muslims, Jews, and Christians equal before the law. This was followed by the 1850...
Yeah, this is why the Ottoman Empire fell, because they went woke. Go woke, go broke, dude. That's true. Whoever said that in the chat, I agree with you.
1956 Imperial Rescript, which doubled down on equal rights, formally scrapped the jizya tax, and effectively ended the dhimmi system, pushing the idea of a shared Ottoman citizenship. For Jews and other minorities, this marked a turning point, offering new legal rights and a path to full civic inclusion. Let's stop to note that the 1856 Ottoman Empire treated Jews better than 2025 Israel treats Palestinians. Now, don't take this as me saying that the Ottoman Empire was some kind of humanistic paradise.
Yeah, DEI killed another empire, just like the Roman Empire.
That's not my point. They did plenty of horrific and rotten shit. The Armenian genocide comes to mind, but what I am saying is that during this period, Jews experienced a level of coexistence and peace with their neighbors that was unmatched in Europe, especially during the Tanzimat reforms. This upward momentum for Jewish people could be seen in the way they thrived and succeeded in places like Iraq. Jews have been in the land that came to be known as Iraq for ages. By the early 1900s, they made up a huge chunk, about a third of Baghdad's population. This long history is part of what led to their sense of belonging in the region. Historian Avi Shleim, an Iraqi Jew who grew up in that community, says Jews were neither newcomers nor outsiders. Definitely not intruders. Jews were early trailblazers in modernizing Iraq. They even opened the first modern school in Baghdad back in 1864. Jewish people also assumed prominent roles in finance and trade. They were so central to their community's way of life that, as Shleim recalls, the major markets in Baghdad would shut down on Saturdays in observance of the Jewish Sabbath. And as Ottoman rule ended and British rule began, the new Iraqi constitution of 1924 further solidified the legal status of Jews in the region as full and equal citizens. Jews went on to have seats in parliament.
So it was greater? Is it just the Ottoman Empire? It used to be, yes. As a matter of fact, Theodore Herzl, before going to European colonists, went to the Ottoman Empire outright to say, give me this area. And of course, the answer was no.
And positions at all levels of civil service. The Iraqi community even appointed a Jewish man as their first minister of finance. Sir Sassoon Haskel was his name, and he was responsible for negotiating fair oil deals with the British. Just goes to show that the community had immense faith in and respect for him. Avi Shleim and scholar Ella Shohat have touched heavily on the concept of the Arab Jew throughout their careers, arguing that it's a relatively recent phenomenon to view Arab and Jew as mutually exclusive categories. In their eyes, this shift is largely chalked up to the Zionist project and the division such a colonial endeavor sowed in the region and among...
That's why I always talk about the designation. Whenever talking about like Israeli polls that come out that classify Israeli society as two different groups, Jew and Arab, I always say this is the Israeli state's own designation, even though there are a fuck ton of Arab Jews. They're classified as Jews. Okay? Sephardic and Mizrahi, specifically Mizrahi Jews, are a specific subcategorization to elevate Arab Jews to the status of Jew rather than the status of Arab. That's why people who are, pro-Palestine, or people who are real ball knowers, will always say those are Palestinian citizens of Israel when talking about the Israeli classification of Arab. Arab just means non-Jew.
Amongst otherwise coexisting groups. I lived in an Arab country, which formed the social reality for my family in Baghdad. We only spoke Arabic at home. Our lifestyle, culture, and literature were Arab. Our music was a blend of Jewish and Arabic music. We had much more in common with Muslim Iraqis and Christian Iraqis than we had with our co-religionists from Eastern Europe. In this very real existential and cultural sense, we were Arab Jews. I know the notion is controversial, and Israelis say it's an impossibility.
Yeah, Israelis get real butthurt. Israelis get real butthurt when you say, bro, you're from, like, your family is from fucking Iraq, or your family is from, insert Arab country. So, like, how can you say you're in a different, how are you categorized as this? And it's like,
but I don't see why, Schleim says. He even goes as far as to say that Jews of Arab lands are actually another victim of Zionism, after the Palestinians, of course. This is worth mentioning because Zionists will argue that the Jews from the MENA region were primarily victimized by Arab nationalism or Arab anti-Semitism, which gave rise to Zionism.
The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic.
In actuality, the division and hostility that formed in the MENA region and the Arab nationalism that was born out of it was a response to Zionism, not the other way around. We'll expand on this topic as we address the next Zionist talking point, the double Nakba. Also,
how true is that? I mean, it is patently false. It's ahistorical. Overzealous has made an entire video just dedicated to that fucking insane statement. The comparison between a planned ethnic expulsion campaign and ethnic cleansing campaign, planned Dalit, that the early Zionist brigades cooked up to numerous different countries going through their own pan-Arabic nationalist movements, okay, in order to develop a nation state, and the animosity that they felt and the bigotry that they expressed towards Jewish people in said countries in the aftermath of the Nakba is ridiculous. The difference, of course, between the duality of Islamophobia, or the double standard between Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, is that you can say that about Arabs as a monolithic force or Muslims as a monolithic force, and no one reads it as like an incredibly racist statement. But of course, if you say that about Jews, then everybody understands that that is anti-Semitic and completely not permissible. The difference, of course, is that both are not permissible forms of bigotry.
Referred to as the Jewish Nakba.
If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias in which people with limited competence in a particular...
This talking point attempts to convince you that there was a uniform mass expulsion of Jewish people from the MENA region following the 1947 partition of Palestine and the subsequent 1948 war for Palestine. Often referred to as the Jewish Nakba or the double Nakba, this narrative is a propaganda tool aimed at diminishing the severity of the Palestinian Nakba by falsely equating it with the experience.
It's so crazy because, like, we've explained this, so many people much more knowledgeable than myself, and I have also attempted to try and explain this concept to both Ethan and other people that engage in this kind of fucking idiotic propaganda, and yet they just like never understand it. Like half of the countries that Ethan presents in his fucking context puke, which I obviously went through in great detail on my YouTube page as well if you want to go and watch that, it's like 8 hours long, are countries that didn't even have autonomy. Like they didn't have any sort of like real national sovereignty. They were like under the banner of French colonial occupation, for example. You know what I mean? So the notion that this was like a similar planned expulsion of Jews from all of these other countries that Arabs were in control of is insane.
Of Jews in the MENA region. By advancing this dishonest claim, the Zionist project seeks to deflect criticism of its ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, shifting the focus to a supposed symmetrical event of Jewish displacement. In doing so, it attempts to absolve itself of blame and avoid responsibility for honoring the Palestinian right of return or providing compensation for what they lost. Avi Shlaim has a powerful passage refuting this harmful narrative in his book, 3 Worlds, where he writes, "The purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of 2 communities. This narrative is not history, it's the propaganda of the victors. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas the Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by the Arab governments the option of leaving or staying." This sentiment is corroborated by Israeli historian Tom Segev, who wrote, "Deciding to emigrate to Israel from one of the Arab countries was often a very personal decision, as it was in Europe. It was based on the particular circumstances of the individual's life. They were not all poor or dwellers in dark caves and smoking pits, nor were they always subjected to persecution, repression, or discrimination in their native lands. They immigrated for a variety of reasons, just as the ones who had immigrated from Europe, depending on the country, the time, the community, and the person." This suggests that Middle Eastern and North African Jews experienced a range of different living circumstances. Some were bad, some were relatively normal, in the words of Mossad agent Ephraim Shiloh, who visited North Africa to gauge the situation for himself. The double Nakba theory ultimately transforms the Jews of the Middle East and North Africa, or the Mizrahim, into a bargaining chip for the Zionist movement. A movement they, for the most part, originally wanted little to do with. This talking point erases the Mizrahim's rich, unique identities and, as Ella Shohat argues, imposes an Arab versus Jew binary. The double Nakba narrative relies on a racialized and monolithic understanding of both Arabs and Jews. It imagines a unified Arab world acting in concert to expel a unified Jewish people, which just isn't the case. In reality, Jewish emigration from MENA countries took place over the course of decades for many different reasons. And once those North African or Middle Eastern Jews made it to Israel, they were horribly mistreated by the racist Ashkenazi establishment. They were viewed as backward, primitive, and frequently referred to as bad human material, but more on that in a bit. This migration of Mizrahi Jews was triggered largely due to colonial Zionist settlers taking over Palestine and ethnically cleansing the native population, resulting in a reaction by other Arab communities in the region. Furthermore, the Zionist movement played a key role in speeding up the immigration of Middle Eastern Jews to Palestine. They did so through various methods, ranging from secret deals with heads of states, all the way up to false flag bombing campaigns in which Zionist actors would bomb Jewish targets in Muslim-majority countries and then blame the attacks on Muslims to instill panic and accelerate Jewish migration to Palestine. And don't worry, we will go into detail about this soon. Those who use the double Nakba talking point often leave out how the Zionist movement and the State of Israel actively put Jews across the region in positions of immense danger in order to create hostile environments for them and ultimately...
Are Arab Jews persecuted in Israel? No, not any longer. They have firmly been made a part of the in-group due to the subcategorization that we just talked about, which is that there's Arab and then there's Jew in Israel. So all of the Mizrahi population are considered a part of the Jewish in-group. There is still some level of discrimination against. There is still some level of discrimination against the like Ethiopian Jews and black Jews in general, but it's a much larger. The much larger discrimination exists against Palestinian citizens of Israel, what the Israeli government considers to be Arab by its own designation. So non-Jews, Christians and Muslims.
Convinced them to move to Palestine. To quote,
like, if you want to understand how fucking stupid this designation is, like, Armenians are considered Arab in Israel, okay? The Armenians, Christian Armenians, are considered Arab under the Israeli demographics. That's how fucking stupid it is.
Pape, the Holocaust destroyed European Jewish communities, leaving the population at 1/3 of its previous size. Moreover, most of the Jews in the US and Britain did not emigrate to Israel. They were too comfortable at home. That meant that the Zionists had to look east to populate their new Jewish state. But it was not easy to convince Arab Jews to leave countries in which they had, in many cases, been settled for centuries, if not millennia. They had prospered there. They had little experience of anti-Semitism and felt as Arab as their neighbors. Zionists had to resort to an aggressive campaign of persuasion, often resorting to underhanded methods. Furthermore, the Jews who did move to Palestine were able to appropriate Palestinian land and property, while the Palestinians got ethnically cleansed and relegated to refugee status in perpetuity. These two situations are not symmetrical. So for this segment, we will look over specific countries in the MENA region and detail how exactly their Jewish populations withered away. This will illustrate that Jewish displacement in the region was a slow, prolonged process and the result of many different primary causes, far from this imagined synchronous expulsion of Jews by Muslims. Before we get into the specifics, it is important to understand that Jewish communities did suffer in the MENA region as a result of the Zionist movement and the animosities that flared up as a consequence. No one in their right mind would deny such a thing. There were some who wrongfully took the bait and conflated their Jewish populations with Zionism, which is exactly what the founding figures of Zionism wanted. Herzl can be quoted saying, "The anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends. The anti-Semitic countries are allies." However, it's important to understand that this hostility was a reaction. This was cause and effect, not indicative of some primordial, intrinsic Arab anti-Semitism. It was the result of geopolitics. Last thing to keep in mind before we get going is that many of these MENA countries were under colonial rule during this time, so instead of just two state actors, Israel and whatever MENA country is in question, there was a third point on that triangle, the colonial power, typically France or Britain. In many cases, the colonial power actually complicated things and ultimately made the situation worse for the Jewish population living under their rule. Algeria is a good example. Algerian Jewry is probably the clearest example that debunks the whole synchronous expulsion from the Arab world narrative. What happened to them had more to do with how deeply tied they were to the French colonial system and the special treatment they got. The turning point was the Crémieux Decree of 1870, which gave French citizenship to the Jews native to Algeria, but not their Muslim, Arab, or Berber neighbors, who were kept as second-class indigenous subjects under the brutal Code de l'Indigenat. This decree completely changed the trajectory of Algerian Jews. It legally separated them from the rest of the population and tied them to France instead. They quickly adopted French language and culture, which only widened the gap between them and their Arab neighbors. Over time, this made them increasingly alienated from the growing Algerian nationalist movement, which saw them as aligned with the colonial oppressors. This, predictably, sparked some hostilities. When the Algerian War of Independence ended in 1962 and French colonial rule collapsed, nearly the entire Jewish population, about 130,000 out of 140,000, left for France, alongside over 800,000 European settlers, the Pieds Noirs. They weren't expelled by Arabs. They chose to leave because their legal status, identity, and future had been tied to France for nearly a century. They also feared that their non-Jewish neighbors would resent them for their close relations with the French oppressors, all thanks to French colonial policy. It is true that some Algerian...
Like, they were given the opportunity to become Algerian citizens, and they chose to be French citizens instead. Like, they chose to go with the rest of the French nationals that escaped in the aftermath of Algerian independence.
And Jews found themselves in horrible living conditions, but the vast majority were perfectly fine, as Tom Segev recounts in his book.
It's wild that Americans don't know about the Algerian Revolution. I mean, Is it that wild? I mean, it was so important to another anti-apartheid, anti-colonial movement, South Africa. That's why Nelson Mandela was sent to jail. He went there. He trained with the Algerian revolutionaries, and then when he came back to South Africa, they were like, "Oh, jail time for you. You're done."
Book, The First Israelis. Only 30% of the Jews of Tunisia and Algeria had to be saved. The remaining 70% were in no danger. He then points out how the situation in Morocco was comparatively worse ever since 1948, but there were still Jews living normal lives and doing all right, further illustrating that Jews in the MENA region during that time period ought not to be viewed as a monolith. If we take a closer look at Morocco and examine the reasons for Jewish emigration, things took a turn for the worse after the creation of Israel in 1948. There were riots and rising hostility, not just in Morocco, but throughout many parts of the MENA region due to the Zionists' crimes against the Palestinians and the subsequent refugee crisis that took place. Still, the Moroccan government had rules in place to prevent the immigration of Jews, specifically from 1956 to 1961. Now, this wasn't out of some love for Jews or a desire to keep them around. It was mostly about economic concerns. The key to understanding why Moroccan Jews left is Operation Yaqin from 1961 to 1964. This wasn't some sudden expulsion, it was a clandestine, organized migration deal between Israel's Mossad and King Hassan II of Morocco. Israel basically paid Morocco to let Jews leave. $500,000 up front and then $100 per person for the first 50,000 people, and $250 for each person after that. So yeah, it was basically a paid population transfer. Over 3 years, close to 100,000 Moroccan Jews emigrated. Most ended up in Israel while some went to France or Canada. A lot of Moroccan Jews left by choice. Some were Zionists. Others just wanted better opportunities, but there was also immense pressure coming from the Zionist movement. Tom Segev points out that Zionist agents on the ground weren't always gentle, and in some cases, Jews, especially from rural areas in Morocco, were virtually taken aboard the ships by force. Israel needed Jews to emigrate because they needed what they referred to as human material to secure a demographic majority, exploit for labor, and fight in their wars. Even though they considered Mizrahi Jews to be bad human material, they were useful insofar as they could replace Arab labor, which the Zionists wanted none of. So when we look at what happened in Morocco, it wasn't a clear-cut expulsion or heroic rescue by the Zionists. It was kind of a backroom deal. Morocco wanted money, Israel wanted immigrants, and Moroccan Jews ended up caught in the middle. When analyzing this period in history, we can see Arab countries not only fail to act in unison in some mass expulsion, but oftentimes we can see completely different strategies coming from different Arab countries. As Segev noted, some countries encouraged Jewish migration to Israel in the hopes it would overwhelm the Israeli economy, and other countries prevented migration to Israel so that Jewish manpower couldn't be used to serve the young settler colony. Some of the Jews emigrated spontaneously, whether as a result of distress or persecution or for Zionist or religious reasons. Others came in response to the Zionist propaganda disseminated by the Zionist emissaries in their countries. Some drifted with the emigrating mass, and some actually found themselves in Israel against their will. I hope this is painting a picture that contradicts the notion of a double Nakba. Bahrain, for instance, wanted to keep their Jewish population because, as Segev wrote, the ruler believed that Islamic commandments ordered Muslims to act as protectors of Jews. The story of how Yemenite Jews migrated to Israel is an interesting yet tragic one too. The Zionist project took advantage of their faith and instilled messianic fervor among the Jews of Yemen. As Segev put it, some of them were desperately poor, subjected to oppression and discrimination, and for them, the passage to Israel was a liberation, but there were others who lived peacefully and at ease. As farmers, goldsmiths, craftsmen of all kinds, and merchants. There too, the Jews had to be encouraged to go to Israel, and there too, the messianic longings had to be organized. The way in which those longings were organized, as Segev notes, was through using local messengers who distributed missives of redemption to the Jewish communities, calling upon them to leave their homes and instructing them how to migrate. Itzhak Raphael, who headed the Jewish agency's immigration department, reported that Arabs had been hired to urge the last Jews of Yemen to depart. He did not say how the urging was done.
It's funny because like this process of consistent migration flows into Israel of Jews has not stopped. because it is a inherently fascist, ethno-religious superiority-induced project, it requires more and more people to go and live in Israel. And the modern version of this is obviously not as sinister, if you will, but it's birthright. It's a fucking free vacation. Oh, are you a Jewish person living anywhere around the planet? Come on, just come. Free vacation. Come to Israel. You'll meet a IDF soldier on your trip and hopefully fall in love. And then you'll try to stay, hopefully stay in Israel. That's it. That's literally it. It is it sounds insane when you describe it, but like that is the purpose. The purpose of it is to try and get the purpose of this is to try and get people to come to Israel, to see how beautiful it is, to see how wonderful it is, and basically get people to stay in Israel. And some people do. Except, I don't know what the birthright system looks like currently, because I feel like for many young American Jews, I feel like they don't fuck with Israel as much as they used to.
Jewish agency emissary in Aden, Shlomo Schmidt, asked permission to propose to the Yemenite authorities that they expel the remaining Jews from their country. Once they arrived in Israel, the Yemenites received some of the worst treatment and neglect among the Middle Eastern and North African migrants, leading to illness, humiliation, and death. There was even a phenomenon of Yemenite babies going missing and turning up dead, hundreds of them. To this day, the Israeli government has not properly addressed or atoned for this tragedy known as the Yemenite children affair. Mizrahi Jews during this period were expected to leave behind their ways of life, which the Ashkenazi establishment viewed as primitive, and a European culture was forced onto them. Haaretz once published, "The peculiar tragedy with these immigrants, Jews from the MENA region, in contrast to the bad human material from Europe," meaning Holocaust survivors, they referred to them as bad human material too, by the way, "is that there is nothing to hope for from their children either." Nothing like the quote-unquote safe haven for Jews calling Mizrahis and Holocaust survivors.
Like, there's two different forms of domination, because there's also a racial pecking order within Zionism amongst Jews as well. Like, it's a double racist. If you're Ethiopian, triple racist. Is crazy. On the one hand, Israel needs a constant migration of Jews from all around the world to go to Israel and to repopulate Israel with Jewish babies. But then also at the same time, there is like an internal racial pecking order amongst Jews as well. With Jews from Yemen being at the bottom of that totem pole until recently, I would say, like now it's the Ethiopian Jews, or I guess technically Jews in Uganda who are not even allowed to immigrate into Israel. So technically they're the lowest of the low, so much so that they're like actively do not want them in Israel. But I guess you could say that about Ethiopian Jews as well. But it's crazy. What he's going to describe to you is something that I've talked about a lot here as well. It's what Americans and Canadians did to the indigenous population through like residential schools. Like, it's a practice of just basically stealing children and then giving them to good crop families, white Ashkenazi Jewish families that were better integrated into the Western-focused Israeli society that was developing.
bad human material. Let's look quickly at Iraq before we end this segment. I've spoken ad nauseum about the Jewish immigration from Iraq on this channel. This video will go more in depth, but as a quick summary, Jews lived in the land known today as Iraq for millennia. As we've been over, they held positions of status and authority, and for the most part, were respected pillars of the community prior to the establishment of the State of Israel. The Zionist movement changed that, and, quoting Segev, in some places, the Zionist awakening worsened the situation of the Jews. Iraq was one of those places. Segev goes as far as to claim that, at least in the beginning, animosity toward Jews in Iraq was targeted solely at Zionists, not Jews, and the distinction was being made. The Mossad's files abound with telegrams reporting the persecution of Jews in Iraq, but almost all of them refer to Jews who have been involved in the activities of the Zionist underground or who were suspected of belonging to it. There was little harassment of other Jews, but as things progressed in Iraq, the line between Jew and Zionist blurred. Pan-Arab nationalism was growing in Iraq for two main reasons. One, Iraq was under British colonial influence, and many Iraqis despised that. Since the British were the main sponsor of the Zionist project and were responsible for documents like the Balfour Declaration, some Iraqi nationalists perceived the Jews as in cahoots with the Brits, especially since the British, and the French in other instances, gave Jews preferential treatment out of the belief that they would be less susceptible to nationalist movements that would threaten colonial power. Second, the settler colonial project in Palestine, which had been underway since the 1800s, increased animosity toward Jews in the MENA region, who were perceived by some to be somehow responsible for the atrocities committed by the Zionist settlers and militias. Now, this was obviously incredibly unfair for many reasons, one of which was that many Mizrahi Jews, specifically in Iraq, wanted nothing to do with Zionism. As Avi Shlaim recounts a conversation he had with his 91-year-old mother in which he asked her about Zionism, she replied with, "Zionism is an Ashkenazi thing. It had nothing to do with us." In 1950, the Iraqi government passed a law called the Denaturalization Law, in which Jews could register to leave the country and go to Israel. However, not many Jews signed up for this. For the most part, they didn't want to leave Iraq. But remember, the State of Israel needed that precious human material. So what did the Zionists do? Well, they bombed Jewish targets in Iraq to speed up the emigration process and scare the Jews into registering to leave the country for Israel. This campaign was fairly effective. As Shlaim wrote, there was a direct correlation between the bombings and the rise in the number of applicants to emigrate from Iraq. This bombing campaign was carried out by the Zionist underground and blamed on Muslims. There were many bombs that went off in Iraq during this period, and most of them were done by Zionists, according to Avi Shlaim, who, in his book 3 Worlds, provides what he calls undeniable proof. However, it's important to understand that this bombing campaign was not the only reason for Jewish emigration to Israel. That's not Shlaim's argument. He concedes that the atmosphere in Iraq was genuinely becoming hostile for Jewish Iraqis due to the Zionist project, and that shouldn't be swept under the rug. Shlaim's point is that the Zionist project acted belligerently and dangerously with the goal of turning Jewish people across the region into pariahs or making them feel unsafe so they would move to Israel. A similar false flag bombing campaign, albeit a failed one, took place in 1954 Egypt, where a number of Egyptian Jews were arrested for planting bombs in public spaces and in the U.S. Information Service offices in Cairo and Alexandria. This was an Israeli false flag operation designed to create bad blood between the revolutionary regime headed by Gamal Abdel Nasser and the Western powers. Israel's military intelligence had recruited...
Bro, God. Dude. Israel has so consistently engaged in some of the most insane shit, which they still do to this day. Total violation of whatever fucking norms that people think they have. I mean, even the fucking the beeper attack, which is an insane act of terrorism, was applauded, was celebrated in Western media like it was fucking so ingenious. When you had Leon Panetta, former CIA head Leon Panetta, being like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? This is so unimaginably psychotic. There are very well-defined rules in the rule books that we designed so that nobody does this, because you create an environment of uncertainty around like regular commodities that people fucking consume. This is like, if turned into a similar violent act against like Western powers, we'd understand it as terrorism. is one of those things, like, there are certain norms that countries abide by, and Israel has routinely violated those norms from its beginning all the way to its end, basically. And you know, one of them is just you don't assassinate heads of state. Obviously, America sometimes violates that as well, but like Israel doing it is like doubly fucked because Israel is not America, right? It's supposed to be this sovereign nation state.
Recruited, trained, and equipped the Jewish spy and sabotage ring. The Israeli officer in charge, Mayor Max Bennett, the same Max Bennett who had directed the false flag operations in Baghdad a few years earlier. Another sick aspect of the double Nakba theory is that it makes Palestinians pay for the wrongdoings of others. If an Arab in Iraq or Yemen or Egypt turns on his Jewish neighbor, why should a Palestinian be punished for that? Arabs, like Jews, are not a monolith. The experience of a French citizen Jew in Algeria choosing to move to France is not the equivalent to that of an Iraqi Jew fleeing Baghdad after a false flag bombing campaign, nor is it the same as a Yemeni Jew being airlifted to Israel amid a wave of messianic fervor stoked by Zionist emissaries. Nor does it resemble the experience of Jews who sought refuge in Lebanon, which was considered a relative safe haven after 1948. And when Lebanese Jews eventually chose to leave due to civil war and economic instability, they primarily moved to the US and Europe, not Israel. In fact, as Dr. Kirsten E. Schultz, author of The Jews of Lebanon, wrote, most Lebanese Jews were in complete agreement with the Arabs that Zionism and its endeavors in the land of Israel were the cause of all troubles. All that said, I'll conclude with this. The Jews from the MENA region emigrated to Israel for a variety of reasons. Some were fleeing poverty and discrimination, some moved against their will. Many went to Europe, the US, and Canada, and many went to Israel. The ones who found themselves in Israel were unjustly discriminated against, not by Arabs, but by European Jews. Nonetheless, they were still able to expropriate Palestinian land and settle there, while Palestinians got ethnically cleansed. When an absolute moron like this guy tries to tell you that the Nakba was actually more devastating for Jews than Palestinians, he's engaging in a form of Nakba denialism. The original Zionist settlers sought to live in peace.
Holocaust denialism, it's the same. It's fascism through and through. You know, you got to deny historic atrocities, of course, if you want to justify your fascist ideology, your fascist worldview.
With the indigenous population. This narrative typically goes as follows. Jewish people sought refuge in the land of Palestine, not as settlers, but as benign co-inhabitants, yet the barbarous Arab population greeted them with hostility. This is obviously bullshit.
This is the Zionist settlers wanted to coexist in peace argument.
And if you've watched the video up until this point, I would have already refuted this argument along the way. But to reiterate, the original Zionist settlers did not want to simply seek refuge among the Palestinians. They wanted to eliminate and replace them. Well before even the 1920s, Zionist leaders are on record deliberating about how they could get rid of the Palestinians. Ben-Gurion reiterated his ambitions in 1937 when he wrote to his son that the real goal of the Zionist settler movement was not peaceful partition, but the possession of the land as a whole. Zionists looked down on Palestinians from the jump. As Miller Burroughs put it, the attitude of the Zionists toward the Arabs, at its worst, has been that of our Western frontiersmen, who said that the only good Indian was a dead Indian. At its best, the Zionist attitude toward the Arabs has been patronizing and paternalistic. Burroughs points out how the Zionists...
Early leaders were frustrated with how nice some of the Jews were to the indigenous population. It's like, you need more smoke. What are you doing? It's true. Because remember, like, I think it was around 2% of the population was already was Jewish in historic Palestine, even before British mandate, even before British control.
Would only accept the indigenous Palestinians if they would submit to Jewish control of the country. The hand of brotherhood held out to the Arabs has always been that of a rather patronizing elder brother. In addition to the disrespect and belittling on the part of the Zionists, they also subjugated the Arab population economically through instruments such as the Histadrut, their trade union organization. In fact, Palestinian labor and goods were banned from the market. The Zionists believed in a concept of Hebrew labor, which sought to eventually bring an end to Arab labor. This was exclusivist and devastating to the Palestinians. especially paired.
This is part of the reason why Noam Chomsky says that the Israeli apartheid structure is even more violent than the South African one in both its inception and its continuation, because while they don't actually abide by this terminology or abide by this standard, even from the early days, the concept was to eradicate all Palestinians rather than use them as cheap, affordable labor. Of course, they still used Palestinians as cheap labor, hyper-exploited labor in perpetuity, but the South African apartheid structure required the 90% black population to be relegated to servile status. Israel nowadays also uses a lot of international labor, ironically, not dissimilar to the kafala system that you see in some of these Gulf countries. Just like cheap imported foreign labor that can be easily discarded. Real crazy stuff overall, really fucked up overall. But you know, interesting to consider, especially when you factor in how many socialists or self-described national socialists were a part of the inception of the Israeli nation state.
With the fact that Zionist organizations were buying up Palestinian land from absentee landlords, remnant from the Ottoman times, and evicting Palestinians from where they lived and worked for generations. The signs of a disaster in the making were already evident as newly landless Palestinians evicted from the farms they had made fruitful were forced to move to the towns. These Palestinians were victims of nominally socialist Zionist groups known as Hebrew labor, who believed Jews could only modernize themselves through engagement in productive labor. Hence, they wanted agricultural work to become the preserve of Jews alone, wrote Pape. The way these Zionist settlers treated the Palestinians was so horrible that Miller Burrows argues, and I wholeheartedly agree, that the Palestinians were acting rationally and were well within their right to reject any variant of the Zionist project as soon as its true colors began to show. It may fairly be asked why one should oppose Jewish nationalism and sympathize with the nationalistic aspirations of the Arabs. The answer is that the Jews are one in religion, but citizens of many countries, whereas the Arabs are one in culture, but belong to different religions, and the countries in which they aspire to self-government are their own native lands. The great trouble with Zionism is the attempt to be both a religion and a nation at the same time. The plan for Palestine, advocated by the Arabs, was a democracy with freedom of religion and complete separation of religion and the state, as in the US. Israel now claims to be a democracy with freedom of religion, but insists at the same time on being a Jewish state. The truth of the matter is, the Palestinians would have accepted the Jewish settlers and did accept them and work with them before their political claims and activities became clear. The Palestinians at first were warm and hospitable to the Zionists, offering them employment, shelter, and were open to working shoulder to shoulder with them, but the Zionists did not want that kind of cohabitation with the Palestinians. None of this would have happened if the Zionists had not claimed that Palestine belonged to them, and frankly avowed their intention to make it as Jewish as England is English, Burrows writes. He follows this up by saying, whatever might have been possible if the Jewish national home had not expanded with such vigor and speed, any real friendly cooperation was soon out of the question. As Jewish immigration increased and the settlements were able to get along more and more without employing Arab labor, the common people grew more and more afraid that they would, as the report of the Shaw Commission put it, be deprived of their livelihood and pass under the political domination of the Jews. Certainly the Arabs wanted peace. They asked nothing, in fact, but to be left alone. So not only is it untrue that the Zionist settlers sought peaceful cohabitation, it's equally untrue that the indigenous Palestinians greeted them with animosity. Hostilities only arose after the malevolent ambitions of the Zionist project became clear. The Palestinian emancipatory movement is akin to a Nazi movement. You see? You see this picture, guys? That's a...
Remember when my former podcast co-host randomly brought forward a completely irrelevant allegation that I was just like the Palestinian Grand Mufti, a British colonial servant himself, ironically enough, was exactly like me, a dangerous anti-Semite. Incredible.
That's an important Palestinian guy. I'm sure you've heard this talking point many times. It's commonly used by Zionists of all levels of notoriety, even Israeli prime ministers from Naftali Bennett, who refused to sympathize with the plight of innocent Palestinians and instead chose to write them off as Nazis in a Sky News interview.
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Have you not seen what happened? We're fighting Nazis.
To Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who infamously propagated the lie that it was actually the Palestinian Grand Mufti who gave Hitler the idea to exterminate Jewish people. This motherfucker is so bigoted against Palestinians that he's looped all the way around to doing Holocaust revisionism. That claim of his, however, stems from the fact that the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini,
yeah, Israeli Jews care so much about anti-Semitism that they voted for this guy over and over again, by the way. Like after he said that. So that's pretty cool.
Was in fact involved with the Nazis. You may have even seen this image before. That's him with, well, you know who the other guy is. So what's the deal with that? I asked my friend Chris Kunzler, who makes incredibly well-sourced and detailed videos on Israel-Palestine, to join us for this segment so we can pick his brain. I asked him to fill us in on how exactly this guy rose to a position of prominence within British Mandate Palestine.
So al-Husseini was a member of one of the key notable families in Palestine at the time, the Husseini family, and this was kind of the key reason for his appointment. His half-brother was previously the Mufti of Jerusalem until he died in 1921, and then very quickly the Mufti took over. The Mufti basically came to his position because of collaboration with the British. According to Tom Segev, the Israeli historian, his brother had helped the British, and they saw the Mufti as a figure who would also be able to do this. In fact, the Mufti was brought by Ronald Storrs, who was the former governor of Palestine, to meet with Herbert Samuel, who was the first High Commissioner of Palestine. And very quickly, the Mufti explained that he was, going to collaborate with the British. He liked them.
What? No way. Huh.
That he thought that they were able to support the Palestinian cause, and at this time it wasn't really all that surprising. The elite class within Palestine believed that the British would help them, and so the Mufti was someone who was from a notable family. He was seen as someone that would work well with the British, and even if he opposed the concept of Zionism, he was going to be someone that would help the British to control and administer Palestine.
But the trajectory of the Mufti's relationship with the British changed dramatically during the Great Arab Revolt of 1936 through 1939, where Palestinians rallied against the British colonial rule and sought the end of British support for Zionism.
So according to Hassan Kanafani, who's a key figure within the Palestinian revolutionary movement, he says that during the 1936 Arab revolt in Palestine, that the Mufti was someone who helped to calm things down, that he was expressly thanked actually for the sermons that he was giving because they served to quell more revolutionary tendencies. Also, Kanafani is kind of opposed to him because he sees him as someone who was like, a member of the elite. He wasn't understanding the actual problems that Palestinians had. So during the beginning of the Arab Revolt, he was not necessarily the kind of person who the British would have been entirely opposed to. However, this sort of changed. He was always someone who opposed the two-state solution, who opposed Zionism. And so eventually the British kind of saw him as someone that was going to be a problem towards the implementation of the Zionist project, and he and many other leaders fled into exile following the Arab Revolt.
See, Haj Amin al-Husseini, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, was a guy who was propped up by the British, and as things progressed, he turned on them, and down the line, he teamed up with their main enemy. After fleeing Palestine, he eventually ended up in Nazi Germany, and later became a propagandist. As Ilan Pape wrote, he landed in Nazi Germany in 1941, making radio broadcasts to mobilize Arab Muslims against the British. At the time of the Second World War, he was not alone in acting according to the maxim, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." His flirtation with the Nazis was short and insignificant, making no difference one way or the other to the war effort. However,
especially considering that 11,000 Palestinians actually fought alongside the Allied forces against Nazi Germany.
His association with the Nazis is still used to discredit the Palestinian liberation movement in the Israeli narrative. Unfortunately, the Israeli narrative seems to conveniently leave out the fact that thousands and thousands of Palestinians actually fought the Nazis and...
Sorry, 12,000 Palestinians.
Many of them died in the process, but I guess that inconvenient fact doesn't make for good Zionist propaganda. Palestinian-American academic Edward Said has extensively explored the way in which the West constructs images and narratives of those in the Near and Far East to paint them as barbarians and ultimately make permissible any form of violence against them. This is a strategy used by Western powers to further their imperialist ambitions. By conflating the legitimate emancipatory aspirations of the Palestinians with the aspirations of the Nazis, Zionists can justify nearly any amount of cruelty against the Palestinians.
To have an other which is barbarous is obviously great in the sense of like inflicting violence on them, and it justifies the techniques of control that are inhuman in many cases that are used on people, specifically in the context of Palestine, you know, the inhuman control. You'll regularly hear a Zionist who is, you know, full blown be like, well, we need the checkpoints because the Palestinians, they're always doing terror attacks. And it's just a really unbelievable thing to say because it's a complete and utter degradation of like people's normal existence. People wait for 10 hours at those checkpoints. So in one way, it's a justification of techniques of control, but you also have is the justification of extreme violence. You know, if Palestinians are portrayed as savages, we hear about all the savagery of October the 7th. So who cares what they do to a leader of Hamas? It doesn't matter if Israel tears them to pieces with bombs. That's sophisticated. But it also has always acted as like a launching point for European society. This is like a somewhat underappreciated element of Edward Said. What he's talking about is basically how this kind of other that is barbarous continually makes Europeans feel better about themselves. It is a way of basically establishing us as, you know, good, just, and moral. And in the context of Palestine, Nazi is a particularly poignant concept, obviously because the Jewish relationship with the Nazi. Menachem Begin, who was the first Likud prime minister of Israel ever, the first non-Labour, consistently called Yasser Arafat a two-legged beast, a term which he had only previously reserved for Hitler. He referred to Arafat as Hitler, and he said that he would get the same satisfaction from killing Arafat in his bunker in Beirut as he would get from killing Hitler in his bunker, comparing a man, Yasser Arafat, who would regularly condemn the Holocaust, who would say that the atrocities against Jewish people were totally inappropriate and that his problem was with Zionism and that the Palestinians had experienced at its hands, to someone who believed in an extremist form of racist identity politics. What this effectively does is it places Palestinians not as people with reasonable demands, not as human beings who want to have dignity and equitable solution, but rather people who are akin to the Nazis. By framing Palestinians as Nazis, kind of where you get to is this point where they are dehumanized. They are not people engaging in regular politics. They are evil monsters who need to be dealt with the same way that the Nazis were. So the reason that Zionists are so dead set on the Mufti is because this is the most concrete evidence that they have. Joseph Mossad notes an example of this where like fake evidence was produced as far back as the 1940s. The Jewish Agency in
Ironic because there were more firm commitments and collaborations between one of the early Zionist brigades and Nazi Germany. But of course, using that connection to extrapolate that like all Jews are pro-Holocaust would be unimaginably anti-Semitic.
1946 actually tried to show documents that the Mufti had been part of the plans to exterminate Jewish people in Europe with the Nazis. These documents were totally fake.
The desperation to equate the Palestinian liberation movement with the Nazis not only harms the Palestinians, who were very clearly the main victims of such a conflation, but it also whitewashes and revises the ambitions of the Nazis. The Palestinians have a legitimate and noble pursuit. The Nazis absolutely did not. And to add to this, by refusing to actually analyze Nazism as the specific political ideology that it is, we risk failing to learn from history, and we miss the signs when a movement like Zionism so transparently mirrors Nazism.
I've mentioned this before. Hitler is inspired by the killing of the Native Americans. He talks about gunning down Redskins and that being a brilliant thing. David Ben-Gurion says we'll go to Palestine and fight wilder Redskins. There's a very clear thread running between all of these things, and losing that is dangerous because you end up where we are today, which is watching a genocide play out live with full unequivocal support because certain human beings are just still judged to be immoral, unjust, and unworthy.
Palestinians left voluntarily in 1948 because Arab leaders told them to. This is one of the sillier talking points on the list. The argument people try to make is that Palestinians weren't actually ethnically cleansed. They were supposedly told to leave by leaders of the Arab armies fighting on their behalf in 1948.
It was the invading fucking Arab armies that told the Palestinians to leave and come back.
Dude, this is literally Ben Shapiro. It's like, this is straight up what Ben Shapiro lies about. What the fuck? This is straight up Nakba denial. I mean, he already did it before, but god damn, dude. It is wild that there are some people that are left in that community that still fucking unironically believe that they're progressive, or even funnier than that, believe that they're actually pro-Palestine. That is insane.
Well, he asked me to work late one evening and began getting a little sick. So I called the police. All I want to do is work. I guess the publicity is going to do. But he deserves it. Don't you agree?
Yes, I do.
When the war was over.
But this ignores the fact that Zionist plans to deliberately ethnically cleanse and replace the Palestinian population are well documented and were already underway before the Nakba. Even supposed voices of consciousness in the Zionist movement, like Burl Katz-Nelson, spoke of transferring the Palestinian population well before 1948. Keep in mind that the term transfer in this context is used euphemistically. As Palestinian historian Noor Mashallah points out, especially by figures like David Ben-Gurion, who used it as a substitute for expulsion. I mean, we could see the guy clear as day writing to his son saying that he's trying to expel the Arabs and take their place. Evil Danny DeVito over here wasn't that great.
Wait. Apparently they're gonna start dual streaming on Kick? Who? H3 podcast is gonna start dual streaming on Kick? Be for fucking real. Ain't no fucking way. The guy, you mean to tell me that the guy who went on a crusade against Twitch claiming it was the most anti-Semitic platform out there is now going to a platform for the bag? A platform that he actually played a role in the creation of, ironically enough, when he was anti-gambling. He's now going to the gambling platform that is a safe haven for pedophiles and Nazis? How bad is the fucking business, man? How fucking bad is the business going? Here's the clip.
This Mr. Beast stuff.
So Mr. Beast made a huge announcement.
Really good stuff here.
He's moving to Kick, which I'm going to come out and say, as someone who's a Twitch hater, I hate Twitch, and YouTube I'm consistently just super disillusioned with. They take 30% from my fucking subscribers, from your guys' I think donations too, actually.
Just everything, right?
From everything, yeah. And we get zero support. I can't get a fucking contact with their team. Like they care so little about us somehow, despite us being, you know, one of the biggest live or podcasts on their channel. So I'm against YouTube in this way. I'm against Twitch. We need some meaningful competition.
Yeah, Mr. Beast is like a pretty insane get for them. Like, it doesn't get much more mainstream than that.
Right.
He's
Well, they have-
YouTube's biggest channel. Like,
Yeah.
for them to get the biggest talent on YouTube on their platform is fucking really big for them.
Yeah, it's big, and it's becoming more mainstream. Like, I'm starting to see clips and shows on there that do kick shows where I'm like, this is like
just normal
kind of
content.
good. Yeah, this is like normal stuff.
Not people slamming slots for 15 hours.
Well, you were saying something about poison tea. I mixed it. I get first piece.
What the fuck is going on?
Sound the footsteps. 3 people.
Bro, what?
Sound the footsteps.
Is there anything that these dudes believe in? Anything at all? It's literally a platform designed to bring in more people to the online, unaccountable cryptocurrency casino. He did countless hours of shitting on Kick. And that's before we even talk about like the explosive anti-Semitism.
I'm the first to know. Now I don't have to listen tomorrow.
How fucking bad is the Teddy Fresh sales that you're doing this? Jesus Christ, dude. God damn how hypocritical this is. Holy fuck.
But don't you worry, Miss Waterbury. I'm not gonna do anything.
I mean, he's already gone along with the first principle of becoming a kick streamer, which is to do an endless sequence of fuck Hasan content. Might as well get paid for it, I guess.
Or whatever. There's actually normal shows and normal stuff happening there now. And Mr. Beast being on there is a big difference. And I'll tell you guys, I've talked to Kick. We're thinking about multi-streaming. Not moving, nothing dramatic. Just broadcasting to Kick in addition to YouTube. It would change anything for you guys. It's simply a multi-streaming thing. Because I think this competition at this point, it's hard. You can't ignore it anymore because it's coming so big. And now with Mr. Beast there, it's a thing, right? And the competition is important. YouTube and Twitch fucking suck.
At live. YouTube at live.
YouTube sucks at live. Their bot stuff is great.
I feel like after all the drama with Twitch, I always appreciate YouTube.
During the quote-unquote manufactured drama of Twitch being anti-Semitic, Ethan never actually turned the fucking crosshair of criticism to YouTube, which still housed, at the time, millions of different fucking anti-Semitic content creators. And now he's going directly to the fucking heart of anti-Semitism, Kick. That is fucking insane, dude. That's actually insane.
So much.
That's true. I think their live team, just honestly, YouTube in general, their operation has always been very good.
Yeah.
I feel personally slighted.
I feel like when it comes to live.
Okay, I don't want to watch the rest of it. That is wild, dude. As an old viewer of Ethan, as a person with a lot of nervous tics, including coughing, it seems like he's going through a lot of fucking stress. I do not share his views at a fucking genocide, of course, but he needs to get out of the internet ASAP. Yeah, once again, all of this could have been avoided if he didn't choose to personally engage in career suicide by hitching his wagon to a fucking apartheid state that he left during a genocide that he chose to actively defend by constantly calling out its critics anti-Semitic, terrorists, and a number of different, like, incredibly fucking violent right-wing things, while also claiming that he was a stalwart ally of Palestinians. Oh my lord. If he had just listened to me when I tried to have an earnest conversation with him, to be like, dude, don't do this. Here's why you're wrong. Literally early months of October 2023. He wouldn't have to be in this position right now. And I don't think that he's ever going to stop. I think I assume, I mean, I checked out of that part of the world. I checked out of that conversation a long time ago. But I suspect that he will just like continue broadcasting to a smaller and smaller audience, regardless of how much, how little revenue it generates. And he'll just keep fucking going crazy.
Owen's the big guy in my family, and his mother's just been turned down. If this happens on top of that, it would just about destroy him.
That's wild, man. I don't think he also realizes that like a big part of I don't think he realizes that a big part of this, man, I don't even fucking know what to say, honestly. Like a lot of the people that came into his community that like dramatically shifted his community, because every now and then when I go on Reddit, like it shows up on my fucking main page, and the stuff that I see from the subreddit of a community that I was a part of, that I was like literally a fucking host on with the Leftovers podcast, the shit that they say about me on there is mind-boggling. Sometimes I read it and I'm like, is this fucking Steven Crowder subreddit? Like, what the hell's going on? They'll be like, Hasan is a Islamo-supremacist. He hates Jews. He loves the Armenian genocide. He's a Turkish ultra-nationalist. It's like, it's shocking. It's lunatic behavior. And I'll see like people fucking defending Destiny in the subreddit, being like, no, Hasan actually saw Hasan received unsolicited news on a Snapchat, and that's somehow the same, if not worse, than what happened to Destiny, who was a real victim of this situation where he was like both non-consensually and consensually recording people that he was having sex with, and then unconsensually sharing it with random fucking Discord neo-Nazi e-girls that he wanted to fuck without telling anybody else that he was sharing this fucking revenge porn material. That's actually the same, if not Hasan is worse, as a matter of fact. Like, that's the type of that is the type of mental gymnastics you only engage in if you have a deliberate attempt to actively put down an enemy of sex pestiny, while simultaneously bring up sex pestiny as a viable alternative, which only leads me to believe that the community is entirely changed, and all of those people are eventually gonna fucking leave Ethan's ass behind too. That he has almost he's pushed aside what made his community whole. He pushed aside every single person, every single actual fan, to farm a new audience that doesn't care about him at all. And he doesn't realize that he's a fucking useful idiot, both for defending Israel's genocide after far after the average person who had any sort of loyalty to Israel would ever defend it. You said your dad negotiated with Hamas as well? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. He's slowly transforming into a locale. I think he already is there. It's a sad state of affairs, man. I don't know. I think the solution to this would be to just like go offline for a little bit and really reconsider your behavior, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. You just gave him 100 days of material to clip chimp you and lied to his audience. I don't think it matters. Has he even, look, I don't really pay attention to whatever the fuck he's up to, but I assume he has not stopped anyway, right? Like, that's usually how it goes. Like, a lot of people will be like, oh, just ignore it, which I do, but it's the same with like, it's the same with the sex pestiny. It's the same with Epstein. Like, they don't ever go away, because like at a certain point it becomes this the only type of content that they can generate any attention around. He's working on his next video on you, trying to portray you as a sex pest and a pedo. If that happens, I hope you respond to that video. You can't let that sick fuck keep defaming you. He knows he can do this shit because you won't sue. And what are you gonna do? No, he was saying the other day you're on steroids. Bro's complimenting you, Lamau. He will stop eventually. I don't think he will. I think he's just gonna keep doing it. It is slander. Everything he says about me is slander. And if it's not slander, it's just like incredibly racist statements. Anyway, who gives a fuck about what he's saying? Let's move on. Let's get back to the video.
Great at keeping it a secret. I'm gonna really quickly read a few passages that refute this talking point. I could spend all day on it, but this video is already going to be insanely long, so I gotta speed things up. Shlomo Ben-Ami, who is not exactly an anti-Zionist in any capacity given that he's worked for the Israeli government, has refuted this narrative himself in his book, Scars of War, Wounds of Peace. It's not at all clear, as maintained by a conventional Israeli myth, that the Palestinian exodus was encouraged by the Arab states and by local leaders. Benny Morris found no evidence to show that either the leaders of the Arab states or the Mufti ordered or directly encouraged the mass exodus. Indeed, Morris found evidence to the effect that the local Arab leadership and militia commanders discouraged flight, and Arab radio stations issued calls to the Palestinians to stay put, and even to return to their homes if they had already left. True, there were more than a few cases where local Arab commanders ordered the evacuation of villages, but these seemed to have been tactical decisions taken under very specific military conditions. They did not respond to an overall strategy either of the local Palestinians.
Also, what's really interesting about that is that, okay, let's say Arab commanders told the Palestinians to leave. Why did fucking Israel not let them return? They're civilians. Why has Israel not allowed them to return to this day? Like, what are you even talking about? Yeah, let's say there was a tactical retreat or whatever the fuck, you know, Arab commanders were like, you have to leave your homes right now. And everyone was like, okay, I'm leaving my home. Okay, why can't they fucking return then? What do you mean? People don't understand, even throughout like fucking medieval times, like wars are waged and then, but the civilians are supposed to be, I mean, not always, but civilians are supposed to be allowed to continue existing in the place that they were with just new rulership, new ownership. What are we talking about? Unless they take people as slaves, which has happened quite a bit as well. Yeah, you can't collect taxes from the fucking peasantry or even rebuild a new standing militia from the peasantry if you kill all the peasantry or you expel them.
Leaders or of the Arab states.
It was the invading fucking Arab armies that told the Palestinians to leave.
As Ilan Pappé explained, this myth, originally invented by the Israeli Foreign Ministry, was a way to dodge responsibility for the Palestinian right of return. At the time, the US government, especially under John F. Kennedy, was pressuring Israel to address the refugee crisis caused by its ethnic cleansing campaigns. To deflect blame, Israel hired researchers and scholars to fabricate evidence suggesting that it was Arab leaders, not Israeli terror organizations, who forced Palestinians to flee. One such scholar was Moshe Moaz, whose work Ben-Gurion cited as proof beyond doubt that Palestinians left because the Arab leaders instructed them to. But even Moaz later admitted that his research wasn't about historical accuracy. He was just fulfilling a political assignment. In his book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, Pappé further refutes this nonsense by writing, using primarily Israeli military archives, the new Israeli historians were able to confirm many cases of massive expulsions from villages and towns and revealed that the Jewish forces had committed a considerable number of atrocities, including massacres. The Israeli foundational myth about a voluntary Palestinian flight the moment the war started in response to a call by Arab leaders to make way for invading armies holds no water. It is a sheer fabrication that there were Jewish attempts, as Israeli textbooks still insist today, to persuade Palestinians to stay. As we have seen, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians had already been expelled by force before the war began, and tens of thousands more would be expelled in the first week of the war. See, in truth, Palestinians were victims of Israeli paramilitary.
I can't stress this enough. Why would they not be allowed to return? Why would the civilians not be allowed to return? Even if it was the Arab militaries that were like, oh, you have to leave now. Civilians are not a part of the warring faction. That's not how this works. Hello. I know this is very difficult for someone who's a defender of Israel to understand. Civilians, different than standing armies, different than any sort of like militant resistance. Civilians are civilians. Now, of course, I can think of one reason why you wouldn't want civilians to return. It's because you have demographic concerns. And the only reason why you would have demographic concerns is if you're a fucking Nazi, which is what Zionism is.
Organizations who carried out a premeditated ethnic cleansing campaign known as Plan Dalit, which entailed large-scale intimidation, laying siege to and bombarding villages and population centers, setting fire to homes, properties, and goods, expulsion, demolition, and finally, planting mines among the rubble to prevent any of the expelled inhabitants from returning. In David Ben-Gurion's own words, the prime objective of Plan Dalit was the cleansing of Palestine. Israel exists to keep Jews of all kinds safe. Okay, really quick, let's recap why Israel does not keep Jews safe and is most definitely not a place for Jews of all kinds. There were the false flag bombing campaigns in Iraq and Egypt that we spoke about earlier. Those not only put Jews directly in harm's way by literally bombing them, but were also carried out with the intention of increasing hostility toward Jews in Muslim-majority countries so they'd feel pressured to move to Israel, which many of them did not want to do. Avi Shleim remarks on the irony of this in his interview with Novara Media, pointing out how Israel simultaneously claims to aspire to Jewish safety, yet was endangering Jews across the region.
Even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
Shleim goes as far as to claim that Jews today are much less safe in Israel than they are elsewhere, and on top of that, Israel generates anti-Semitism which harms all Jewish people, wherever they may be.
There's no question that Jews in Israel today are less safe than anywhere else in the world. But it's much, much worse than that. It's much worse than that because Israel generates anti-Semitism. Israel is responsible for the upsurge of hostility towards Jews everywhere.
It's common to hear people claim that Israel is the only place where Jews can be safe, but this is entirely untrue. My response to that claim would be, so safe that they need billions of US dollars for security reasons every year? mandatory conscription, bomb shelters, an iron dome, and more just to fight the people they perpetually oppress when those people inevitably retaliate? You think a Jewish dude in Brooklyn is in more danger than a Jewish dude in Israel? Give me a fucking break. And to be clear, it's unsafe not because of some barbarous sea of Arabs, but because Israel is an aggressor and oppressor in the region, and colonialism breeds violent resistance. Also, let's not forget about the aforementioned mistreatment of Mizrahi Jews, the transit camps, the Yemenite children affair, the exploited labor, the constant rhetoric about Jews from the MENA region being primitive and backward. Right from the jump, Israel was a project meant to serve white European Jews primarily. This accusation is corroborated by the way the Zionist project treated Jews from Ethiopia and Uganda. Ethiopian Jewish women were injected with contraceptives, some without their consent, others under coercion, with immigration to Israel and further healthcare made conditional on their compliance. The story of Ugandan Jewry is particularly interesting and upsetting. The Aba Yudaya, a community of black Ugandan Jews whose adherence to Judaism dates back over a century, have been the victims of frivolous obstacles and roadblocks when it comes to their attempts at migrating to Israel. Israel's
pre-watched again
that it doesn't even recognize the Aba Yudaya to be Jews at all.
Why?
This is quite strange given their 100 years of adherence to the Jewish faith. In stark contrast to the bureaucratic hurdles and, let's be frank, racism the Ugandan Jews faced, South African converts were able to move to Israel relatively smooth.
Wait, one more. Russians. There's one other group. South African converts were easily able to come to Israel in the aftermath of the dissolution of the apartheid in South Africa. Very strange, by the way. My favorite, the people who were like, well, this apartheid is done, let's go to the next one. Like dudes who are just consistent, you know, they're like, we have to. Yeah, I'm running away from the end of one apartheid and bouldering in the direction of another. So, I mean, that's great. That's got to be awesome for the people who are that invested. Also, there's one other group of people that were able to come to Israel without having any sort of matrilineal tracing of Jewish ancestry, and that was Russian. Now you might be wondering why. Well, it goes back to the same fucking argument, which is Russians are white. That is what it is, baby.
Smoothly. See, when the South African apartheid ended, some white South Africans didn't want to live in a democratic society, so they made the decision to move to another apartheid regime, Israel. They converted to Judaism and successfully made the move with little pushback from the Israeli state. This Ugandan creator, who is apparently
not just Russians, white people from across the Soviet Union, yeah, that's true. From all across the Soviet Union. It's so funny. They don't give a fuck, bro. White is right.
The many children of the late Ugandan dictator Idi Amin, made a quick video talking about the subject, and I'll link it below. The Balfour Declaration settles it. This is a bit more of a niche talking point, but some Zionists will invoke the authority of the British, specifically the Balfour Declaration of 1917, as though that grants the Zionist movement any actual form of legitimacy. The truth is, the British were making all sorts of contradictory promises back in the day. The Mahmoud Hussein Correspondence of 1915 to 1916 saw the British promise to recognize Arab governance in the region post-World War I in exchange for the Sharif of Mecca launching a revolt against the Ottomans. This correspondence came before the Balfour Declaration, yet...
There it is, boys. There it is. The fucking Palestinian betrayal. To be fair, this is not reflective of broader Palestinian society's opinions on this. And I think that for the most part, this is before the Balfour Declaration, for the record. Subject to the above modifications, Great Britain is prepared to recognize and support the independence of Arabs within the territories included in the limits and boundaries proposed by the Sheriff of Mecca. Great Britain will guarantee the holy place against all external aggression and will recognize the inviolability when the situation admits. Great Britain will give to the Arabs her advice and will assist them to establish what may appear to be the most suitable forms of government. Yeah. British people, British and French colonial occupation came to the MENA region because they recognized that if they were to take advantage of Arab revolts against the Ottoman occupation, it'd be much easier. Palestinians played a role in this as well. Silver Crow is coping, says Ottoman Turks massacred us and treated us badly. Britain used this to trick us for support. It's just copium. It's all good, you know. Look, I'm not gonna hold the little L against you like that, okay? I'm not gonna hold it against you. Many Turks do though. They're fucking weird about that shit.
Launching a revolt against the Ottomans. This corresponds.
I'm just saying. Imagine believing the fucking British, dude. Imagine believing the British.
It came before the Balfour Declaration, yet it's not treated with any actual authoritative weight. Furthermore, if we're in the business of respecting the Balfour Declaration, Nur Mashala reminds us that the Declaration affirms that the rights of non-Jews are to be respected. Why the cherry picking about which parts of the Balfour Declaration are important? At the end of the day, the Balfour Declaration was written and backed by notorious anti-Semites who wanted Jews out of their country so they could serve instead as...
And the only dude who was against it in the British Congress at the time was Parliament at the time was a Jewish Bundist.
Regional allies in the Middle East.
What's his name, like Montague or something? I'm forgetting. He has like a cool ass fucking name.
This document shouldn't be treated with any real legitimacy. The 1967 Six-Day War was a war of no choice. The myth goes like this. In 1967, the Arab countries on Israel's borders were going to launch a genocidal war to destroy the Jewish state.
What the fuck was the dude's name, dude? Hold on. Balfour Declaration. Who was it? Who was it? Yeah, it was Edwin Montague. I was right. Man, y'all are fucking slow today, dude. Y'all are slow as fuck today. Yeah, one member of the British government stood against the Balfour Declaration, the only Jewish member, Edwin Montague. That's a cool ass fucking name. Who asked what authority he could have as HM Secretary for India, responsible for dealing with nationalists and Muslims, when HM government proposed to declare his national home was in Palestine. The writer added to the declaration about Jewish rights and status elsewhere owed something to this opposition, but not his alone. Yeah. Don't even, Lake McGroove is 100% correct. Don't even fucking act like you're not Quick Draw McGraw when it comes to drama links, okay? Even the mere mention of Ethan Klein goes, everybody is like dialed in, ready to go. I got 7,000 links in a matter of seconds. But you can't get the one Jewish guy who opposed the Balfour Declaration? Shame.
And Israel had no choice but to launch a preemptive surprise attack and take them all out.
So in 1967, the Arabs mobilized for an all-out war. This is going to be the big war where they finally get rid of this nascent Jewish state that is less than 20 years old. And Israel instead launches a preemptive war.
Now, the reality goes like this.
I love that, by the way. Preemptive war is so funny. Has Israel ever done a first strike that was unwarranted? Because they've never admitted to it, okay? It's always just a sequence of incredible coincidences where like Israel blows up everybody in the neighboring region, and then they say, oh, we did it because they were gonna blow us up already. You know, preemptive genocide is what's going on in Gaza right now, because there could be a hypothetical genocide of all Jews living in Israel in the future somehow. No, that's not Shapiro making up concepts. That is literally the established narrative. That is the established narrative. That's in fucking history books, big dog. That's not like... Benny Boy didn't come up with that on his own, I promise.
In a period of rising tensions between Israel and its neighbors, largely exacerbated by border incidents, Israel's invasion of Egypt in 1956, deadly Israeli attacks in the then Jordanian-controlled West Bank, Israel's diversion of the Jordan River's water into its national...
Yeah, Russia preemptively invaded Ukraine in a preemptive first strike because Ukraine, any moment, the Ukrainian forces were going to fucking roll their tanks into Moscow. Yeah. Yeah, America preemptively invaded Iraq because Iraq was, any moment, Saddam was going to do a Ba'athist 9/11. Yeah. This time, Ba'athist style 9/11 was imminent.
Water carrier leading to tensions with Syria and overall animosity. Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser concentrated Egyptian troops in the Sinai Peninsula and closed the Gulf of Aqaba to Israeli shipping. This was his brinksmanship attempt, derived from a legitimate place of fear, to intimidate the Israelis into behaving. Despite Nasser's support for the Palestinian cause, it should be noted that there was a time where he was willing to engage in civil negotiations with Israel. As Pape put it, in the 50s, Nasser was willing to explore the possibility of a deal with Israel which would allow Egypt to have a land bridge with Jordan, as well as the return of the Palestinian refugees from 1948 and the creation of a Palestinian state. Israel was, per usual, uninterested in such a peace. On June 5th of 1967, Israel launched a surprise attack on its neighbors where it took out over 90% of Egypt's air force and enacted similar devastation to Syria's. Since Israel immediately took out the air capabilities of its enemies, it was able to swiftly defeat them as they had no air cover. Israel then went on to claim that they had no choice in the subsequent Israeli occupation of Gaza, the West Bank, parts of Syria, and parts of Egypt were noble, given that they won those territories in a just war that they had no option but to start. However, in truth, Israel's actions in 1967 were strategic and not the result of necessary defensive measures. Israel understood that since its enemies boasted larger militaries in terms of sheer numbers, any Israeli win would be conditioned on a preemptive strike. Israel also wanted to finish what it started in 1948 and occupy the West Bank and Gaza, as Israel believed it would be incomplete without the West Bank. In fact, at the time of the Israeli attacks on June 5th, there was a US-led diplomatic attempt to normalize relations between Israel and its neighbors already in the works. But Israel had no intention of...
Very anti-Semitic. Very anti-Semitic attempt.
...providing the necessary time to the peace brokers, wrote Pape. He argues that Israel perceived the moment to be the perfect opportunity to correct history and lay claim to all of historical Palestine. I mean, Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin admitted himself that the official Israeli narrative of having no choice was bullshit. He said, "In June 1967, we had a choice. The Egyptian army concentration in the Sinai did not prove that Nasser was really about to attack us. We must be honest with ourselves. We decided to attack him." Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005.
Wow. That's the other thing. The Israeli right, yes, it's literal terrorist Menachem Begin, who once was, I believe, outflanked by Joe Biden, where Joe Biden told him that they weren't going hard enough. Way back in the day. But also, there's two speeds in Israeli society. The far right will flex openly, okay, and the liberal Zionist contingency will go along with these with this myth making, with these narratives. Make it seem as though it was like a preemptive strike because it was like imminent, invasion was imminent, it was going to destroy Israel, blah blah blah, all this shit. And the right will always be fucking open about their intentions.
this is proof that Israel wants peace.
By and large, Israelis don't want to conquer Gaza. In fact, they left Gaza voluntarily in 2005.
No, the Gaza pullout wasn't done out of a desire for peace or for the sake of the Palestinians. Ariel Sharon pulled the settlers and the army out of Gaza for wholly selfish reasons. First, there was no genuine withdrawal from Gaza to begin with. Instead of Israel's presence directly in the Strip, it moved right outside the Strip and besieged it, exercising control over what goes in and out, water, electricity, and more. Israel was, and still is, the occupying authority. Second, Sharon pulled the settlers out of Gaza so that he could prove on the world stage that such a messy situation was not worth trying in the West Bank. He also wanted to be able to attack and bomb Gaza from the outside without the risk of hitting an Israeli settler. Controlling Gaza from the outside made the most sense for Israel, so that's why they did it. This quote-unquote disengagement from Gaza also allowed Israel to tighten its grip and redirect its focus toward entrenching the occupation in the West Bank. According to Israeli anti-Zionist Tikva Honig Parnas, those who occupied high levels in Ariel Sharon's government were, frankly, admitting that disengagement from Gaza was a US-Israeli scheme that sought the world's approval for continuing other parts of the unilateral project. In fact, despite the early enthusiasm of Israeli politicians, many of them from the Labor Party, when it came to building...
Yeah, in 1982, Biden told Begin, even more women and children if necessary to get it done. Real freak. Biden has been probably one of the most rabid ultra-Zionists in perpetuity, like in American history. And it's so funny because he's Catholic. Like, he doesn't even have the theological justifications for it at all. He's just been the guy who loves it. A guy who understood, I guess, like Israel's importance and really, really believed in Israel's importance, which is what he famously said with the words, "If Israel did not exist there, we would build it." Like, really understood the importance of Israel as a colonial spearhead. Yeah, he said if Israel didn't exist there as a Jewish nation state, we would invent it.
If we look at the Middle East, I think it's about time we stop, those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
You think Biden's favorite country would have been Turkey with all the hair transplants he's gotten? Damn. This is why I say he's like such a fucking disgusting monster, dude. What a fucking animal he was. Well, is. He's not dead yet.
Settlements in Gaza. By the 21st century, the consensus had shifted to leave Gaza for the sake of keeping the West Bank. In the words of Ariel Sharon's own senior advisor, the significance of the disengagement plan is the freezing of the peace process. Palestinians squandered every opportunity for peace. So I actually have a whole 35-minute video on this topic, so just go watch it. It's very detailed and covers all the main supposed peace negotiations between the Zionists and the Palestinians, and highlights how the Zionists are the ones uninterested in peace. And more importantly, uninterested in justice. I'll leave it at that for this video. If there's anything I missed, leave a comment and maybe I'll make a quick standalone video covering it the way I did with this one.
Great video from Overzealots, one of the best and brightest of the new crop of Hasanabi heads making big moves. Okay. Incredible video. Definitely go and watch it. Watch it slower for extra engagement. Comment on it. What is this 7-year sub? I know how to link. Please don't ban. Do you just not want this one?
Do you think Israel has the right to defend itself?
What is
Everyone who isn't a piece of shit has been asked this question at some point. You've probably been asked it at some point, or you're asking it right now in the comment section. It's a very handy...
And how is Mr. Waterbury's latest novel doing?
Second only to the Bible.
Oh, he won't like that. You married, Steve? Please, Ronnie.
And you get a mention? Really?
Gaylord is married. Oh, no.
Don't you love Israel?
My business, Mr. Bernie? I've had married secretaries before, and their husbands were a little troublesome. They were murdered.
Completely unimportant, but today I learned Blippy is a Hasanabi head. Who's Blippy? What? No politique here. No politique. No politique. No politique. Israel number one. Why you not love Israel? Why you not love Israel? Oh. Oh. Anti-Semitism. Oh. Why you not love Israel? Why you not love Israel?
A rhetorical tool for the type of dweeb who wants to sweep Israel's barbarism under the rug. On the surface, seems like a pretty reasonable question, doesn't it? What kind of jerk doesn't want people to defend themselves? A jerk, I wager. Are you some kind of jerk? Prove you're not a jerk. Look a little closer and I think you'll see the game being played. The question takes for granted that whatever action you were criticizing Israel for was necessarily defensive in some capacity. Now, of course, they don't say that, because if they did, you'd be able to actually argue that point. They simply leave it implied and unspoken, so there's nothing to argue. You're left with a choice. You can either, 1, accept the dishonest framing, concede that Israeli violence is defensive and necessary, thereby granting anything Israel does, no matter how heinous, a certain moral legitimacy, or 2, you can attempt to dispute the framing, thereby handing them the opportunity to present you as simply not caring about the safety of Israelis. Using this method, any shithead can sidestep criticism of Israel for anything. Present whatever the hell they want as more or less the only alternative to the eradication of Israel and every citizen therein. It becomes a high-stakes, zero-sum struggle for survival where the belligerent occupying force is somehow always implied to be on the back foot, always outnumbered, outgunned, and on the verge of total destruction. The perpetual underdog, plucky little Israel. Now, I've always recognized this as a gotcha question. I'm sure you do too. It's pretty obviously bad faith. Still, never really occurred to me until I read this book, The 100 Years' War in Palestine by Rashid Khalidi, particularly the last chapter, which sums up the methods that Khalidi believes have been historically successful in advancing the Palestinian cause, that I realized I've never really had a helpful rebuttal to this question. When pressed, I would usually give some pithy soundbite, something like, the state of Israel is illegitimate, or states don't have rights. People do. Because I knew enough, not to engage seriously with this bad faith line of argumentation. I just wanted to shut it down. But that's kind of a problem, isn't it? Because it's not really convincing. Israeli propaganda has managed to portray them as the victims of Arab aggression, that they are simply responding to unprovoked attacks motivated by nothing but primordial anti-Semitism. They've managed to parlay...
Lol, that's you? Wait, what? I know all of the... First of all, I know all of the fucking colonial barbarism Israel has utilized. It's a little bit difficult to fucking engage with Hasbaris on those virtues in a short answer format.
Western Islamophobia in order to portray Palestinians, or anyone who could be confused for a Palestinian, or anyone who feels the slightest sympathy for Palestinians as a terrorist.
That's why I think the greatest counter is, does Nazi Germany have a right to exist? Does apartheid South Africa have a right to exist? That is the most effective and shortest counter of all time. And I think that's the best possible counter that you can engage with.
Monster person who wants to do terrorism because they're just ontologically evil. That is, of course, what historians call racist hogwash. It's like Colonizer 101 to portray the colonized people as savage, aggressive barbarians being violent to you for no reason. It's the same kind of language that my ancestors would have used to justify their genocidal colonization of this continent, or chattel slavery. I say would have because obviously my ancestors are largely dead, but there are still people saying stuff like that, obviously. And I think you would recognize that as wrong there, right? Like, it's about as wrong as a thing can be. It just doesn't like matter for the argument, because all of that is in the realm of facts and material analysis. You're responding to like a spooky boogeyman with statistics and history lessons and critical theory, and it's like, okay, but people are afraid. That's not making them unafraid. It's very hard once people have become afraid to make them unafraid. And if enough people perceive this racist hogwash to be true, waving away the fear which results from that false belief gonna make you look like a real asshole. When you're not an asshole, it's them with the hogwash. They're the ones not washing their hogs. Getting into the weeds of what a state is, when, if ever, one is legitimate, whether or not states can possess rights, and if so, what those rights might be, or any parallels to historical events that the general public likely doesn't know much about, don't really make anyone feel better about the manufactured fear of limitless Arab hostility that Zionists have carefully cultivated. It will be received as simply dodging the question. Rightfully so, because we are dodging the question. It's not a good faith question. We're trying to avoid answering it for that reason. But there actually is a very simple, very effective answer to this question. Do I think Israel has a right to defend itself? Sure.
No.
It's just not what they're doing. So it's not relevant. That addresses the root problem with the premise of this question, right? Israeli occupation is the aggressive force in this conflict, and always has been. Any violence that Palestinian resistance has engaged in, whether or not one views it as tactically useful or even morally justifiable from our comfortable little computer chairs oceans away, must be understood within the greater context of an exponentially more violent Israeli occupation. Palestinians, by and large, are not violent. Any violence that Palestinian resistance engages in is not the result of some sort of incidental anti-Semitism unrelated to any oppression they might face from Israeli occupation. It is a response to over a century's worth of deliberate ethnic cleansing and resistance to a supremacist movement, Zionism, which seeks to wipe them and their culture off of the face of the earth. And it always has, and it always will, until it is dismantled and destroyed, like all supremacist movements must be. For decades, Zionists insisted, often referring to the state's Declaration of Independence, that Israel could be, and was both, Jewish and democratic. As the contradictions inherent in this formulation grew ever more apparent, some Israeli leaders admitted, indeed even declared it with pride, that if they were forced to choose, the Jewish aspect would take precedence. In July 2018, the Knesset codified the choice in constitutional law, adopting the Basic Law of the Jewish Nation-State, which institutionalized statutory inequality among Israeli citizens by arrogating the right of national self-determination exclusively to the Jewish people, downgrading the status of Arabic and declaring Jewish settlement a national value, with precedence over other needs. Former Justice Minister Ayelet Shaked, one of the more forthright advocates of Jewish supremacy and a sponsor of the law, had made the case bluntly a few months before the legislation came to a vote. There are places where the character of the State of Israel as a Jewish state must be maintained, and this sometimes comes at the expense of equality. To ask whether Israel has the right to defend itself is kind of like asking whether foxes have the right to defend themselves from chickens. Yeah, I guess. Right? In a hypothetical world where foxes didn't eat chickens, I would be quite critical of chickens who attacked foxes. But we don't live in that world, and I think the chickens have a pretty reasonable fear that if they don't defend themselves, they will be killed and eaten. It is difficult for me to cast judgment on the chickens in this matter. The strategy here is simple: to willfully ignore and obscure the power dynamic between Israeli occupier and Palestinian resistance, to present themselves as oppressed underdogs and Palestinians, or just Arabs writ large when that suits their purposes, as overpoweringly dominant and aggressive for no reason, to muddy the waters so that onlookers internationally, particularly in the West, but particularly in the United States,
Palestinians are both simultaneously weak and also demonic entities that, control the international banking system, and also, of course, the media. Palestinians have their tentacle in Israeli society. Palestinians are responsible for all of the evils.
States get the impression that Israel is either the less violent party in this conflict, which it demonstrably isn't, or failing that all parties are equally violent in this conflict, which they
The Palestinians lie about their oppression, Pallywood, Holocaust denial. It's just, I said this on October 7. Like, the idea that Israel would ever point the finger of Nazism in the direction of Hamas or the Palestinians as a whole is so insane, because you're just reminding people the historic atrocities that the Nazis engaged in. And I think eventually people will recognize that Israel is infinitely closer to a Nazi-style form of governance, and Israel's violence will be reflected on poorly in the same ways that we now look back with 2020 vision of hindsight at the Nazi Holocaust. Same with ISIS. Hamas is ISIS. Remember that hashtag Israel tried to make happen after October 7? Hamas is ISIS. Like, Israel is far closer to ISIS than Hamas ever was and ever could be. That's not even a thing. Same with Nazis.
Demonstrably are not. That it's this intractable conflict with no discernible solution. There's just nothing that would appease these people. That whatever violence Israel trades in was always inevitable because there's no way to make peace. They have no partner in the peace process, don't you know? It's violence or nothing, and it's better to do the violence than have the violence done to you, right? And just like, think about that for a second. Does that make sense to you? Like on a brass tacks, common sense level, does it make sense? Because on one side, we have a nuclear power, though they won't admit it and are allowed not to admit it for some reason, supported, funded, armed, and protected by, at various points in its history up to the present day, the most powerful empires the planet has ever seen. A country with the 12th biggest military budget on the planet and the second highest military budget to GDP ratio, and that's not even factoring in the absurd level of foreign aid given to it by the aforementioned empires, both financially and with just direct gifts of state-of-the-art weapons and military tech. And on the other side, we have guerrilla militants and children throwing rocks at tanks and grieving mothers on TikTok. And we have students. The students are in other countries, but they're holding signs, and sometimes the signs are rude. Does that strike you as a balanced conflict? Do you think both parties in that conflict have comparable ability to wipe out the other? Or does it seem like one party has all of the material power in that situation? Like, just put aside for a moment your thoughts on which side has the moral high ground and really ask yourself, who is more powerful here? That's why it really chaps me when the extermination in Gaza is called a war. It's not a war. It's a military campaign, yes, but it's one waged almost exclusively against the civilian population of an occupied territory, half of whom are children. Non-combatants are routinely targeted and deliberately killed, including children, including aid workers, and pregnant women and journalists. It's just a matter of course. That's not a war. War is between two warring parties. Both sides are fighting and can defend themselves. This is not that. Just like it wouldn't be a fight if you were to strike a baby in its crib. That's not how you'd describe that. And while this...
I mean, that's how I would describe how Israel conducts its quote-unquote war, though. Directly. And they don't even like punch the baby in the crib. They punch it with a fucking 2,000-pound munition that they got from America. And you're fucking anti-Semitic if you don't think Israel deserves that munition to use on the baby in the crib. You're also doubly anti-Semitic if you think that Israel was not justified in blowing up that baby's crib.
Violence has certainly escalated since October 7th, 2024. It has always been the case that Israel engaged in disproportionately violent tactics. Even during peacetime, the IDF regularly engages in vulgar displays of violent domination to thin out resistance, which it colorfully refers to as mowing the lawn. Isn't that cute? This euphemism, mowing the lawn, came into popularity based on a speech given by then Israeli Minister of Education Naftali Bennett in September of 2018 at a counterterrorism conference. Why the Minister of Education is speaking at a counterterrorism conference eludes me. Bennett said, "In our neighborhood, if you do not mow the lawn mows you." I can think of no clearer articulation of the Zionist attitude. Everything is a threat, and every threat justifies just whatever they wanted to do in the first place. In order for him to arrive at this metaphor, he had to claim that one's front lawn poses a threat. If you don't mow it, it'll mow you? No, it wouldn't. A lawn cannot mow you. That's simply not what lawns do. Is that why you mow your lawn? Because you're afraid that left unchecked, the grass would mow you? What? It's an insipid metaphor, but nonetheless, often directly invoked by Israeli officials, politicians, and political commentators, or anyone who advocates for aggressive positions in Israel's relations with Hamas or whomever they'd like to pretend is Hamas at any given moment. And it's also at odds with the plucky little Israel narrative commonly expressed in the West that I described earlier, because it positions Israel and the IDF as the active, in-control party whose preemptive cyclical violence is intended as deliberate suppression. You know, the truth. Because that's how Zionists within Israel talk amongst themselves. Within the metaphor, the occasional bout of preemptive, indiscriminate state violence is simply the cost of maintaining their property. That harm done to Palestinians has about the same moral weight as harm done to blades of grass, and thus one should not be discerning about which Palestinians are killed. They all have to be cut down, after all, or they will cut you down. That's not only a statement of intent to commit the war crime of collective punishment, it also provides justification for the eradication of all civilians and combatants alike, which is also a war crime incidentally. Well, that's not strictly speaking true. That's actually just a broad category of activity which includes all war crimes. But it's not as though the distinction between combatant and non-combatant really matters to the IDF, considering it is their official policy to use disproportionate force to target civilian infrastructure in flagrant violation of international law. And that's not me editorializing, by the way. They use the term disproportionate force. They literally say that. It's called the Dahia Doctrine. It could not be more cut and dry. It is the official, stated position of the IDF to use.
I mean, there's a lot of different versions of this where, like, if you just look at that Israeli military doctrine, you're like, this is insane. Hannibal Doctrine comes to mind, obviously, or even the Samson option.
What they themselves describe as disproportionate force against civilian infrastructure, thereby targeting whatever civilian population depends on or was itself physically present within that infrastructure. I really can't hammer this point home hard enough. It isn't me saying this. I'm quoting them. This is what they say. This is how they characterize their own actions. And let me just ask, does that sound like the underdog to you? Do they sound like the victims here, the less belligerent party? Do you think a reluctantly violent person would characterize violence as nothing more than a tedious chore which needed to be scheduled in advance and done with mechanical regularity? Do you think a military whose sole intent were to defend itself would use what it itself describes as disproportionate force? Can one even use disproportionate force defensively? Isn't it kind of definitionally aggressive, definitionally escalatory? Do you really believe, in your heart of hearts, do you believe that if one person in an entire village attacks you, that gives you the moral right to kill everyone in that village? Men, women, children, sick people in hospitals. Does that sound like self-defense to you? Should the people having their homes and loved ones destroyed simply accept that? Do they not likewise have a right to defend themselves? Just think about it. Western media is all too happy to obscure the power dynamics at play as well. There's nothing too absurd or too distant from objective reality for them at this point. They'll just say the wildest shit and expect you to swallow it uncritically.
One of the things I saw recently was like, it reminded me of the Onion article. Israel invents new language to refer to Palestinians under the age of 18 as anything but minors, or children as anything but children. And there was an article with the headline like, there was an article that featured the words like, Palestinian men under the age of 18. Israel has killed Palestinian. Oh, it's about New York Times, not Israel. I'm mixing and matching, sorry. Yeah, Palestinian future adults died. Who knows how?
Because they think you're stupid. They think you're so fucking stupid. While the IDF actively drops bombs on hospitals and refugee camps, CNN and MSNBC will have their little pet propagandists on crying crocodile tears about how scared they felt when children's entertainer Miss Rachel hugged a Palestinian.
Yeah. Israel's military operation, which began after the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on October 7th, 2023, has killed more than 18,000 Palestinians under the age of 18. Every word besides children used to describe Palestinians under 18 by The Onion. There was one article where it says civilians who had yet to reach their teens. Jesus Christ. Yeah, which is the opposite of former baby IDF soldier slain. Ruthlessly murdered inside of his tank. About 2/3 of them did not reach their teenage years. So babies, children, babies, baby children. Yeah. Yeah, tank baby, as opposed to the Israeli tank baby. Former Gerber baby star of Israel, slain unjustifiably and immorally by disgusting monsters. Why you no love Israel? This is for more, baby. Gerber, baby. Gerber, baby. Is Israel, baby? For more, baby.
Palestinian child. That made them feel unsafe, targeted even. Unlike, say, a cruise missile, which is defensive. It's a defensive type of missile. They had to defend themselves from the hospital because there were tunnels underneath, spooky tunnels that they built. And then they lied about building, and they lied about having done all of this, despite the fact that they also think it's morally unimpeachable. Because that's what you do, right? That's what you do, is when you do something that you think is right, and you think it's the right thing to do and the right choice, you lie about it. Makes sense. Makes sense to me. Any criticism of Israel, no matter how measured, or the mere presence in public life of anyone who has made such a criticism, we are told, somehow makes Jews feel unsafe in some unspecified capacity. All Jews, I guess, even the ones who directly say otherwise, even when it's a Jewish person, or indeed hundreds of Jewish people or literal Holocaust survivors speaking. Those Jewish people must be silenced violently if necessary, because otherwise, if we don't silence them with violence, they might feel unsafe. None of these dipshits will try to make the argument that anything being said actually makes Jewish people unsafe, mind you. No, it's just that they might be made to feel unsafe. I feel unsafe when you say that it's...
That was my favorite tweet in the post-Zoran primary victory cycle. It's like, no, the point is, I'm saying, I don't think he's gonna be anti-Semitic. The point is, I think he might be. And when I say it, you have to literally respond to it. You have to respond to it, and you have to straight up listen to what I have to say and abide by my hysteria. Okay, thanks, man. Great.
Wrong to blockade an occupied territory, refusing to allow in medical and food aid in order to use starvation and disease as a weapon of war in flagrant violation of the Geneva Convention. I find that triggering, frankly, and I don't want to be insensitive here. I will grant you that it is a problem when people feel unsafe. I don't want to minimize that. That's not nothing. It's just about as close to nothing as anything could reasonably be in this discussion, because, like, you can't specifically complain that you're being made to feel unsafe in order to justify other people actually being made unsafe. Like, I don't think I know how to make that any clearer. Like, it is worse to be unsafe than to feel unsafe, obviously. Do you know what else might make people feel unsafe? If one were to put someone in a refugee camp and then bomb said refugee camp, or like if you were to level an entire city block, or if you were to do all of that and tell people where they should evacuate to and then bomb the place that they evacuated to, do you see how that would create a certain sense of unease? As they lose their grip on the discourse, it's no longer enough for the Zionist that their talking points and feelings are privileged above everyone else's. Now they'll bitch and moan that a counter-argument is even allowed to be expressed, because for once, it is. That anything other than full-throated support of anything Israel does, no matter how violent, is literally terrorism. It should be a criminal offense. It sometimes actually is a criminal offense simply to disagree with them. You should be deported for disagreeing with them. And isn't it so unfair that a major news outlet will allow people to criticize Israel up to and including platforming a literal gamer?
I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago.
It's really fucked up. Really fucked up.
This gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
The man making those defamatory remarks is with the Anti-Defamation League. Irony is dead. I say that it's defamation because I don't think it is correct to say that Hasan Piker
regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
If it were, I feel like someone would have let Ethan Klein know by now, because it seems to me like he's put a lot of effort into trying to prove that exact point for a few months, and it keeps falling flat on his ass trying to do it, so it seems like there's not a lot of evidence. Try and sue me. Do it, bitch. I'm Canadian. I can say whatever the fuck I want. Go ahead, bitch. I'm not Jewish, so take this with a grain of salt. But I've always thought that the worst form of anti-Semitic rhetoric would be like, I don't know, signaling support for Nazis. Like, for example, if one were to throw up a Sig Heil once or twice, kind of an extreme example, I know, but like, if someone were to do that, right, and we're all on the lookout for anti-Semitism, and I think we should be, that's something I would recommend keeping an eye on. And definitely you wouldn't want to defend it or make excuses for it, especially if that person then later went on to like train their AI using a bunch of anti-Semitic dog whistles, and the AI started calling itself Mecha Hitler, and they seemed okay with that. That's something I definitely would want to monitor closely. Unless, of course, for some reason, I didn't actually give a shit about anti-Semitism, but find it to be a useful rhetorical device to silence critics. But I digress. Here I go. Watch me. I'm digressing. This is me digressing. Make no mistake, there is no equivalence here. Despite the constant stream of propaganda blasted at you to convince you otherwise, Israel is, and always has been, the more violent party in this conflict. There is simply no way that one can massage the numbers where they don't maim and kill exponentially more people. It's simply an unavoidable reality if one looks even slightly at the facts. So in order to maintain the illusion that Israel is the victim,
like even the dynamic between anti-Semitism in the West, right, versus Israel's genocide that's currently unfolding. While anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry, the reason why we hate anti-Semitism, the reason why we despise it, the reason why we attack anti-Semites is because it sets the stage for genocide. And it has been successfully implemented. The dehumanization that comes out of anti-Semitism has been successfully implemented in the Holocaust. So even though anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable, it still does not meet the standard. It is nowhere near as unimaginably violent as genocide. Okay? Because the entire point is that anti-Semitism could lead to genocide, as it has once before. So in the process of doing a genocide, constantly fucking crying about anti-Semitism makes no fucking sense.
The exchange of violence, despite committing the majority of that violence, Zionists simply portray Arab violence as intrinsically worse than their own, intrinsically more evil. That violence done to Israelis, no matter why it is done or by whom it is done, must always be acknowledged as morally worse than any violence committed by Israel in comparison. You gotta do that before any discussion can be had. The performative demand to condemn Hamas.
Will you condemn Hamas? Or will you continue to be silent?
But do you condemn Hamas?
I think I've made my point.
Well, no, you haven't.
Do you condemn what Hamas did?
Do you support Hamas? Do you specifically condemn Hamas, a designated terrorist organization?
I just noticed that you've not condemned Hamas. Where was the condemnation for Hamas?
Or even some tepid liberal dog shit like extremism on both sides creates the association in people's minds that violence done by or in any way connected to Palestinians is uniquely condemnable, something we must all acknowledge is evil before the conversation may proceed. The moral weight of the violence done
It's just a way to offer a permission structure to Israel's violence against the Palestinians, both historically and currently happening. And the current version of that, of course, is literal genocide. Genocide that has not actually been able to properly been swept under the rug in the way that like the Nakba was, for example, which was again an ethnic expulsion, ethnic cleansing operation of Palestinians. That created the Israeli state. So in this situation, still at this point, when the overwhelming majority of the public is like aware of what the fuck Israel is doing and find it to be utterly unconscionable, the notion that like, okay, well, you still have to like say what Israel's doing is wrong by first condemning Hamas is ridiculous. Okay? It is ridiculous. And the only reason why that question is still asked is to basically get the interlocutor to say, oh, sure, Israel does have a right. Israel does have a right to attack Gaza. Israel has never had a right to attack Gaza. As a belligerent occupier, it is illegal for Israel to attack Gaza.
To Palestinians, however, is always negotiable. The demand is never put to the Zionists to condemn the IDF as they demand any critic of Israel condemn Hamas, despite the overwhelming disparity in death tolls between the two groups. Israeli violence is thereby legitimated and whitewashed through their comparative lack of performative moral outrage leveled against them. One side is evil for using violence. The other side uses violence much more violence, in fact, because that's just how things are. They got to defend themselves. This is a particularly handy tool to gain support in the West, where we've been primed to associate Muslims in the Middle East with violent acts of terror to justify decades of illegal wars. This is just yet another illegal war to throw on the pile. Now, let me be extremely clear here, because there are people who are going to make it their business to misinterpret what I'm saying, and nothing I'm saying is going to stop them, but I don't want to make it easy for them. And at least one of those people might be Ethan Klein, who's a little bitch and should sue me. Try it, bitch. Ethan Klein's not going to sue me. I'm not a woman. I am not saying, nor do I believe, that we should make excuses for terrorism, or that the October 7th attacks or any other violent act.
Why doesn't Hamas step down and rebrand? I understand they shouldn't have to, but optics are important. It would deprive Israel of its biggest talking point. Hamas is new. A relatively new formation of Palestinian resistance. Before Hamas, it was the PLO. Many of you are too young to even know what that is, or maybe you learned about it recently. So it doesn't matter. Before Hamas was the PLO. Okay? Hamas is the rebrand. That is the rebrand. And I'm sure that there will be another rebrand in the future. It's just whatever that rebrand is, it will turn into the new evil being. They said the exact same shit about the PLO that they're saying about Hamas right now. You understand? Why won't the IRA rebrand? Why won't, well, they also branched off. Why won't the ANC rebrand? Why won't the FLN rebrand? It's just, there's no, this is an irrelevant question. It's a completely irrelevant question. That's why I hate that, bruh, you're so lame and obnoxious. What? What the fuck? What the hell? Yeah, they've said the exact same thing about the PLO, about the PFLP, about the DFLP, about Islamic Jihad, about every single Palestinian resistance organization that has come into existence, because the goal ultimately is to deny Palestinians their sovereignty and to deny Palestinians their right to exist, to resist against the Israeli occupation, and to resist against the exist and to resist against the Israeli occupation. Comparing the ANC and Hamas, a very effective argument to those who don't understand resistance. I mean, I don't know if you're saying that as a negative, because some people have claimed that my comparison between the ANC and Hamas is actually like completely unacceptable. I mean, their function is not dissimilar to one another at all. It's just, you know, actively fighting against a settler colonial entity engaging in an apartheid. In any case, the question of rebrand is silly, especially because the genocide is still going on. This is why all the why don't you condemn Hamas, you love Hamas type of arguments are idiotic, and I do my very best to just like fucking cast them aside, because it's irrelevant. It is completely irrelevant. Like, I don't have to love Hamas, okay, to recognize that genocide is wrong. I don't care about the members of Hamas and their political ambitions or what their goals are. I'm looking at the situation from the perspective of an ongoing 80-year settler colonial occupation built around Jewish supremacy and extermination of all non-Jews in the region for a greater Israeli project which is unfolding in front of our eyes. It does not matter what my opinion or your opinion is on Hamas, even a little bit, okay? That's it. It's straightforward victim blaming.
action by or in support of Palestinians were good things or permissible or necessary or whatever the fuck it might be convenient for people to pretend I am saying. I'm saying, specifically, that the demand that these things be condemned before the conversation may proceed is a framing device used to portray Palestinians as uniquely violent, uniquely worthy of condemnation. One does not ordinarily need to condemn terrorist attacks. It is generally understood that terrorism, by and large,
my favorite response to condemning Hamas is I condemn Hamas exactly as much as you condemn Israel for war crimes. No, I don't think that's appropriate because one party here is the overwhelmingly violent party and is responsible for any kind of resistance, any kind of militant resistance against it, and that party is Israel. That's why I say over and over and over again, and I've reiterated this position a million times over, which really pisses off Zionists, which really, really pisses off people. When I actively will say, and I retweeted this before, there's no symmetry between Hamas and Israel, of course. What is it? It's like one of my favorite things that I've tweeted ever. There's no comparison between Israel and Hamas. One is a militant resistance comprised of orphan soldiers born into a 77-year occupation. The other is an ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state with nukes doing a genocide backed by the USA. Israel is a belligerent occupier, does not have a right to defend itself by bombing Gaza. Palestinians, on the other hand, have a legal right to defend themselves against Israel's genocide. Since the media tide is shifting after 19 months, ask yourself why no one ever mentions this. This is a 100% objectively correct statement. It's one of those statements where it's like, you can get mad. You can call me a fucking terrorist all day. You can be like, oh, you love Hamas. You want to hug and kiss Hamas. You are Hasanabi. But you can't call me a liar. No one ever chooses to try and undermine this. No one ever chooses to attack this argument because it is not an argument you can attack. You can only simply say you're evil, you're immoral, you love terrorism, you want, you fantasize, insert fucking fantastical hallucinations about anti-Semitism here. Okay? That's it. That's it. I do not care about what the Hamas's domestic opinions are. And this is precisely the reason why, as I've shown you before, how many buzzwords can you fit in one post? What a piece of shit. Nazi hunters, stay mad. Israel's the greatest act of Jewish resistance the world has ever seen. So why did they kill those innocent civilians at the music festival? You're such a twat. It's painful to read your nonsense. How much were you paid to say that? Hasan writes his own history. Nothing. Nothing. No retort, no retaliation, nothing. At this point, as a Palestinian, when I'm asked if I condemn Hamas, I say, so you think Palestinians are human? Do you think it would be a tragedy if violence was done to me because it forces them to either admit they don't want to answer or show their racism openly? Doesn't matter. The American government and the American society as a whole during World War II was segregationist, homophobic, misogynistic. So much violence was taking place domestically in the United States of America in the 30s and the 40s alike. And yet, we fucking stand proudly with Easy Company and we salute them for fighting against the Nazi scourge. Whatever inferences you might have, you can, use that against any number of different resistance groups that have chosen to militarily fight back and resist against Israel and its unlimited amounts of violence against all non-Jewish people in the region.
Bad thing. We don't like it, do we, folks? It's tautological, because if you like something, you don't refer to it as terrorism. But by demanding that you condemn Hamas or condemn the October 7th attacks or whatever the fuck as a response to any criticism of the far more pervasive violence that Israel commits, the seed is planted in your mind that by criticizing Israeli violence, you are somehow tacitly endorsing any violence done to Israelis, that there exists some nebulous group of people who would balk at the concept of condemning a terrorist attack, that one can safely assume that anyone defending the right of Palestinian self-determination is only doing so because they're in league with this nefarious secret group of terrorism likers. You look so suspicious when you say not to ethnically cleanse these guys. It's giving terrorist. It's jihad coded, sweetie. And again, it seems like a fair enough concession, doesn't it? The October 7th attacks were horrible. They're worth condemning. Anytime people are murdered, it is generally worth condemning. But of course, in doing so, one necessarily glosses over the context of 70 years of violent occupation and ethnic cleansing, which made this tragedy inevitable. One necessarily privileges the lives lost in the October 7th attack over the tens of thousands of Palestinian lives lost after the fact. You cannot give a soundbite which places this attack in a historical context, and that is what they're counting on. But of course, when you condemn Israeli violence, you're inviting counter-violence. By describing their actions, you invite reprisal for those actions. It's the critics of Israel who bear responsibility for any anger people feel towards Israel or anything Israel's done. You're making room, friend.
Not worth condemning. This dumb fuck is in a position to do so. You don't understand the point he's making. The point he's making is that as far as like any civilian being killed, that is a condemnable action. It makes sense, okay? But in the grander context, you have to look at the much larger systematic forms of violence that made these otherwise condemnable actions inevitable. What do you mean? He is making a correct point there. He's literally saying like, it's bad, but what do you fucking expect? And if you think that's bad, wait till you get a load of what Israel has been doing before October 7 and what Israel has done after October 7. That's it.
Anti-Semites who might cynically use your principled objections to justify their prejudices. And yes, they might. They might do
creators they them. Oh, my bad.
Do that. That's a legitimate concern. Boy, it's a good thing that there's no way to be prejudiced against Muslims, or else we might have to be likewise measured in our critique of Palestinian violence. Isn't it funny how concern for bad faith racists misinterpreting your criticisms?
Actually, it's all pronouns. Oh, classic. Classic case of chat.
Only seems to apply to one side of this conflict between two racialized minority groups. And once again, you're put in this position. Once again, you either accept their framing and present any Palestinian violence as wholly unprovoked, emerging from nowhere and nothing, evidence of a deep, primordial evil in the Palestinian national character, which must be condemned, but also, crucially, does not exist, or you give the appearance of defending the indefensible, quibbling on the fine details of terrorism, making excuses for mass murder, which they'll no doubt accuse me of doing either way, so I don't know why I'm bothering to state my position more clearly. Like I say, let me be clear so often in these videos, and it does.
Also, the only thing he wants is for people to not police their pronouns. That's so funny.
Doesn't matter. There's no clarifying a position for someone that is motivated to misinterpret it. Okay, all right, so I'm a bit all over the map right now. My point is, when discussing the occupation and genocide in Palestine, we should remain focused rhetorically on the power imbalance between the Israeli occupiers and indigenous Palestinian population. We should not be led into discussions that Zionists have carefully framed to portray Israel as the perpetual victim of unmotivated hostilities and Palestinians as monsters. To quote 100 Years of War on Palestine, which I mentioned at the beginning, inspired this video, "It is the issue of inequality that is the most promising for expanding the understanding of the reality in Palestine. It is also the most important, since inequality was essential to the creation of a Jewish state in an overwhelmingly Arab land, and is vital to maintaining that state's dominance. Inequality is so crucial, not only because it is anathema to the egalitarian democratic societies that the Zionist project has primarily relied on for its support, but because equality of rights is key to a just, lasting resolution of the entire problem. Within Israel, certain important rights are reserved exclusively for Jewish citizens and denied to the 20% of citizens who are Palestinian. Of course, the 5 million Palestinians living under an Israeli military regime in the occupied territories have no rights at all, while the 500,000+ Israeli colonists there enjoy full rights. This systemic ethnic discrimination was always a central facet of Zionism, which by definition aimed to create a Jewish society and polity with exclusive national rights in a land with an Arab majority. Even as Israel's 1948 Declaration of Independence proclaimed complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants irrespective of religion, race, or sex, dozens of crucial laws based on inequality of rights were implemented in the ensuing years. These severely restricted or totally banned Arab access to land and to residency in all Jewish communities, formalized the seizure of private and collective property of non-Jews, and prevented most indigenous Palestinians who were made into refugees from returning to their homes while
like Israel straight up uses a socialist principle of land ownership centralized in the hands of the state in an effort to destroy Palestinian existence. It's so fucked. Another great example of how National Socialism, Nazism, ends up focusing on the former rather than the latter. Nationalism is always a higher degree of importance. And socialism, as long as you abide by it, is simply a means to an end. It's not a real thing.
Giving citizenship rights to Jewish immigrants and limited access to many other benefits. If this has got you all fired up and you're looking for some way to help, I've included links in the description to a variety of charities doing aid work for Gaza. I know that times are tough right now, but, you know, the links are there. I think your money would go a long way.
Good video. Thank you for watching that. You're welcome. You guys really wanted me to watch the toss line video. I'm glad I did. Remember when Brandon pretended he was reading that shit? His ass was not reading Lamau. I mean, that was also after his power had, I mean, he was done with his role in Israel's genocide. So I thought the Greater Israel Project was an anti-Semitic myth. I'd love to hear liberal Zionist defense of this one as it becomes official Israeli policy. Remember when they said that we were out of our minds when we warned that Israel's goal in Gaza was ethnic cleansing and settlements? Now they'll say the same thing, but we'll be right again. It makes total sense that Netanyahu thinks he's on a spiritual mission from God, just like Hitler once did. Oh, but I'm sure one of those staff writers at the Atlantic just insists we're being crazy again. Shutter saying you missed the best part of the video. What? Okay. Why the fuck do chatters behave like this? No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna eat the bait. I'm not. You motherfuckers love doing this, and then I watch it, and it's not like worth relitigating at all. It's the classic, oh, go back, you missed the spot, go back, you missed the spot ass bullshit every fucking time. And I feel like in most circumstances, like, you only want me to do it because you just have like an autistic desire to watch a video to completion. Sometimes you do miss a spot though. No, I don't. Oh, this was someone just paraglided into my kid's Zionist summer camp, and the Israeli staff and campers are all panicked, thinking it was 10-7 copycat attack. I saw my daughter's bunk run in a panic before they cut pre-Shabbat ceremony live stream. Other parents are getting texts from family working at the camp that the police are there and the security's deployed. The kids are scared but safe. Seems it was just a random paraglider who doesn't know he triggered camp-wide PTSD. Update from camp. We're sorry today's Mifkad live stream ended early. Mifkad was moved into the Beit Knesset when a few paragliders flew low overhead and caught everyone's attention. They've now passed. All is calm, and the campers are happily heading into their regular Shabbat tefillah. We were in touch with the company that operates the paragliders, requesting they not fly over our campus. Wishing you all a peaceful Shabbat Shalom from camp. The camp hosts a lot of kids from Gaza communities hardest hit by the attacks. I hate that they had their last Shabbat from the Gaza communities. She's talking about the Gaza envelope, I suspect, right? Like when she says Gaza community, she means the Gaza envelope, which is on the other side of the boundary wall, which is inside of the 67 boundaries technically. Because ain't no fucking way she's talking about Palestinians. There's a 0% chance. Wait, there's video? Here's the moment at Camp Moshava, a religious Zionist camp. See the paraglider in the sky. The kids are fine, smiling and having fun. They're not panicked or traumatized, but some adults decide to freak out for no reason. Zionist histrionics is a real source of harm. Did I miss it? Did I skip too far? Oh, they're just like looking up. Okay, some people are running. They were panicked. Some people were. Yeah, by the way, the camp is in upstate New York, not Israel, just so you understand. It's not like... Yeah, this is not... Oh, you guys thought this was... Yeah, I don't think this is in Israel, chatters. This is in America. Why would Bethany Mandel's fucking... Yeah, the camp describes themselves as religious Zionists with the goal of getting a new generation of Jewish Americans to immigrate to Israel to become the next Ben-Gvirs and Bezalel Smoliches. You have to laugh at the mention of social justice in the context of religious Zionism. Thankfully, it was only a paraglider, not a free parking sign, or real chaos would have ensued. Ay, ay, ay. I thought the tweet was fucking satire. Oh no, Bethany Mandel does not fuck around. Someone just paraglided into my Zionist kids summer camp. My kids Zionist summer camp. Oh, it's in Pennsylvania. My mistake. Guys, I thought it was established. I thought you guys understood that this was one, not a joke, even though it's structured like one that like Nick Mullen would come up with, and two, it was not in Israel but in America. Yes, this is also not the first time this has happened. Didn't this happen in England? Where like, or was it Australia? Yeah, oh yeah. Doncaster paraglider group who scared woman who mistook them for Hamas brands her silly. A paraglider group in Doncaster, is that how you say it? I don't know. Who scared a woman who thought she was under attack from Hamas have labeled her concerns silly. She wrote on social media, whoever thought it was funny to parasail over the village, it was an extremely poor taste. Take your twisted hatred somewhere else. Oh, this was another funny one. Alicia Keys deletes and clarifies completely unrelated post about paragliding after sparking backlash. What is this? Dan can't stop tweeting about you. That's if this clip is really the gift that keeps on giving. Lamau. The U.S. State Department spending all visitor visas. This is so fucking. I don't think you should send me fucking Dan Stalkman, Diddy Dan tweets, dude. Please don't do that. I shouldn't have clicked on it. Who gives a fuck what he has to say? He's a goddamn loser. We're over here having fun. Yeah, paragliding is now Hamas. Alicia Keys has clarified a post on social media after receiving backlash from some who misconstrued it as being in support of Hamas's October 7 attacks on Israel. On Monday, the R&B superstar 42 shared a photo of herself on Instagram wearing a green and brown moto jacket and made a reference to paragliding in the caption. What would you do if you weren't afraid of anything? Tell me your truth, she wrote. I've had my eyes on paragliding. Eye emoji, eye emoji. Because paragliders were used as a part of Hamas's infiltration of Israel, per AP, some Instagram users interpreted the Grammy winner's post as being anti-Semitic and insensitive, and alleges she wore green in reference to the Hamas flag. Yeah, Alicia Keys was like, right after October 7th, she was like, yeah, I want to join Hamas. I'm thinking about joining Hamas. I mean, there was some really, really insane shit that Israel defenders did right after October 7. You know, aside from starting and defending the genocide of the entire Palestinian population of Gaza. But there were doxing trucks that were sent to every single major college campus, like on October 8th. It was the most insane shit. It was collective psychosis. Would you say they believe what they were saying? Do I believe that there are a lot of hysterical people? Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. I don't think that everyone, like people at this stage that still defend Israel's behavior are usually not oblivious to the ways in which Israel operates. But especially after October 7, yes. It's kind of like asking me, do I believe that Americans were whipped away in a fucking panic? So not all propaganda? No, the propaganda comes before. The point is, it's hysteria. It's collective psychosis. It's mass hysteria. So it's not, you know, you're not supposed to take it serious. What do you mean? Just like you don't, I don't know, listen to the fucking guy who's yelling at you at the bus stop and be like, well, this guy's got some good political opinions.
President Trump and Ukrainian president.
You just have to be like, all right, dude. Mass hysteria excuses them of their crimes, not mass hysteria. Is deliberate fascist and colonial tactics. I mean, I think the outcome of that, if people do fucking believe, don't excuse them by pathologizing. They're mostly aware and don't care. No, I don't think that people are saying that cynically. I think it's both. And the function of it is the same nonetheless, whether they sincerely believe this insane shit or not. But ultimately, you don't turn around and say like the Nazi anti-Semitism hysteria gave them good reason to do the Holocaust. You don't. You just say some were hysteric, some were deliberate, some were aware that it was bullshit, but the end results are still all the same. You have to analyze the fears that people have with the actual things that are happening. You have to match them against like the severity.
President Volodymyr Zelensky say they will meet Monday at the White House. The news coming hours after Trump's high-profile Alaska summit with Russian leader Vladimir Putin, which ended without a deal or an agreement to end the Kremlin's 3-year war on Ukraine. It was Putin's first time back on U.S. soil in more than a decade. He received a grand welcome, complete with a military flyover and a red carpet rollout. After their 3-hour...
Yeah, he's going to bring Zelensky over to be like, it's time for you to apologize to Vladimir Putin.
Sit down, Putin said he and Trump had reached an understanding. President Trump returned to Washington, D.C. early this morning, speaking with Zelensky and other European leaders on the flight home. Nancy Cordes begins our coverage in Anchorage, Alaska. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Dana. Yeah, and President Trump used that 7-hour flight back to Washington, D.C. to hit the phones. He spoke to Zelensky. He spoke to NATO leaders to brief them on what he had discussed with Putin. And in that Truth Social post this morning, he said that he is meeting with Zelensky on Monday and that if that conversation goes well, he will then set up a meeting for all three leaders. But if Putin made any concrete steps towards peace in this summit. President Trump did not reveal them, either here in Alaska or on his way home. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin both left Alaska Friday, hours ahead of schedule, after a 12-minute public appearance in which they did not take questions.
There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there.
President Trump didn't elaborate, leaving many to wonder whether the two leaders made any true progress towards a ceasefire in Ukraine.
Now it's really up to President Zelensky to get it done.
In an interview before heading home, Trump seemed to suggest it was now Ukraine's responsibility.
I think the meeting was a 10 in the sense that we got along great, and it's good when...
Yeah, it's a 10 out of 10 because the sex was incredible. Okay, I know it seems unique to unique and potentially the first very real indication that American dominance around the globe is no longer what it was post-Cold War, okay? But while many naysayers will say, oh, you brought Vladimir Putin here and you extracted zero concessions out of him and seemingly got nothing in return with the exception of like him saying this war would have never started if Trump was still president. But the sex was awesome. It was good.
You know, two big powers get along, especially when they're nuclear powers.
The two men did get along, especially at the start of the summit, when President Trump greeted Putin on the tarmac like an old friend and even invited him to run.
I'm telling you right now, I don't even... Liberals might get mad at me for saying this, but my approach to this subject is actually a little different. My analysis of the events and what it spells, what it means, is different than you know, Trump loving Vladimir Putin or whatever. Obviously that much is real, but I don't know how much Trump could do in this situation. And I don't even know if Joe Biden could have done anything different in this situation either at this stage. Like, I look at the events that unfolded as, I don't give a fuck if people yell at me for saying this. I think America was like, we're the United States of America. We can give unlimited weapons to Ukraine, and we can just like keep this managed conflict that withers away the Russian military without losing a single fucking active duty service member in that time frame, and that $50 billion plus budget hole that we have after withdrawing out of Afghanistan can directly go to Ukraine instead. And it's a much better version to engage in like this kind of proxy war. And I think like, especially after the first big push, the success of the Ukrainian defenses, when Putin went all the way into Kyiv, caused the Western military industrial complex backed politicians to assume, oh, this is great. Like, we can just like get, we can actually continue a war of attrition. And they did not suspect that Russia would be able to harden their position deep into eastern Ukrainian territory and basically take over 20% of Ukrainian land and even make more territorial gains as recently as this past week. And I think America thought Ukraine could like at least be in a constant state of defensive posture without losing this many combatants, without losing this many people on the defensive side, and that they could just like keep slow rolling arms shipments into Ukraine. And therefore And therefore, at this stage, it's like there's not really much America can do, especially as like defending Ukraine predictably, as I said over and over again, was inevitably going to be unpopular because Americans are very selfish anyway. And in spite of all the media pushes initially, people eventually lost interest, add Israel into the equation, and now our already limited runway is now going to Israel so that Israel can do its genocide. And here we are. That's it. Like, I think I don't necessarily think that like Donald Trump is going to be able to do anything different than whatever the battle lines have created as a reality. Mearsheimer told Ryan Grim that the summit happens so Trump can avoid imposing secondary sanctions on India as he promised. That also kind of makes sense. To make it seem as though like Russia is actually invested in the ceasefire. Is that what you mean? Originally, the proxy war scenario was to make Ukraine into 80s Afghanistan situation for the Russian army. Then it morphed into making Ukraine a South Korea type frozen situation. America failed in both. Yes, I see that. So at this point, it feels like there's no, like, Trump told Zelensky he doesn't hold the cards, right? And that part is true. We all know that that's true. But you know who also doesn't hold the cards? Donald fucking Trump. That's it. It turns out America also doesn't hold the cards because guess what? Putin invaded Ukraine, fought against all of the Western weapons that were sent into the country in the hands of the Ukrainians, and was able to successfully push 20% into Ukrainian territory. 20% of Ukrainian territory is now annexed by Russia. Their positions have hardened. They're pushing even further. And it's just gonna, I guess, end when Russia chooses to end it. Like, what more could you do? You hit the mother of all sanctions. I guess, like I said, the only thing you could do is sanction secondary markets, which would cook the energy markets for Europe, and also push away an important ally against China, which is India. But ultimately, I don't know what any president could do in this situation. This is not even a defense of Trump. I don't know what any American president could do in this situation right now, I mean. I don't think it's even Trump trying to get a fucking... I don't even think it's Trump trying to get like a Nobel Peace Prize here. If Trump really, really, really wanted a Nobel Peace Prize, he'd just get Israel to stop. It's that simple. And he would deserve the Nobel Peace Prize if he did that over Biden. For sure. But he's not. He's not doing that. So it's not going to happen. Fuck him. I mean, they might still give him one because the institution is morally bankrupt, is fraudulent, but... I just assume when I see this situation in Ukraine, I look at it and I'm like, I don't even know what more America could do at this point. I guess they could just like keep giving weapons to Ukraine, but Ukrainians don't want to fight. What are you gonna do? I guess arming the Ukrainians that do want to continue fighting is one thing. Trump's take was pushing India towards Russia and China would not be ideal, and that's why he met with Vladimir Putin so he can get himself out of the sanction passing. He immediately said after the meeting that sanctioning India, that ship has already sailed. Yeah. Now either Ukraine pulls a Vietnam or the East is forever gone. No, there is no Ukraine pulling a Vietnam, dude. What are you talking about? Ukraine already had a reverse Vietnam situation. Like, Vietnam was armed and trained and had a standing military and anti-aircraft weapons outside of the popular forces like the Viet Cong. Okay? They had that. And they succeeded. The terrain was different. It was a different set of circumstances. You know, they had a jungle. They had a decent understanding of they had a much better understanding of the region. They had a fucking a logistical supply chain that they could use to dupe American forces. It's already too late. Giving news to Ukraine means we materially culpable for a weapon. Should they use it to Russia to attack and they respond with one as Jover like Jover? I don't know about. I don't think America's gonna be able to give Ukraine a weapon. That is fucking crazy. Y'all are insane. Ukraine is halfway into this mess because America took away its weapon, its nuclear weapon. What if we give Ukraine only one single nuke? Okay. Trump's admiration for Putin is about his love of tough guys and ideological alignment around nationalism, but I'm coming to the realization it's also because Russia is just very big. Trump is a pre-kindergartner and sees lots of land on the map and believes this confers status. He's mentioned of Russian landmass before, quite a few times actually. I think he views this as evidence of a cool and good country. I could see that. Trump is telling Zelensky to take a deal of giving over all of Donetsk in exchange for Russia freezing most of the front lines. Yeah, see, but like all of that is insane. There's no ceasefire. For all intents and purposes, this is an infinitely worse situation that is going to seemingly continue no matter what happens. That's why overwhelming majorities of Ukrainians want a ceasefire negotiation, and also majority of Ukrainians believe it won't happen. U.S. President Donald Trump said on Saturday that Ukraine should make a deal to end the war with Russia because Russia is a very big power and they're not, after a summit where Vladimir Putin was reported to have demanded more Ukrainian land. I think one of the funniest outcomes of this also is that this does unironically show the rest of the world that America is no longer the big dog in town. Like Russia, a much smaller economy in comparison, has been able to successfully undermine American interest in Ukraine. That's it. This is the like, I've talked about multipolarity existing around the planet. Okay, I've talked about multipolarity is imminent, but this is it. I'm seeing it. Like, I'm seeing it with my own two fucking eyes. I think this is it's over. America is no longer the hegemonic superpower. Obviously, when America says like, oh, we're the world police or whatever, it's fucking bullshit. But this is what it looks like when America is no longer the fucking world police. Like, this is straightforwardly what it is. And the problem here is that America doesn't realize that it's no longer the world police and is still coping and behaving like it still is the world police, which will inevitably lead to more violence. Like, I really, really, really hope that we don't try to pull some shit like this with motherfucking China. Oh my Lord. I hear what you're saying, but this may be short-sighted. Putin has been doing this to the U.S. for decades at this point. No, never to this degree. Not even close. That's crazy. You can't use Georgia as an example. Doesn't come near what is going on right now. And you certainly can't use Crimea as an example. Once again, doesn't come near what has taken place. There's never been something like this. This harkens back to like Cold War era defeats. And even then, obviously America won the Cold War. Socialism, communism, all of that was lost in the process. The USSR dissolved. Especially in the post-Cold War era where America was a singular power, the singular force on the planet. This has never been, nothing of this sort has ever taken place, in my opinion. Do note this is less about your own decline and more about our rise. If China disappeared tomorrow, you'd still be the premier world superpower, even with Trump. Yeah, of course. But that's precisely why I always advocate to engage in deal making with China and a peaceful transition into a multipolar world that could create more peace around and more stability around the world, as a matter of fact. But if America postures in a militant fashion, not recognizing that it is no longer the single hegemonic power and was able to get fucking owned by Putin, okay? Owned by Russia, owned by Putin. I don't know. Maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe I'm reading this differently, but like demanding that the European allies spend 5% of their fucking GDP on NATO weapons or whatever is not going to cut it. It's not going to fix the situation at all. I think it's cooked. Hey, Hasan, how serious are those American troops coming to Latin America? Should I get worried? I mean, yeah. Knowing the neocon hawks, this is unacceptable. I think Bolton types who are willing to relinquish NATO if it means a new Russian-Indian-American alliance, anti-democracy, pro-feudalist, monarchist, anti-Sino policy, you're out of your mind if you think neocons will ever give up NATO. Why would the neocons give up NATO? The neocons are never going to give up NATO. NATO is an incredibly important asset to American dominance. You're just basically dismantling the last remaining thing you have at your disposal to continue LARPing as though you're the fucking world police. It's just not going to happen. Complete insanity. Mr. Trump told European leaders that he believed a rapid peace deal could be negotiated if Mr. Zelensky agreed to give up the rest of the Donbass region to Russia, even those areas not occupied by Russian troops. This is literally just the Putin plan. Okay? And it kind of feels like he's going to take it, either by way of further military incursion or through the fake ceasefire process. Scoop. Putin demanded Ukraine withdraw from eastern Donetsk region as a first step towards ending the war. Three sources familiar with the matter told us. Trump relayed this to Zelensky and the European leaders in their call on Saturday. It's over. This is the L. Putin is literally... Putin came to America and said, hold this L to America. Just as I've said, the calculation for Article 5 being implemented for a country like Poland is not about like defending Polish people, but instead is about defending American hegemony. That calculation for Ukraine is similar. America, at this point, has to decide whether it's, you know, willing to take the L and hold the L. And I think Trump is trying to do the most Trumpian thing, which is to say, oh, I'm washing my hands of this. This is not my thing. This is Ukraine. Ukraine has sovereignty. After spending the first 8 months being like, you don't hold the cards, I hold the cards, little bro. Now he's like, Ukraine has all the cards. If they want to give up territory, then it's their prerogative. That's their, you know, they get to do that. Guys, come on. Slava Ukraini. What do you mean? They're a sovereign nation. It's Biden's war. It's Ukraine's war. Gotta talk to the EU real quick. That's a L that America is, or Trump is seemingly trying to shed from himself. Even though he seemingly is going to hold that L. Oh, Trump relayed this to Zelensky and the European leaders on their call on Saturday. It's pretty funny because it's like a bully that gets beaten up at home, you know? What does the bully do when he goes to the playground? He just like bullies people more. He bullies the children more, the smaller children more. That's what Trump is doing here. All of this like posturing against Ukraine and the EU is just a way to reinforce that America is still the world power. I promise, I swear, it's still the world power. We still got the sauce. Oh, please look. Yaroslav Trofimov, Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent for the Wall Street Journal. Vladimir, stop the killing. Niet, I want a ceasefire. Niet, ceasefire in 2 weeks or I impose sanctions. Let's meet. Okay, no sanctions until the meeting. Putin, Alaska, Niet, no ceasefire. I still have the same demands as in 2022. Oh well, let's forget about a ceasefire or sanctions. It was a great and very successful day. I mean, I hate to agree with the libs here, but like that low-key is what happened. Okay, that is what happened. Putin is not just winning territorial acquisition here. Okay, this is a far bigger situation than that. And I think the more reluctant America is of recognizing how much the power that it has on the global stage is like completely gone away, and then acts accordingly and less violently, the easier this transition will go. And I do not think that America is going to act in a non-violent way. No, it's a lib. It's agreeing with the right thing. The left has been shouting from the rooftops about it. Chapo's been talking about it for months. What do you mean? There literally can be no end to this war without LPR and DPR being resolved after nearly 15 years of civil war. This is what it's always been. I do not think that this was ever, and I'm being super sincere with you, I don't think this was about liberating LPR and DPR. That was just the seasoning for it. Okay, if you're talking about how this ends, yes, LPR and DPR being completely annexed as territories into Russia would be a big victory for Russia, and it would be enough to stop the bloodshed. Hopefully. And while this was a fucking non-starter, I would say even a couple months ago, as a maximalist demand that Putin was making, right now it seems like it's going to be the only game in town. Why? Because there's no other alternative. Is either, tomorrow through ceasefire, or a couple months from now, maybe not in the winter, I don't know. Yeah, the DNR, LNR don't even exist anymore. Legally, they're oblast of the Russian Federation. And before people say appeasement, you're doing appeasement. This is Neville Chamberlain. You are never Neville Chamberlain. Remember, 2022 appeasement looks fucking amazing as opposed to now, don't you think? Battle lines would have looked dramatically different if they were paused at that point. I'd rather die in a nuclear fire than appease Russia. Okay, I wouldn't. That's crazy. This would be significant. President Trump told European leaders that he was open to offering U.S. security guarantees to Ukraine, according to several European officials. What does that even mean? Trump tells Europeans he is open to U.S. security guarantees in Ukraine. The peace deal would have looked a lot more favorable if Ukraine hadn't listened to Boris Johnson. I know people are going to get real mad if you say that. They're going to turn around and act like, there wasn't a real deal then, and it was actually Zelensky's own L. to want to continue the war at that point, and it wasn't actually Boris Johnson that convinced him. It's yeah, the guarantee is that US won't provide security. It's fucked up. Yeah, we're gonna do a security guarantee in Ukraine, as in we're gonna invade Ukraine ourselves. Actually, we're doing a collaborative project with the Russians. CNN was reporting NATO-like security guarantees. What does that mean? Putin proposed China as a security guarantor. According to Axios. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Who thought that would be the only pathway towards a just an even-handed and just managed negotiation, a real ceasefire, long-term ceasefire. Now, this doesn't mean China's going to do it, chatters. I'm just saying that the pathway to a real fucking ceasefire comes from bringing China into the table. Okay? Making China the table. Well, Turkey is the table, but yeah, Zelensky takes aim at China. Brazil push for peace in Ukraine.
Resistance on the battlefield. Putin is looking for other ways to break the Ukrainian spirit. Recently, I received yet another alarming report from our intelligence. Now, Putin does seem to be planning attacks on our nuclear power plants and the infrastructure, aiming to disconnect the plants from the power grid. With the help of satellites, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, satellites of other countries. Russia is getting images and detailed information about the infrastructure of our nuclear power plants. But what does this really threaten? Any missile or drone strike, any...
Are you against Ukraine because they're pro-Israel? I'm not against Ukraine. What? Are you against Ukraine for being pro-Israel? I think it's stupid if Ukraine is pro-Israel. Especially considering that Israel has also played a formative role in Ukraine's demise. Both in the beginning as a third party that refused to give Ukraine the Iron Dome because they were worried that it would get into the hands of Russia, which would then get into the hands of Iran and Hamas. That's what Israel's reasoning was for not giving Ukraine an Iron Dome, which is crazy because it's like an American-funded defense project, and Israel got to decide where it goes. Sure, it was like a joint effort, but come on now. Ukraine is 100% pro-Israel. How do you not know this? I mean, are we talking about random Ukrainians or are we talking about the state? Because if it's the state, then yes, they are a fucking non-NATO nation. So they're just, yes, this is an American proxy, and therefore, of course, they're gonna say that they're pro-Israel, even though they've also like voted against Israel every now and then. Yeah. Also, Russia is pro-Israel. Israel is the entry point for many Russian oligarchs to enter the international markets, to keep their banking in Israel. You know, their nice dual citizenship. Russia literally trained the Hamas fighters before October 7th. Dog, I'm Turkish. This means nothing to me, okay? Yes, the Turkish government has also offered shelter to Hamas leadership. Do you think that the Turkish government is anti-fucking Israel? No, it's not. If you listen to what the Russians are doing, yes, they have a strategic partnership with Iran. The Russian government statements are pro-Palestine. So is the Chinese government statements, as a matter of fact. China still happens to be the second largest trading partner of Israel in the same fucking time frame that they've written 800 fucking sternly worded letters. I think a lot of you guys fail to comprehend that big countries like this, regional powers like this, don't want to fuck up the bag. They don't give a shit. Okay? Technically, you're American, not Turkish. If you know what I mean. I am both American and Turkish. I have dual citizenship. Okay? Yeah, but the Turkish government has to play the balancing game. They're a non-NATO nation, whereas Ukraine is a NATO non-NATO nation. They're a non-NATO nation. No, Turkey is a NATO nation through and through. Turkey has American nukes. Turkey has American nukes in Incirlik, an American military base. Okay? Yes. Turkey is fighting US-backed Kurdish militias. This is also correct. This goes further into the evidence category for my argument, which is don't listen to what these countries are saying. Don't even look at what these countries are doing every now and then. You have to understand the broader initiatives that these regional powers engage with. Okay? That's it. And at the end of the day, there is no like moral stance that any country is willing to take, with the exception of, I guess, the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen. And even then, you could make an argument that they had a lot of political reasons as to why they would militarily oppose Israel, no matter what kind of penalties they incur in the process, because it would basically put them at the throne in the aftermath of this like ongoing Yemen civil war backed by UAE and Saudi aligned forces. Now they have all of the power and all of the control. Even then, you can make that argument. Ultimately, no one fucking operates in a moral way. There's no real reason for nation states to operate in a moral fashion for moral reasons. How is that broader? What do you mean? Turkey wants to be the domineering superpower in this region. That's it. That's the reason why they want to wipe out Kurdish villages, so they can repopulate the Kurdish villages or have like Turkish control over those areas. Kurds, on the other hand, are used as a militia force by the American government to keep the Turkish government at bay or at check whenever they feel the need to do so. Outside of that, though, you know, it's just Turkey is still very much going to always play nice with America and with Israel. I don't know, you mentioned the Ansar Allah movement when talking about looking at it as a broader thing. Yes, because Ansar Allah and Yemen is the only regional power that is bombing Israel. Is Turkey bombing Israel? No. Turkey has a fuck ton more opportunity to completely shut off the Israeli energy grid, for example. Is Turkey doing that? No. Turkey has also consistently continued to Turkey has also consistently continued trade with the Israeli nation, in spite of the fake BDS boycotts that Turkey claimed it was putting on Israel. That's why I'm saying, out of all of the countries in this region, the one that actually stands out and has defended the Palestinians, and even then you can make an argument that it wasn't like for moral reasons, but still, regardless, it has been Yemen. That's it. I don't know how you managed to bring Yemen into this. I don't know how else I can fucking spell it for you. When we were talking about NATO, yes. Look at Syria. Assad sucked dick. Having said that, even with the limited control Assad had and his violent ways, clearly it was a threat to Israel's ambitions in the region. Turkey played a formative role in taking out Assad. You're an Assadist, bro, lol. Come on, man. You've been in here for so long. Come on. He was replying to the other guy, I guess. Oh, man. Fun fact, my cousin has been to Assad's clinic in Moscow. That's crazy. It's crazy that he's just like straight up. Is he an eye doctor in Moscow now? Hasanabi works for both Mossad and Hamas. Classic double agent. Ophthalmologist. Hasanabi, the only ones who get to be nuanced and complicated and mostly evil are the good guys. Come on. Shit leader, but hey, great ophthalmologist. All right. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done for the day. I'm tired, man. I just got hit with a wave. All right, listen. I don't know if I'm gonna be live tomorrow or not. I haven't decided yet. I have a bunch of things I gotta do. But stay on the socials to keep up to date. And if not, I'll be back on Monday. Of course, Zelensky is linking up with Donald Trump. Quiet quitting at 6 hours and 46 minutes. Love you guys. And either I will see you tomorrow or on Monday. Bye-bye.